welcome to the 4th annual Gritty Knows Best 6-Hour Spectacular, baby! That's right. It's also our 4th birthday. Happy birthday to us. 4 years of Gritty Knows Best, baby. We are back with another 6-Hour Spectacular. And when I say we, I mean me, Roddy, and the Crow. They're starting the show off with us today, but let me tell you, we got tons of other beautiful guests joining us later. We got tons of beautiful things to do. First of all, coming up early in the show, we got our buddy Leonard coming on, as promised, to tell us all about how he just lost his virginity at about 28 years old. He's going to tell us all about how it happened, who it happened with. It's going to get crazy. Also, later on in the show, Crow is going to be doing a super sour challenge. He's going to be eating the sourest candy in the world with a twist, and that's going to be pretty much next up, so make sure you stay tuned for that. I'm going to be doing a spooky segment with Electra Soul. We're going to be talking about a real-life haunting. Later on in the show, I am going to be drinking some of the most disgusting sodas I've ever heard of. A mustard soda, a ranch soda, buffalo wing, and there was some other nasty stuff in there, so it's about to get crazy. But before it gets crazy, let's shout out this guy, okay? Because he cannot be with us today, unfortunately, because he's on the sidelines. He's on the road to recovery. He's getting healthy. Let's give a shout out to our buddy Justin, the big pro. We wish you were on the show with us. But like I said, he's getting healthy. He's getting his stuff together, and hopefully he will be back with us next year. Justin, I love you. We love you. We wish you were here, and we hope that you enjoy the show, baby. So let's go. What's up, Crow? How you been, buddy?
Hey, yo, bro, do you know that they just announced a new saint?
I did see that they announced a new saint. The saint,
yeah, and you know the only person that should be a fucking saint is Justin.
Well,
he's
not dead
like
yet. He's not dead.
We need a.
Do they announce saints when they're alive? I think they have to be.
No, the
dead.
guy died.
No, but I'm saying Justin's not dead yet. So when he dies, I think you have to die, right?
You gotta die.
I think.
And you have to have what? 2 miracles?
Yeah. Justin's already done many miracles in my life, so he's already overshot that quota. So I think when he
already had the miracles down, so we might as well make him a saint now.
They did create a new saint. This was like the first millennial saint, right? The kid was like, I don't know, 18 or 19 when he died of leukemia in 2006, and then some people prayed to him, and now he's like the first millennial internet saint, they call him. So if you need a miracle, go pray to the new internet saint.
God's influencer.
That's right. God's influencer, they call him. I forgot his name, Carlo something. So the Pope sainted him, and that's beautiful to hear. But hopefully Justin doesn't get sainted anytime soon, because we need him alive, we need him well, and on this planet to do the next 6-hour special and 20 more after that. Roddy, how are you, buddy? You haven't seen you, I don't think, since Valentine's Day. Have you recovered from Valentine's Day?
It was a road to recovery. Like I said before, it wasn't because it was just an overload.
Yeah,
which was good. There's nothing better than that.
Because you saw the uncensored version.
You clean your pants, right?
Since he is the internet saint, that one kid, he's gonna start an OnlyFans.
You think so?
Oh.
Uh-oh, the lightning's gonna come and strike you right now. I don't approve of this. I didn't say that.
No,
so
I don't know.
It is.
You recovered from seeing Mo's genitals on the Valentine's Day show.
I think his pants did.
Right. You probably had to throw those pants away.
He had to.
They're in a frame now.
Shout out to Miss J, stole the show, the star of the show. The only one I was looking at. Let me tell you right now, I was not looking at Crow. Actually, I had to edit it, so I did have to look at him for like a little while.
You probably got detailed up in there.
But I've already seen Crow many times. I've already seen Crow
all the veins.
Occasions. I could point all the veins out. I could pick it out of a lineup at this point. All right.
Oh, damn. Never do a crime with my dick around you.
Crow, let me see. I don't want to do any crime with any dicks involved. I'll tell you that right now. Especially not today's day and age, okay? Let me tell you this. Crow is about to do the Super Sour Challenge. This is going to be epic. It's going to be insane. But before that, last year on the 6-hour special, I talked about, I'm pretty sure we kicked the show off with this bit of news, how people in Japan, they were creating a new dish of fish semen. People were eating sacks of fish semen in Japan, and I said that I would eat it. I said that I would eat that. I would gladly do that. Well, now, funnily enough, around this time of year, we got a new Japanese delicacy that they're making, and that is rice balls made with armpit sweat. What do you got from human beings? What do you guys think of that?
Wait, armpit sweat from human beings?
Yeah, like they're making the armpit,
Never.
putting the armpit sweat in the rice balls.
Never.
You would never try that?
Never.
Roddy,
I
what
would
do you
never
think of
do
that?
anything from another human being's body. Never.
Why not?
Just to sound nasty, because then I'm gonna imagine the worst of the worst type of human being. I mean, unless it's like a supermodel's underpit and it's shown right in the store, some badass bitch. Maybe that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's why then.
Like humans, like the way they say like select farm animals for certain products.
Like it has to
Like
be
some-
armpits from a
Only
hottie.
the best humans sweat into our sweat product.
Right. Well, if you were to pick somebody, Roddy, to sweat in your rice, who would it be?
Oh, hey, that's a good question. Probably.
Who you going with here? This is tough.
Yeah.
You going with like a childhood crush or somebody new or somebody you know?
I've been on a real Becky G trip lately.
Becky, that's the Latin singer.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very nice. Yes, it says Japan's bizarre armpit sweat infused rice balls trend prepared using armpit instead of hands. Let me tell you what, I'm down to try a lot of things, but when it comes to human beings, that's where I draw. I'm not doing anything that's
seriously?
from a human being, any sweat, any type of any moisture, any type of skin. I don't do no human being stuff, so I am good on that. I am not going to try that.
Man.
Maybe
I don't need anybody pubes touching my rice.
Oh no, that's
You
the
guys
next
are
thing.
weird. I get pubes up in my teeth all the time anyway. If I can be
Oh goodness, you lick your underarms?
I think
licking
he means he's
armpits and stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
you lick
goodness.
the armpits of women who don't shave their armpits? You find
No,
that-
that's why I said pubes. I haven't had the chance. I would, not that I wouldn't. I just haven't with the armpit thing.
Do you prefer women with unshaved armpits?
I don't prefer them,
But you accept them.
but I don't really care. Yeah.
I
Hair
think,
is fine as long as it's fuzz.
I'm not a big. I'm not down with the armpit hair on a woman, but I mean, unless she has to be like insanely. I'm talking about like insanely astronomically attractive, something I've never even seen before. Then I would
They're
probably
not
do it.
putting hair in this food product, are they?
No,
Just
no,
a
I don't
sweat?
think so. Just a sweat for now. We'll see what they come up with next year. Now they're getting out of hand now. And then I saw in India, get a load of this. So there's ways that people they get high, they get drunk off unconventional ways, like duster. They you use like keyboard duster. Well, in India, the youth over there decided they're gonna get drunk and high off of soaking flavored condoms in water and then drinking that water. I've never heard
no.
of anything like that. Like I guess
No.
whatever chemical is flavoring the condoms, they're drinking it, and that cannot be good for you. Whatever
you
that
gotta
is.
die.
That's what kind of high does it give you? Did they
I
say?
don't know. I didn't look into it. I just saw like the article. They didn't really. I wish they would have interviewed somebody from there that did that. But apparently, yeah, they're soaking the condoms and then they're either drinking the water or whatever. They're whatever vehicle they're using, they're ingesting it and then they're getting drunk off of the.
Oh no, there's not
chemicals.
enough activities going on for the youth out in India.
No.
Like, damn.
And I'm like, this is like that's
Condoms?
some real prison shit. Like, who's the first person to even figure that out? Like, what if I like you got to be down bad to go? What if I like I have?
This is no
I'm
different from
so-
the cow milk.
They're like, all I got in this house is flavored condoms, and I'm gonna figure this out. I'm getting high today. I'm gonna figure out how this works.
Yeah, it
and
seems like
did
a
it.
lot of work. Like, yeah, it had to be someone that didn't have another option. Like, there's so many.
Literally nothing. They didn't have any duster around. They didn't have any glue around. They were
I
just
think
like, all
I think
got
Google
is
needs to figure out who typed in the first search ever. What's the chemicals in condoms? Because that's the only way for somebody to find out that condoms can do that.
I would love to find the person who did that and then interview them about it because that is extraordinary. That is, I mean, they should be given a prize for figuring that out. Like a scientific,
Yeah.
it's a scientific development in getting drunk. I mean, when I was a kid, we weren't doing anything like that. Like the most you'd hear about is glue or something like that. This is
But that didn't stay popular for long.
this
At
is
least up
real.
here.
People
Like
still,
in
I think
seventh
people
grade, some
still
kids
do
got caught
glue.
drinking like aftershave to get drunk. So I'm
Yeah.
like,
Listerine,
Really?
yeah, Listerine aftershave. This is new level.
eventually get drunk off it. I mean, that sounds a lot easier than.
I did the mouthwash twice, and that was stupid.
What did that feel like?
Oh, it just burnt. It was worth
How
nothing.
drunk did you get? It's
like a little buzz.
Because that's a lot of
Like a
alcohol,
little
right? Isn't that
buzz.
like pure
Like a
alcohol?
little
pretty much?
buzz. But it's also the small bottles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. If you're listening from India right now, you need to cut it out. All right, you need to figure out something because that cannot be good for you. We already got forever chemicals and everywhere.
It's just
The
steal
last
from
thing
your
you need to be
parents.
doing is drinking. They probably don't even have that option. Like there's literally nothing for them to do. They're just doing that. They're extracting the chemicals from a flavored condom. But shout out to the ingenuity. Crow, are you ready?
I'm ready.
to get sour.
To
So
get
let me
sour,
explain
I'm
what's
ready.
gonna happen. Let me explain what's gonna happen while you gather yourself. All right, open what you need to open, unwrap what you need to unwrap. So earlier on in the month, we were figuring out what Crow would do for the 6-hour spectacular, and we came across the world's sourest candy apparently. And I said, how about you take that? And he goes, how about we turn it up? I said, all right. Well, what do you want to do? So then we decided that Crow is gonna have 8 minutes to eat 2 pieces of the sourest candy at the same time. Then he's going to empty out these warhead droppers, like this warhead liquid, in his mouth, all while also drinking one of the world's sourest sodas. My man, you are brave, because this sounds like your teeth are going to fall out right out of your head as soon as this is over. Like your teeth are going to turn to dust. Your tongue's going to bleed. This sounds, everybody's been looking forward to it. Everybody that heard about this is looking forward to this. So, Crow, you got 8 minutes. Are you ready to go?
Before then, I'm going to show you guys each product. I'll show you real quick.
Give us a tour.
So we have the balls.
Show us the ball.
Right
Show us your
here.
balls.
These are the balls. I'll take one out for you guys.
Let's see your
This is the
balls.
size of it.
Wow.
I actually licked one,
What did
And,
you feel?
and immediately tears came out of my mouth, of my eyes. So that happened. That happened, and that just happened right now. So that's exciting. And then now we have this bad boy. We're gonna use this flavor. We're gonna mix the flavors up. We're gonna get
Wow, that's
crazy
bigger
with
than it looked on Amazon. Holy crap.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a puny
Throw
little
flavored
thing.
condoms into all of this.
Yeah,
Once
we're
you're-
going to throw some sour condoms in. He's going to throw like the...
Oh yeah.
He's
I
gonna
should
throw
have
like...
got some condoms.
Remember the Icy Hot condoms? Do they still sell those? Like the Sensations?
Yeah, of course.
The
They come out with
fi-
icy hot
fire
condoms
and
all
ice.
the time.
Yeah, the Fire and Ice condoms. You guys
I
put
don't
one of
use
those-
any condoms, but
one of
hey,
those in your
why
mouth.
not?
Oh, we're going to have a little crow coming around soon? Baby crow.
I think I put the wrong.
Gonna have a
Let
baby.
me. I did the wrong thing. I showed you the wrong one because that one was closed.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You just skip to the soda. We got it. We got the gist of
We
it.
good.
We got
And
the gist of it. Doesn't need to be exact.
we have.
One of the world's sour. It's
soda.
called Insanely Sour. Wowzers.
So I'm gonna choose green because I love green.
All right.
All right.
So you're gonna throw both of the balls in your mouth and then commence with the liquid. What is your plan here? What is your strategy?
So I already got we all know that I have to start off with 2 balls. Pause. So I'm gonna, throw these 2 balls in my mouth. Pause. And then I'm gonna wait for a few seconds, right? Maybe about 2 minutes. I'm gonna let them simmer in my mouth. Pause. And then I'm going to start dripping, this green juice down my throat. Pause. And that will be about another 3 minutes. I see how much of this green sauce I can get down my throat. Pause. And I will finish it off, deep throating a blue soda.
I don't think
Pause.
I don't think that's the right
So-
verbiage at all. You don't deep throat a soda, but okay.
It's,
Well,
Gonna
I will
shove the
swallow
bottle
as
down
many-
your throat?
as much of the soda as possible.
Okay. All right. Well, you have 8
So-
minutes to, I would say, finish the dropper, finish the soda, and finish the candy. So are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
All right. In 3, 2, 1, start. All right. Mo's putting one of the balls in his mouth. Now he's putting the other ball in his mouth. He looks pretty confident. All right. He looks pretty tame right now. Nothing too all right. Nothing too. Oh. He's taking his glasses off. How does it feel right now? He might not be able to talk. He said he got thumbs up. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right. Is he tearing up at all?
9.
It's a 9 in the sour scale. 9 out of 10. It's a 9 out of 10 on the sour scale. Well, you're handling it very well, I would say. I figured he would do well. I didn't think he was gonna do too bad. I think he was gonna go crazy. All right, so now he's gonna put the droppers in his mouth. He's making great time.
very
Oh,
good.
he's
Do you
throwing
like
it.
sour candy like that? Though?
I do not like sour candy like that, especially because my teeth are bad. My teeth are too sensitive to that.
My teeth are bad because of that. Because when I was a kid, I was always like eating limes and sour candies and shit.
Ooh, yeah, you're Mexican. You guys love shit like that, right? You love limes. You guys just eat a lime. Just eat a lime like an apple, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You guys put lime on like everything, candy. I'm not shocked.
And I think that's why, like now, anything like right away, my teeth start. feeling all crazy. Look at him go.
Yeah, he's doing all right. This is what I figured. I didn't figure it was gonna be. I mean, I think his mouth is totally gonna be ripped up after this, though. No, he's taking it like a champ right now. He said, "My mouth is fine." Here comes the soda.
He's
He's
deep
a
throwing.
little. He looks a little hesitant, but not too
Going
bad.
deep on the soda.
Oh, he's looking good. My man's my man's taking this like a champ. Go Crow. Go, 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 go. This is what I expected. Look at this guy. This is what I'm talking about. He's just drinking that soda like it's a Bud Light.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say refreshing?
It's very refreshing. I had to put both of the balls on both of my side of my
I
cheeks.
like how you say like you
Pause.
teared up from licking one of the balls, and now you have both of them in your mouth. You're not even pressed like that.
And then, hey, it's always the first time for everybody. The first time you put something in your mouth is always the hardest. But as you keep going and just allowing it to the flavor to just fall over your tongue and take over, and it's just enjoy the ride, you just fully enjoy the ride.
This guy's like the
Oh,
Bob
this is-
Ross of sour candy. He's like giving us a speech right now while he's ingesting all the sour. He's like a sour guru.
That's
This
not
is
the first time I've seen that happen though. Like I've had girls get close to my balls and they tear up.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
as soon as you put them in their mouth, they're fine.
I think you have to.
Yeah,
I think you
it's
have
just
to
like
wash
women.
them. I think washing them is a big important part. Is that what
Oh, that ruins the musk. The musk is half the attraction.
you need to
I hate the
smell?
must though.
It's part of the
Don't you
experience.
hate when you can smell the must on yourself?
No,
Well,
Roddy likes
you're
it.
not trying to attract yourself.
Roddy likes it. You want to give them pheromones out. You're saying. Wow,
Yeah, and
look
I-
at the
and I do-
crow go, dude. This is nothing to this guy. I don't think we can even turn up the sour from here. This is pretty much. I've seen grown men try this candy and they're like, tearing up. They're like, oh my god. I mean, if I had this, I'd probably be going crazy.
You guys already ruined his taste buds with all that hot stuff.
Yeah, that might be what it. My man can't even taste anymore, right? His taste buds
Now-
are scorched off.
So here's the options. What I could do right now, I can spit these two balls out. They're nothing anymore.
Right.
The sour effect goes on. I have to avoid this because this is whack. It's nothing. This is what you
Nothing.
give to kids.
The
from the corner
droppers are
store.
nothing.
This is one.
No
this is a
effect.
1 on the sour scale. It does
Throw
nothing
it
to
out.
you.
Throw it right away. Throw it out.
Just
Don't even
Wait.
eat it.
I
Throw
can
it
give
at
it
Throw it
Yeah.
at him.
Yeah.
I
Just
mean, at
trash.
this point, we just gotta have him just ingest battery acid. Like that's as
Yeah,
far as it can
right.
go.
Probably. And then we got the soda.
How sour
Honestly,
is that?
guys, this
Nothing. Child's play.
Child's Play. This is about a 3.
Wow. But the balls were a
This is-
10.
The balls is a strong 9 because
Oh, 9.
when you first get them in your mouth, they're just boom, they hit you.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't last long.
Really?
Once you mix the drops with the balls, they just cancel each other out. They don't enhance.
Wow.
They don't combine very well. The soda and the balls actually combine much better together.
It's a little,
than anything
more
else.
sour. It enhances it.
But to be honest, guys, with you, this ain't gonna do anything. Okay?
For you,
I'm the
you're a
champ.
pro.
Because I'm the man. This is nothing.
A lot of people thought your gums would be bleeding right now, your tongue would fall out of your mouth, people thought you'd be falling out of your chair, and you have
Look at
proven
this.
everybody wrong. Look at this guy. Look at that
Oh.
tongue. I mean,
How long do the balls last? About 43 seconds or what?
About you honestly, about that.
we got something in common.
It would be about damn. You're right. We do. I can hold
Look, you
balls,
got 2 more
sour
minutes
balls
on
in
the
my
clock
mouth.
and you're done. We should just cut the timer off. You're done.
Cut the
dude.
timer off, guys.
Forget
It doesn't
about
matter how
it.
many balls I put in my mouth. It's not. I can put a bunch of 3. I can just keep putting balls in my mouth for the rest of the show, and it still won't break me.
Wow. My man is
Pause.
impervious.
Of a drop.
My man is impervious. My man is impenetrable. His style is impetuous. He will eat your children. Wow.
So if anybody want to come up with a better product that won't kill me, but impress me, please do.
Good for you. You've shut down all the doubters. I would say that I thought like it would rip your mouth up, but I didn't think you were gonna not be able to handle it. I was telling everybody, no, I think he's gonna handle it better than you think. But I think it was like I thought the effects of the sour were gonna do, whatever they were gonna do on your mouth, regardless of how you handled it, if that makes sense. But you've proven all them wrong. You are not a weak crow. You
This
are
is
not.
I'm the master of sour. There's no sour product on this planet that can destroy me. Okay.
Listen, those are apparently the sourest candy. So if that's it,
What's the
there's
soda?
nothing
That's it?
else. My man has conquered it all.
What's that soda called?
That's called
The soda-
insanely sour or something. I like that mug, Rowdy. I like that mug. Nice Gritty Knows Best mug right in his hand. Yeah, insanely sour or something. You can check it out. We got it on Amazon.
Yeah, let me go spit these out. This is. I don't need these anymore.
I thought I was
The
gonna do
balls lost
something
the point.
crazy, man.
He
Damn.
wants to bring you a towel too.
The Crow is gonna fly away very soon, and we are gonna bring in Leonard and also our friend Tony, who you remember. Both of them were on 171. So Crow, we're gonna let you go for a moment, and we will see Crow back in a little while. There's gonna be don't worry, don't even worry. There's gonna be tons of Crow. The Crow will be back soon
Hey.
to talk to you.
Hey, do nothing
pleasure
to me,
you.
ladies and gentlemen.
All right, as promised, here is Leonard and Tony. There we go.
What's that? What's poppin'? What's poppin'?
Leonard, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well.
It's been a long road to get here. Maybe 3 months ago, we decided we kept this covert. We kept this very secret because we didn't know if this was gonna happen or how this was gonna happen. We'll get into everything. I mean, I guess let's tell everybody how this spawned. I guess, right? So
Exactly.
we were in a group chat of sorts with Leonard and a couple other people, and it just so happened that we found out Leonard was a virgin. So before even getting him on the show, obviously my brain just went off, fired off, and I said, Leonard, how would you feel if we took you to Nevada and we got you a nice high-class prostitute and she busted your cherry, she popped your cherry, and Leonard said, absolutely. And we went right to work. And let me tell you, we cannot name names. This was a very, like I said, covert, top secret. We cannot name names of anybody else involved, but Leonard and I. We did some crowdfunding. We got a whole team. We got SEAL Team 6 together to do this, okay? I felt like Obama putting this shit together. Like we were going to go kill Osama bin Laden. It was that important
Obama.
when we were putting this shit together. I felt like I was leading the charge to go take out a terrorist. Okay, so a couple months goes by. 2 weeks ago, before the 6 Hour Spectacular, it gets done. The deed gets done. They take Leonard to Nevada, and he had sexual relations with a sex worker, as they call them these days. So, Leonard, let me ask you this. Take me into your mind as the plan is coming together, and you say yes. What are you thinking?
Well, I was thinking, it's like, am I gonna be good enough? Am I gonna get nervous? Like, am I gonna stay hard? Like, it was pretty much like J. Cole's "Wet Dream" when he had
The song?
yeah,
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so this was like a couple months ago, or was this like moments before? What were you thinking day of, moments before you touched down in Vegas? What are you thinking?
I was really nervous. So I was like, oh wow, I'm like really about to go through with this. Like this is really about to happen. You know, I was like, I hope everything goes well. Like there's no complications or of what sort. So
And there was no
Well,
hesitation in your
excited.
mind, though. You didn't sound like you hesitated at all. Even this
No.
first day, you were like, "I'm doing it."
I was like, fuck it. It's like a once in a life opportunity. When can you say you had sex with a sex worker?
Right.
YOLO.
a lot of people,
YOLO,
I guess a lot of
okay?
people can say it's not that rare. But so let me ask you this: you get there, and you lay eyes on your date for the hour or however long you had. Right. What are you thinking when you see her?
Well, I couldn't really see her because it was kind of dark in the room.
Really? You didn't even get a
Yeah.
good
It was
look at
dark
her?
in the room. There was no light?
There was no light. It was like really dark.
Really? You didn't get a good look at her? She wasn't in the light at all? She didn't
I
come
know
greet
she was
you?
like light skinned. She was like
Don't be
Thomas.
suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Well, you did say you wanted a Spanish.
You sure she was a human?
I'm screaming. Was she
Roddy said you
human?
should
I'm
be-
fucking screaming.
Are you sure she was alive?
You sure she was a living human being?
Yeah, she was human. Like she spoke Spanish.
That's what you wanted. That's what you wanted, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
She
you got you
looks
what
She's
you
like
with Espanol.
He wanted that
Okay.
Spanish. He wanted that
on
Spanish.
like the very little bit of like, because my eyes are all messed up. She looked like she had like Thomas's complexion.
Okay, please
Like,
don't assert me. Please don't insert me in anywhere.
is
She was
Yeah.
that light skin, like that light skin right
please
there.
don't describe her
That
using
Puerto
my.
Rican butter pecan.
yeah.
What you wanted
spec-
though, wasn't it? Like a female version of Gritty?
You wanted one that looks just like me, right?
He wanted a few.
Is that why you watch the show so much?
You do worse, you know.
So let me say. So you specifically wanted a Spanish woman. Is that true?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want anybody else.
No black girls, no Asian girls.
Like, Asian girl would have been nice. but, you
Asian
know,
girl would have been all right, but that's it.
yeah.
So I was talking to one of the members of SEAL Team 6, and it did come across our desk that we could have got you an Australian one. And they were like, and I was like, listen, yo, you're honestly wilding if you don't want to take an Australian one because that accent is super hot. And
It
like,
is.
would
But
you
it
have done that if that's what we presented to you?
I would have went.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, because
I'm not like a picky person besides my food.
Is that a hot accent? I wasn't aware.
you don't
of
like
it
the
being-
Australian accent, the girl, the woman.
It's
Like
down
what?
under.
It's like one of
Like, is that really hot though? Like,
Yeah,
once
to
you
me,
like,
it's one of the
I
hottest
find the
accents.
Australian accent real attractive.
they're loading. She's like, crikey.
No, she don't do
That's
that.
Crikey
She's not the
mackerel.
crocodile hunter. He's not gonna do that. So
That's
you would have
supposed to be
accepted
some-
that, Leonard.
It's the big one.
And anytime that it came across the desk, like, what about this one, and they weren't Spanish, I just told them, let's just tell him she's Spanish. We'll just say, oh, she's just dark skinned Spanish. She's light skinned Spanish. You know, she's whatever. So you would
You
have
don't
went
speak
through
no
with
Spanish.
it. Yeah. So you would have through it. You would have went through it regardless. All right. So you get in the room. You say it's dark. You can kind of see her. So now, explain to us what happened when you get in the room with her.
So we went in a room. I guess she figured out I was like visually impaired, I guess because my big ass glasses. So she explained to in her best English way of talking, like she pulled down my pants and like she put the condom on and like she let me touch her body.
What'd you think? What'd you think of the body? What'd you think of that?
It was good. It was beautiful. You know, big ass, big titties.
Ooh, nice.
Not like me. All right. So you started touching.
So she
Yeah.
pulled your pants down. She put the condom on.
Yeah, I started feeling on her, boobs. She put my hands on them and like she, let me feel on them.
Just suck on her titties.
No,
Really?
No.
Wow.
Why not?
Odd. You didn't think
I
of
have
it?
I don't know the rules of that.
Yeah. Right. No, I respect that. I respect it. It probably didn't even occur to him. It's just a lot. It's overwhelming. There's a lot going on, right?
There's a lot going on in there.
Got
So
a
I
lot of
understand.
ass in your face, right? So you're touching her, and then how does it proceed from there? How does it move on?
Like she stands me up and then like she lays down and then like she takes my hot dog and she
That is wild.
Wait, hold on, wait. Before you say, but I heard you got top though.
no
You didn't get top.
no
Oh, we about to
I
get
gotta-
some.
Oh, no, we need to get-
we about
we
to
need
get
a
some
refund.
We about to get some money back. I heard you got topped off.
We need a
Boo.
refund.
I did not get I got a hand job but not like a blow job.
Oh, I think you
No.
about to get blowjob.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
Damn, that's what I heard. I gotta talk to SEAL Team 6 about that. Okay, so she lays down, and this is give us an approximation of how long was this? I guess you can call it foreplay. Was it short or
Well, I was in there for like 30 minutes.
In the
We paid
room?
for it, but it was only for like 30 minutes.
you were in the
really.
room for 30 minutes total?
So you paid for an hour and you was only there for 30 minutes?
Yeah, I don't know how that worked or
Okay.
She owes you an extra 30 minutes. We need
And
to
a
go
blow
back.
and a blow job.
Word.
Hello?
That's
A blowjob.
Go back and
We're
go get
gonna-
your extra 30 minutes. Did she give you an IOU?
Yeah, right. You'll come back for another 30. Come back next week?
Come back for another 30. I got you.
Tokens for next time.
Okay,
Mhm.
so how long before, like, how long do you think it was before you ended up like sticking it in there? the foreplay aspect of it? How long did that last, you think?
So after like feeling and like playing with her,
You playing with her pussy?
yeah,
Ooh, how did that
What
feel?
do you think about that?
that was fun.
I bet
I
you
forgot-
damn
Was
right.
she shaved? Was she bald? Like, did she have a little hair on there? What?
It was nice shaped,
Ooh.
which I like.
Did you eat it?
No,
No, please no.
Good job. Good
Yeah,
job. 'Cause
that
she
was a
didn't
trick.
suck you off. You ain't eating her out.
And even then, who's gonna eat a? She's a prostitute. Why would he eat her out?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Let's just start there. Like, yeah.
Very true.
Before we even start about talking about reciprocation, I don't think you should have done it in the first place. Like, nah. But she should have
Very
topped you
true.
off, though. All right, so you're feeling on her and stuff, and then you say she lays down, and what happens next?
she guided my hot dog to her like her vagina, and I was hitting it from the front.
So how did it feel when you-
Yeah. Let's pause, right?
Yeah, how did
So,
it feel when you first
I like
went
how
in?
you give an analogy for your dick, but not the vagina. Like you just totally don't even analogize that one.
I thought you were gonna
st-
slip the hot dog into the bun or something.
yeah. He's like, I stuck my hot dog in her vagina. So you stick. So all right. Listen. Hold on. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting out of hand now. How old are you? 28.
I'm about to be 29 in 2 months.
28 years, right? So this moment, 28 years in the making, you have not had this experience, right? So your dick
Nope.
is in her hand and she's guiding it inside of her. What is going on in your mind as you enter the pearly gates?
I was like, so this is what people go crazy about. I see.
Yes! Sorry.
Scale of 1 to 10,
What we
how
go
did it
crazy
feel?
about. You're right.
How did
Welcome
it
to
feel?
Pits of Hell. We love this shit.
What runs the world, man?
1 to
Word.
10, how did it feel?
I'll give it a 10.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
It was a good skit.
Wow. This is amazing. This
Was
is
it
truly
like, did it
amazing.
feel tight or did it feel like loose?
It didn't feel tight. It was like in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
Like
She a little pro.
She's been working
so.
for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's working. Yeah, she working a lot of things.
Yeah, she's a
But
little.
at least she was doing her kegels, keeping it tight enough.
She's not new.
You
on
know,
the
she's
job.
getting it stretched out on a daily. But good job, girl.
Okay,
Do your
well,
thing.
so
Big ups to you in that regard.
So you're in now. Now we're in, and then what's going on? You thrusting or what's happening now?
Just thrusting.
You're thrusting inside, and now
Did you feel like you had to like bust like right then and there, or like it was good?
Nah, it was good. Like I thought I was gonna do it, like shoot off in like 2 minutes.
Mhm.
shit 2 minutes.
What
That's a
else?
long time.
Hell
2
yeah.
minutes. That's mad long.
Yes.
Was it longer than 43 seconds?
Yeah, it was longer. It was
Wow.
like 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad at all for your first time.
So
So,
Word,
it
not
was
bad at
only
all.
so she was on the bed, and then you were like missionary, but you were standing up off the bed.
I was on top of her.
But
I
you
was
were
on top.
so you were on top of her on the bed.
Yeah.
Okay. So did it progress from there? Did it go to any other positions, or that was it?
I hit from the back.
Whoa,
Oh,
you
you
did
did
it!
it!
Oh,
Hey,
yeah, that's
okay.
why you gotta get a Spanish one. That's when it
that's the-
really comes in handy. That's
Hand
when
it
it's
from
the
the
best.
back.
That's
Ooh.
when it's okay. So all right. Now okay. So you're doing it missionary, and then she flips over on you.
Yeah.
And what is that
So at
now?
this point, you didn't come yet, right?
No way.
No, I came twice.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Well, okay, wait. Let's go back. Now, all right. So you're in her missionary, and when is the first time you come?
It took me when I was trusting her.
During the first position.
Yeah.
How long?
Okay.
Mm.
He said 4 minutes.
Oh, 4 minutes was for the first one, not total.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the first
4 minutes in, you bust, and then she changes the condom on you.
Yeah.
All right. So all right, she didn't give you a BJ, but at least she gave you a few rounds. Okay, so then you go
Yeah.
back in missionary, or she flips over for you.
She flips over and I hit from the back.
Wow.
Bet.
Did she throw it back on you, or were you thrusting in her?
I was trusting.
Wow, my man, beautiful. And what is that? So now, what is that like? A new position? Your mind is already blown. Did you like missionary better, or did you like doggy style better?
I like missionary.
Really?
Ooh,
Why?
okay.
Why is that?
I don't know. It seems like I have cause standing up and doing it, hit it from the back, my balance is a little off.
Oh, you were standing. You weren't kneeling on the bed.
Yeah, I wasn't
Okay.
kneeling.
Okay, but how was the ass though?
Fat.
You like
That's
that?
a stat. Ooh.
I was asking if you had your hands on her waist because that's the best. You know.
Yeah, where were your
Where were your hands at?
Right cheek, left cheek. Like I didn't.
Oh, right, get cup in the booty. Okay.
Yeah. That's like expert mode shit.
Word, cup in the booty. Did you slap it? Did you slap
No.
it or did you just feel on it?
I was feeling on it.
There you go.
Okay.
So
Bring it
now
to
we're
rest
about, let's say
then.
we're about 6 minutes into this experience. Is she saying anything to you? Is she moaning? What's going on?
He's moaning.
Whoa, you made him moan.
Yeah.
Did it sound like legitimate or did it sound fake?
I don't know if he knows the
No,
difference.
it sounded real.
Oh, you
Okay.
make, all right. That's my man.
Was-
Well, yeah,
too
she's a pro too,
exaggerated,
so
so
she
he's probably
might
getting
know how
it
to do that shit well.
Yeah. What did you say, Roddy? Sorry.
No, I was just saying that if it wasn't too over exaggerated, it means he was doing some shit well.
There you go. All right. So you thrust it from the back and then you come again when?
During the hand job.
Wait, so you're smashing from the back and then she takes it out to give you a hand job?
Yeah.
Really?
That's
That's an odd transition. I never heard
Interesting
anything.
word. That's a weird
You should
transition.
have sucked it off.
Did you keep the condom on for the hand job or not?
I think so.
Why
I
didn't
think
she
she
just
took
let you come from that position? I don't get it.
Word.
Were you going too
I don't-
long for her? You don't even know, right?
No.
Okay, you didn't. Okay, so she takes it out and then she's giving you a hand job. You come again, and what's next?
Oh, she cleans me up and that was it.
Oh, so
She
you got
cleaned
2
you
rounds.
up.
Yeah.
How did she clean you up? Like, what did she do?
She gave me a napkin. Like she took the condom off and she gave me a napkin to like wipe off everything.
And she did that.
She gave it to you, or she didn't do it for you?
No,
Oh,
she
what kind of
gave
service
it
is
to me.
this? Come on,
Oh, okay.
come on. I gotta talk to the
You
team.
said she
about
cleaned you up. I thought she straight up put you down like
You
on
know,
a
this
baby.
is
Word.
kind of
Like, I'm like, she
bullshit.
cleaned you up. I'm thinking that she did that. I'm like,
No.
oh, so she gave you some
baby
treatment.
wipes and stuff. Yeah.
Like, she's like, oh, let me clean you off, daddy. Da, da, da. You know, type shit.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm a
that's-
little disappointed because I assumed you were gonna get a blowjob there. So now we got to go get you a blowjob now because now you skipped a step. You're supposed to get a
You
blowjob.
sure did.
You're supposed to get a blowjob, and now we gotta bring you back out. We gotta get a new task force in, and we're told the new one. Just give him a blowjob, and that's it.
Give
That's
him a
it. That's all we
blowjob.
need.
That's it.
That's all we need because you did not check that off your off your list. Damn, man.
That was on the Cobra Cop team. I don't know.
No, I'm not gonna put it on them. I'm just gonna. It's definitely on the prostitute that you got. You know,
I think everyone would just assume. Yeah, you would just assume that'd be
because
included.
word got back to me that you did get a blowjob. I didn't ask much. I didn't know anything about this till today, except for I thought you got a blowjob. So she clean. So you end up cleaning yourself up, right? She gives you like she should have
Yeah.
cleaned you up on her. I feel like a little bit of like a little service on her part. Okay, so then
Word.
and then she kicks you out.
No, she sits me down in the chair. Like she pulls my pants up and she like guides me to the couch outside.
Oh, so she kicked
Did
you
you
out.
guys-
So she
You
basically
guys didn't like converse after the fact, like have a nice little conversation before you left.
No.
She had like broken
Oh,
English.
wow.
She had broken English,
She
right?
got straight to. Oh yeah, she can't speak no English.
Yeah.
She got straight to business.
You said she did explain something to you, right?
Yeah, she was explaining like the different parts of her body. Cause like I said, I guess she held by my big ass glasses that was visually impaired.
She's like,
There
this
was
is
something
my,
wrong
this
with
is
my
my
eyes.
ass. This is my pussy. Is that what she said? Is that what she said?
Yeah, I can't.
Is that what she did?
In that order.
Yo, I'm dying.
That's what I figured, dude. That's what I figured. That's wild, man. So then she ends up kicking you out, right? All right. So you love it in the moment. You had a great time while doing this, right?
Yeah.
You said missionary was your favorite. All right. So you're out of there now, and then I'll tell you what was relayed to me from one of SEAL Team 6's members. Okay, I said I don't want to know much, but just tell me what he looked like when he came out. And if you're not watching this, Leonard has gray hair all over his head, and they said that motherfucker's hair was turning black. That's how happy he looked. He looked like his
Shit.
They said his hair was turning back black. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, my hair was a little different color.
Came out of there with a big ass smile on
She
your
was-
face, like I feel
She
like
was
a new
curious.
man.
Hell yeah.
I'm in the club now.
Okay. So she guides you out, and then what's on your mind now?
I was like, wow. So what's wrong with my mind? I was like, wow, I really just did that.
Wow.
I really just had sex.
Fantastic. I mean, this is magical. This is beautiful.
Word. Welcome to the team.
Wow.
Welcome. It's nice over here.
Okay, so Roddy, why don't you address something that was relayed to us from Leonard earlier on when we were getting ready for this?
Yeah, so you left the place and you had that spring in your step. I think we've all, anyone that has experienced that knows that spring in your step. So I assume you enjoyed it enough, a lot, but you also did tell us that that you're good if you never do that again.
Or you said you don't want it. You don't want to do it again, or
you're
okay?
good if you don't do it again,
I'm not really expecting to happen again.
But it's not like you'd turn it down.
Yeah.
Will you be looking for it though, like not prostitution wise, but like normally?
Just in general.
If it happens, it happens. Like I leave it up to God's hands.
Wow, what a great answer. Because let me tell you, some people did not have faith in you. Some people were saying that you would become addicted and your life would spiral into degeneracy and you spend all your money on prostitution. I said, I said, not my Leonard. That's not gonna happen.
I would never believe that. I'll be shocked if you was to do that.
I said
I'll
no.
be extremely
Hoping
shocked.
that's what.
First of all, my rent's about $215. Prostitution says like $260. I'm good off that.
That's
He said, I'm
rent.
good.
That's rent.
It's not worth it. I gotta live somewhere.
So you're
I
not
don't
going
need- I don't
to
need
spiral into despair and being broke so you can get some prostitutes every day.
Exactly.
Wow.
I don't live in a shelter no more. I don't make those dumb mistakes like I did back in the shelter. I'm good off that.
So this is not even something you would maybe entertain. Like you could save up a little money for a couple months and then blow your load literally.
Special
maybe
occasion
maybe
thing,
every
like
4 months or
Maybe like every birthday.
yeah. It's not something you it's open to you now because I thought maybe you'd think something like that.
Maybe I'll think about it, but
You're not pressed. Like you're not really stressed about it. It's just
Exactly.
grateful that you got it done like the first time.
yeah, I got to experience it.
You know what
So-
it was? It's because he didn't get the blowjob. If you would have got the blow, you would blew his mind.
You'd be spiraling by now.
You would have loved that. You
The
would've loved
blowjob
that.
would have put you in a different type of stance. Like, oh, I gotta do this again.
Wow. Well, you sound like you're of sound mind and you sound like you have a healthy perspective on this. Along with people saying that, they thought you were going to spiral down into despair and degeneracy. So somebody brought up the fact, like, why didn't we just bring you to like a crack house? And I was like, absolutely not.
Oh, hell no.
The first thing I told you, what was the first thing I told you? I said, we're going to bring you somewhere classy. Did I not?
Exactly.
We brought you. We took you to Las Vegas, right, on economy class, and you had something. Would you say? What would you say? Would you rate this establishment or the person you went to? How would you, on a classy scale?
There's a black-owned business, so we support black-owned business.
Yes, yes.
I would give it an 8.
An 8?
Yeah.
Wow, my business is a black-owned business.
That's not bad at all.
It's hard to find a restaurant that could score an 8, let alone a freaking.
A prostitution place. Oh,
Dude, I'm so glad we didn't bring you to a crack house because just on the news the other day, they found a woman in Ohio. She had HIV and she was a prostitute and she had sex with 211 people while being HIV positive.
oh no.
They put out like
boy.
a whole health a warning to everybody in Ohio. And if you see this woman, she's like, I don't know how she got 211 clients. Honestly, like we would have never gave you something like that. Just know
Probably
that.
price
Was she like ugly?
She looked like meth had its way with her. Meth had its way with
poor
her.
thing.
The way
But you see,
Price
people will
was-
still sleep with anything. That's how you know. Like they don't care. Niggas don't give a shit.
I would have
They're
went to
addicted to anything.
jail. I would have went to jail for a murder.
Oh,
You see?
listen,
Look at that.
If you caught something like that from.
your first
Someone-
time, imagine, and we're liable too. We fucked you up.
Word.
I was not letting that happen. We make sure you're going somewhere nice and
nice and
safe.
clean.
Nice and safe. Damn, we're not gonna bring you to no.
Condom safe. Always strap up all the time.
We're not gonna bring you to no
Nasty.
lot lizard. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now. Everybody that was involved was gladly involved. Everybody had such a great time. Everybody was rooting for you, buddy. Everybody, thank you to everybody that donated because, like I said, we did crowdfund to make this happen. So shout out and thank you to all the anonymous donors, and a big special shout out to SEAL Team 6 who was working on this. They were on the ground. I mean, they were telling me that when you touched down, they felt like they were in a real covert military high tense operation. They said it was tense Will you agree? It was like it was serious. The vibe was serious until it was done, wasn't it?
It was.
It was
Everything was like height, and make sure it got done and everything.
right. And there was some incidences that went on. There was some not mistakes, but there were some issues that went on, and SEAL Team 6 made sure that they were taken care of. All those issues went away. They handled them like total pros. This was a professional team, and like I said, man, I felt like I was Obama in the Situation Room waiting for Osama to be killed. I was sitting here right at my desk. I'll never forget the moment, and I just get a text from one of the members, from the head of the operation, and he said, "The Eagle has landed." And I started slamming my fist on my desk. I was like, yes, yes, yes. And I said, "Did he do it?" And he said, "Confirmed." And I don't think I've been this happy in years, for real. I mean, I felt so amazing that we could do this for you. Like I said, we would have done this for you if we didn't have a show, by the way. We totally would have done this for you. I've known Leonard since we were like, I don't know, 8 years old. So it was my pleasure. It was our pleasure to make this happen for you, man.
We're so happy for you. So
I
happy.
appreciate everyone for doing this. Y'all are real MVPs.
No, you are. No, you are. Okay. So now I don't think we have a virgin on the crew anymore. I think everybody's good, right? We don't have any more. Anybody else want to speak up?
I'll speak up if it gets me some free cookies.
What?
I already know about you. You already told me too many things. You
You already spilled your secrets already.
Right. And then I heard that you were given some like a nice feast afterwards. So you went home feeling good.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you got some pussy, you got some good ass food.
Yeah.
Wow, you living it up.
What did you get to eat?
Taco Bell.
Nice.
Taco
Nice.
Bell. I was expecting some gourmet meal.
I thought
I
it was-
get that Taco Bell.
That's
That
cool. Listen,
sounds
that's
good.
gourmet. That's expensive these days. All fast food is expensive these days.
I can't front after some good pussy, bro. And maybe after that, like Taco Bell is there, hit.
That's it, bro. I heard you got a milkshake. My man was living good.
Shit.
So you're done. You had this experience, and then the next day is anything? Does anything change? Do you feel different? Like what's going through your mind now that it's completed?
I think about it.
Is it
I
something
think-
you look back on fondly?
Yeah,
Do you jerk off to like the thought of it?
a little bit.
A little, a little bit usually means a lot.
Yeah,
a little
word.
bit,
It's just like, oh yeah, like booty
kind
get
of.
big.
Yo, let me ask you quick. You know what a fleshlight is?
A what?
You never heard of a fleshlight?
What's a fleshlight?
That's something you need to get. A fleshlight is a sex toy that mimics a vagina, and I think you would love that. I'm surprised you never. Everybody, Tony, you know what that is, right? Obviously.
Of course I know what
And
that is.
Roddy, you've had like 16, right?
Yeah,
You might be able to give one away.
blowing through them. Yeah,
Check
You
out a
might
fleshlight.
you might want to
bro.
donate one.
Yeah. Give him a used one. For a
used
low
one.
price. Yeah, just clean it up.
The
How many?
used one is crazy.
Give him the one with the least miles on it.
Yeah,
The least amount of
no.
miles. It's a
The
sex toy
least
that.
amount of miles.
it-
Try to find one that's not as stretched out. Like we want to try and have it like tight enough so he can really stretch it out himself.
Right.
We're gonna be Eskimo brothers off of a fleshlight. Can you believe that?
Oh God! Then you might get some. We don't know what Roddy's been doing. You might get something from that light. You gotta relax. So is that something you'd be? I mean,
okay.
listen, it's something that mimics a vagina. Is that something you may be open to having, so you could just knock some shit out once in a while?
I think about it.
Yeah, check it
That's
out. It's
something-
something that came to my mind. It was like, what if you can have it, in your back
Always
pocket?
good to have. It's always good to. It's just like every woman should have a dildo or vibrator in her nightstand.
Yeah, I fucked the fleshlight once. It was all right. It wasn't anything crazy. It was all right, but I think you'd like it. Once in a while, knock it right out.
Word.
You'll
Pound
be
it
good.
out. Take
That's
all your
right.
frustration out. It relieves stress. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
know,
This is
anytime
the
you
expert.
reduce blood
Tony's the
pressure,
expert. Tony
all
is
that
the
good
expert.
stuff. It actually helps you sleep too. So just bust it out, knock out.
Have you been sleeping better after? How great did you sleep that night?
Where I was about to ask that.
I sound like a baby.
Yes. So she did her job. She did her due diligence. That's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, half of
Sleep like a fucking baby in the womb. Knock the fuck out.
it. She did
Oof.
half of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it took me like 3 hours to get home. So
Yeah.
after I got home and I knocked out.
You spent more
Pass
time
the
on the
fuck
road
out.
than
Pass
inside
the
her.
fuck out.
Wow, this is an amazing experience. This is something to be celebrated, and we're all involved in history. Everybody that donated, everybody that was there, you listening right now, you are involved in history. This is ingrained in the history books as one of the greatest moments, if not the greatest moment of Gritty Knows Best. We are very, very proud. Leonard, you have the floor. Anything else you want to say?
Just thank y'all again for giving me the opportunity to experience this.
Absolutely.
You're very welcome.
We would do it again in a heartbeat. Okay.
Sure would.
Absolutely.
Next time, blowjob.
We gotta go. We're gonna go get you a blowjob. I think we'll all go get a blowjob. We'll all go back. We're gonna go back to Vegas.
Put that together.
Yeah, let's all get a blowjob. Not in the same.
I'll be right there just watching y'all get blowjobs.
You can watch. We won't be in the same room though, so you got to pick a room.
We're gonna be in the same mouth, motherfucker. Fuck it.
I'm good on that. I'm good on that. Would you want to run a train on a girl with Roddy? Would you want to double team?
He said we're gonna be in the same mouth. I'm dying.
I'm good. I don't do touch.
It honestly saves time, so I'm gonna be going from room to room.
I don't do touch these. I don't do touch these.
The logistics are just a lot better this way.
It's a lot better.
I don't do touch these.
This is crazy.
Are you open to tag teaming a woman with Roddy, Leonard?
I gotta build myself up for that.
You got to give her.
Got this.
Listen, Roddy don't judge. Roddy don't judge.
Yeah, we'll get this done.
And Tony, you can
I'm with
watch.
this shit.
Tony, you can watch. I'll hear.
I'm down
about
to
it.
watch. I'm always here to watch. I love it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, Tony, thank you for coming on. I know you. There's nobody else I'd rather have besides you here to hear this. You know, as soon as we made it happen, I said we got to get Tony on to hear about this, to discuss this. And Roddy, same for you, man. This was incredible.
I am glad to have been here for this because it's a real good, like a lighthearted story. Like it really made me feel good.
Yeah. I mean, people were saying that we should be sainted after this. People were saying that
for sure.
Sure.
we were doing God's work. You know, we are like, you know, the angels of.
We did our good deed for the year.
Right. I think
My one step closer to heaven.
Right.
Thank you.
I think we will be celebrated for this for many years to come, for generations to come. Truly.
Generations. I'm so
Truly.
for it. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thank you for coming on. Leonard, thank you. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of both of you, Leonard and Tony and Roddy. So right now what we're going to do is Electra and I are going to be doing a spooky segment, and we are going to be diving deep into a real life haunting in history. Okay, it's going to get scary, it's going to get wicked, and we're going to do some other fun spooky things on that segment as well. And when we come back, we are going to be joined again by Crow, and I'm going to be drinking some very disgusting sodas, and we got a lot more of the 6-hour special to go. So see you soon. As you know, Electra and I are going to be doing a deep dive into a real life spooky haunting, but that's not all we're going to do right now. We are also going to be talking about 4 of the most haunted places in Salem, Massachusetts. And you know that place is haunted all over the place. There's all kind of spooky stuff going on over there from what went on back in the day. And then after that, we are going to be taking a look at a scary YouTube short to see, and we're going to judge if it was some real paranormal activity going on in that short, or if we think it was bullshit. Electra, thanks for coming on. Great to see you.
Always. It's a pleasure.
As I said, can't think of anybody else I'd rather talk about this stuff with. Especially because this is from the Warren case files. We're going to be digging into the Warren case files right now. I know how much you love them, and so do I. Now, the interesting thing about this case is this is not a very prominent or really a very popular case in their files. I mean, it did have a book about it in 1988 came out called The Haunted, and I did read most of that book for this segment. And there's also a TV movie about this called The Haunted, I think, also, that came out in 2001. But this is not one of the most popular. And although it is not one of the most prominent cases, I can confidently say that this was probably the one I had the most fun researching, other than the Annabelle case. So this one was a lot of fun for me.
All right, let's hear it.
Very excited to share it with you. So let's take a deep dive into the Smurl haunting.
Most people don't believe in ghosts and goblins, and neither did Jack and Janet Smurl, a well-adjusted middle-class couple in a small Pennsylvania town, until the haunting began.
Also known as the Nightmare on Chase Street, The Smurl case began as your typical haunting, but over time, it escalated into one of the most disturbing cases of paranormal phenomena ever documented that will leave a horrifying scar on its victims for the rest of their lives. Yeah, it's about to get crazy in here. It's about to get crazy. So, pretty much every neighborhood has that haunted house, that notorious house that everybody on the block talks about and stays away from. Well, in Pedersen, Pennsylvania, on Chase Street, that house was 328-330, a duplex home that was built way back in 1896. And like I said, that house was the haunted house that everybody stayed away from and everybody was afraid of. From way back in the day, people reported hearing strange noises from that house and seeing strange things, like people looking out at them from the window even when that home was not occupied. Well, in the fall of 1973, Jack and Janet Smurl, along with their daughters Dawn and Kim, decided to make that their home after their home was destroyed in a vicious hurricane. And like I said, this is a duplex home, so it's a side-by-side duplex. So Jack and Janet ended up bringing Jack's parents, John and Mary, along, and they stayed on the other end of the house. Now, for a whole year in 1973, everything was going absolutely perfect. They were the perfect family on the block. Everybody knew them. They said they assimilated into the community well, and they never had any issues. Well, that was until 1974 when they started doing some renovations. Now, I don't know about you, Electra, but I've heard this before, that when you start doing renovations in homes, even if there's no paranormal activity beforehand, sometimes it lays dormant, and then when you start hammering shit and nailing shit down, the spirits get upset and they start coming out. You ever heard that?
Yeah, actually, I have. It's because they feel like you're disturbing the home and, you know, the energy and things like that.
Right,
Which
right.
never hits your house. But
They're probably thinking, I've been here X amount of years. Who are you to be changing shit up, changing the floors? I like the tile floor. Now you're making it wood. Get the fuck out of here. So now they're going to haunt them, right? So, as I said in the intro, this started out as your basically typical haunting for the most part, where it's almost unrecognizable, aside from a few things that we'll talk about. So the first thing that kicked everything off was when the Smurls got a new rug. So they get this rug, and out of nowhere, when they unveil it, they see some kind of weird grease stain on the rug. And they were like, what is that? Like, that wasn't there when we bought the rug. So they clean the rug. They come back the next day after cleaning it, and the stain comes back. And then the stain comes back again after cleaning it. Okay? Now, as I said, they were renovating, so they got tools out. They got all this stuff that they're working on, and the tools start to go missing, and other things start to go missing around the house, which is pretty typical. Now, Jack was a pretty skilled welder, and he was welding some pipes in the house, and he said, just like the rug, every time he would fix the pipes, every time he would weld them, the pipes would magically, out of nowhere, spring a leak again. Out of nowhere, as if they were never welded in the first place. And then my man knew what he was doing. They were also having plumbing issues, and when they were renovating the bathrooms, Jack and Janet would renovate the bathroom. They'd fix the tub, they'd fix the sink up, and when they would come back in the next day, they said that the tub and the sink were all scratched and clawed up, as well as the woodwork they were working on. They'd paint the wood, they'd come back the next day, and it was scratched and clawed up very mysteriously. What is that about? Like an animal got in the house or something, you know?
a demonic presence.
Yeah. Oh, you're already calling it. You're already. Was it a demon? We'll see. We'll see as the story progresses. So one day Jack was watching TV around this time, and he said he's watching a cowboy western movie, and all of a sudden the TV just straight up bursts into flames and explodes right in front of his face. Yes. And that's not the only fire that apparently happened. Apparently they got a stove, and that caught fire, and then the wiring in Jack's brand new car caught fire as well. So there was some fires going down. It started to get serious. There was also an odd smell starting to permeate through the house. And then their daughter Dawn would come to the parents' room at night and report that she saw people floating over her at night as she was trying to go to sleep. Very, very spooky, very odd. The TV exploding was the craziest one so far.
This is nuts.
Imagine that. I never even heard of that. Imagine that. Come home and the TV fucking explodes.
Like what?
I'd be pissed. Especially at that time, the TV's all you got. Once that's done, what are you going to do? You going to play a board game? You ain't got shit to do.
Shit, twiddle your thumbs.
Yeah, exactly. You ain't got a phone. So, this all pretty much stayed the same for 3 years. They had the same kind of issues. Things would go missing, blah, blah, blah. Nothing really too serious. And even at this point, they kind of were joking around saying, oh, we got a ghost in the house. We have a little spooky spirit, LOL. Well, 3 years later... In 1977, things started to ramp up a little bit more. The Smurl started to report toilets flushing on their own. They also started to report the radio blasting, even though the radio was unplugged.
Dun-dun-dun.
Dun-dun-dun is right. Jack Smurl, the father, reported hearing weird footsteps, noises like drawers opening and closing upstairs when nobody was home. The rocking chairs outside were reportedly rocking on their own when I guess there was no wind or anything that would be rocking them. They were rocking as if people were rocking inside of them. Then Jack Smurl reported that one night he was laying in bed with his wife and he felt somebody touch his shoulder. He thinks it's his wife, but it was not his wife because she was asleep. So now people getting touched.
Shit.
It's getting crazy.
Flag.
And I'd like to note at this time, they gave birth to their twin daughters, Shannon and Karen. So now we got some new characters in our story here. So now this time period, we're going to talk about an 8-year period between 77 and 85. This is when all these events that I'm about to lay out went down, but there's no real exact chronological order, I guess, for when each one of these happened. Okay?
Right.
So as I said, Jack has his parents, John and Mary, sleeping and living in the other house right next door. So they can basically hear everything going on, right next door because they share a wall. So for a couple of weeks, Jack's mom was hearing Jack and Janet fighting over in the next apartment. And she said she was reporting them cursing at each other and screaming at each other and going crazy. And she was getting pretty upset about it. She was like, I've never heard them talk like that. They're disrespecting each other. They're cursing at each other. And one day, Mary finally went over to Jack and Janet's. And she was like, what is up with you guys? You guys are losing your minds. You guys are cursing at each other. You can't be doing that. And Jack and Janet looked at her like, the fuck are you talking about? We ain't been cursing at each other. What are you even? We ain't been doing none of that. So my girl was hearing that from who knows what. She was having some auditory hallucinations out of nowhere.
Yes.
Speaking of auditory hallucinations, this is when Janet started to finally hear things in the house for herself. So I have a little piece of an interview that the Warrens ended up doing with Jack and Janet back in like 86. And I'm going to play you a piece of Janet talking about the specific incident that happened in the laundry room. And this was an incident that really, I guess, turned the tides and was really a turning point in this haunting. So let's hear what Janet had to say about the spooky event that went down in the laundry room when she was home alone.
I was down in the basement doing clothes. I have my washer and dryer down there. And I had turned away from the washer. I was just getting ready to come upstairs to the kitchen. And I heard this female voice. And she said, Janet, Janet, very clear. And I thought it was my sister. I said, I'll be right up. Well, when I got to the top of the steps, of course, there was no one there. And I was alone in the house. The front door was locked. There was no way that anybody could have gotten into this house.
Were you very uneasy?
I thought in the beginning, oh, it's only you. You're hearing things. That's exactly how I felt, that I had heard something.
So after this went down, Janet said that she ran upstairs to her room and just started praying for hours until somebody came home. Yeah, so this one really spooked her. And like I said, they already figured that they had something going on in the house. But now this is the first time that something I think really ended up scaring Janet.
Yeah, of course.
After that, Janet would end up seeing something as well. She was already kind of shaken up and a little spooked out about hearing something. So one day she goes out by herself. She does some errands to chill out, to hang out, and it takes a day for herself, essentially. She comes back home alone again. She's in the kitchen, and that's when she sees a shadow man appear in front of her very eyes. She reports that this man was like a black, smoky shadow wearing a cape, okay? And she says she just is looking at this guy, staring at this guy in disbelief, and the guy walks past her, right past her shoulder, just brushes past her, and walks right into the living room. And Janet stays there for a second and gets her bearing. She doesn't even know what just happened. She finally gets the balls to go into the living room and look and see where this dude is at. And obviously, you can guess it, he's nowhere to be found.
Of course.
The shadow figure is gone. So Janet, all freaked out, decides that she's going to go right next door, right over the wall to where John and Mary live, where Jack's parents are, and tell them about what just happened. So she goes right next door, and as she goes in, she's going to tell Jack's mom what she saw. But that's when Mary stopped her and was like, hold on. I know you got something to say, but listen to this shit. She's like, you ain't going to believe what just happened to me. So now Mary's telling her that after Janet had this experience, Mary said that she was just sitting in the living room by herself when she sees the same shadow man walk down her steps, walk through her house, and disappear. And like I said, this is before Janet was even able to tell her anything. So she saw the exact same thing.
Right there.
Now, you would think that after this, all hell would break loose. But actually, it did not. Everything pretty much chilled out for a while, for so long that the Smurls ended up thinking like, oh, I think it's over. I think that the ghosts are gone. I think we just had a little incident and everything's fine. Well, because something else would happen, a very big incident that was another turning point in this haunting. And we're going to hear Janet describe that incident again for herself right now.
Heather and Shannon and myself were in the kitchen, and I was pinning her collar onto her her confirmation robe. And we have a 4-foot by 2-foot ceiling light, and it came without no warning at all. In a matter of a split second, it came crashing down onto the kitchen table. It was very frightening because we didn't know. It was unexpected, and it wasn't like a light that had broken naturally. It didn't tip, it didn't sway, it just came crashing down. And it gouged Shannon on the forehead, and it gouged a mark onto the refrigerator. And this was about a half an hour before we went to church.
Now that light is held up by 2 chains. Right. And then there
and 2 eye hooks.
And 2 eye hooks folded into the beam.
Into the beams. And when my father-in-law came over and looked at it, because he's very, very handy with these kind of things, he looked at it, he said, there is no way that this thing could have happened. One side would have broken, something would have given first, but this was nothing. In a matter of a split second, it crashed onto the table.
So now, things looking like they're getting a little violent. The girl got cut in the face from the light. Imagine that. Out of nowhere, the light comes down inexplicably, as they said. There was no real reason it should have fell that way altogether. One of the chains would have given out. Very, very scary. And this would really, really shake up the Smurls now. But it would only get worse from here. Okay, after this happened, Jack reports he was sleeping in bed one day, I'm assuming by himself. And the next thing you know, he wakes up and my man is just levitating in the air. He was just levitating. Then he falls down in the bed. He's freaking out. He's all scared because my man was just floating.
Yeah.
Insane.
That is freaking unbelievable for real.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable is true. What else is unbelievable and absolutely insane is that apparently the haunting started to spread to the neighbors. Okay. Now, in the book, The Haunted, that I was reading for this, they talked to one of the neighbors' daughters, and she says that one day Janet came over the house to tell her mom about everything that was happening. And the daughter was like, LOL, like, oh, you're watching too many horror movies. Like, that's insane. That's crazy. Ha, ha, ha. And then she's like, oh, I kind of felt bad about making fun of her. So then I just, like, stopped. And then I started asking her questions about it. And she said Janet was still in good spirits. And she was, like, very nice to her.
Right.
Anyway, Janet and the neighbor's daughter's mother end up leaving the house for whatever reason. They go do something. So the neighbor's daughter is hanging out in the house by herself. And all of a sudden, she hears the radio start playing when nobody's home.
Yep.
And the next thing she knows is the front door opens all by itself.
F that, man.
Okay? All by itself.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely insane. And they said in the book The Haunted that other neighbors were reporting hearing banging and hearing weird things going on in the house, because I'm sure at this point they've started to hear the banging on the walls. So the timeline is a little all over the place, but I'm sure at this time they started hearing the banging on the walls. And then, so the Smurls would like to go camping every once in a while so they can get away from the chaos going on at home. And one time, they went out camping. One of the neighbors decided that they were going to walk by the house and check it out, make sure everything was good. That's what they did as neighbors. They made sure everybody's house was good when they were gone. So this neighbor and the wife are walking by the house, and next thing you know, the neighbor says that he heard screams of bloody murder going on in the Smurl house when nobody was there. Okay, so even when they were gone, and like I said in the beginning, that's what people said, that even if the house wasn't occupied, shit was still popping off.
Exactly.
Yep. At this point, Janet had enough, and she started researching and looking around, calling the local church, and she said nobody would help her. She was calling churches, she was calling professors that kind of dealt in this kind of realm, and all of them would say, "Oh, you're watching too many scary movies. You're getting too wacky right now." Yeah, nobody even believes them. So they were getting absolutely nowhere with this, okay? And as they're doing all the searching around, like I said, they started hearing all kind of banging on the walls, loud pounding on the walls, and the smell that I was referring to in the beginning became a lot more putrid, and it would run people out of the rooms. They couldn't stand in the room anymore. The daughters would say that they would hear like weird sounds of birds flocking in the room, like loud, as if a whole like tribe of birds were flocking and flying around the room out of nowhere, okay? Then, another pivotal event in the haunting that really spooked him out, Jack and Janet were laying in the bed one night, and all of a sudden, as they're cuddling in bed, Janet starts getting ripped out of Jack's arms from the bed by the leg. She says that she felt somebody grab her by the leg, and Jack's trying to pull her in, and they're basically having a tug of war with Janet's body right now at this point. Yeah, things got insane. So insane, in fact, that it didn't just affect the humans, because these guys had a little dog. I think it was like a golden retriever or something like that, right? And one day, speaking of people getting pulled and shoved around, one day the family says that the dog just gets thrown into the wall. Out of nowhere, the dog gets lifted up, and they toss my man right into the wall. How freaking horrible is that, man? Not even a dog is safe. And then they also say that after that, like sometimes a dog would just fall to the ground and start like howling in pain as if something was attacking him. But obviously, they don't see anything attacking him. How freaking horrible, right?
Yes.
So obviously, like anybody else, the Smurls' mental health started to really deteriorate. And this is really getting to them. I mean, at this point, we're in 85. So this is almost 10 years of this haunting, okay? And things are starting to escalate as time goes on, because this started in about 74, now 74, and now we're in 85. So this is 10 years deep, and things are only getting worse. And let me tell you right now, fucking spoiler alert, things are about to get a lot worse, okay? And they happen to get a lot worse as help arrives. As I said, Janet was looking around. She was trying to see anybody that could help her. The church would not help her. They would bless like little items for them. And I think sometimes they would come by, but nothing really substantial. Nothing of merit would really be there to help them until a local professor ended up directing them to the Warrens. Okay, now if you're listening to the show, I'm sure you know who the Warrens are, but just in case you forgot, just in case you don't know, the Warrens are one of the most famous paranormal investigating duos ever. Okay, their cases spawned tons of movies: The Conjuring, the Amityville Horror. They have pretty much investigated all of like the top-notch cases of paranormal activity in the world. Ed was a demonologist, and Lorraine was a psychic medium. So Ed and Lorraine hear about this, and this is after Amityville already happened, and this is after the Perron case happened. If you didn't hear about the Perron case, that's the one that The Conjuring 1 was based off, and I spoke about that in the last 6-hour special before this. So if you want to hear about the Perron case and some other fun stuff that the Warrens did over there, you can check out that on the last 6-hour special. But so at this point, the Warrens finally come through, and they set up shop. They start interviewing the family. Ed interviews the family as Lorraine starts walking around the house with one of the employees or one of the crew members, and she starts gathering the information and starts like feeling the place out and seeing what her psychic powers pick up. Right. So she walks through the house and she comes back to the family and she gives their diagnosis. She gives her diagnosis, and she reports that she feels not only one, not only two, but 4 spirits haunting them in this house. Okay. Right. The first spirit is of an old senile woman who was really harmless, they say. The second spirit was of a crazy younger woman who was out to hurt them. Right. The fourth spirit, the third spirit was of a violent man with a mustache. He was like a strange looking man with a mustache. And the fourth spirit was not really a spirit at all. It was a demon. There you go. Lecture already knew. You called it from the beginning. It was a demon. So, like I said, there was a spirit of an old woman who was harmless, a crazy young woman, a violent man with a mustache, and then a demon. So Ed and Lorraine start doing their investigating. They start trying to draw the spirits out with religious rituals and stuff like that. And now, because people think that, since they started to get this help, shit started really popping off, okay? So now people are getting bit inexplicably. People are getting scratched inexplicably every day. And then while Ed Warren was doing one of the rituals, trying to draw the demon out, my man got straight up choked out. Whatever demon, whatever spirit was straight up choking my man right now, okay? And now we're about to get to the real sinister stuff that happened in this haunted, because it does get worse from here, okay? So, like in some other cases that the Warrens investigated, Jack Smurl reports laying in bed one night when he sees the figure of an old woman at the end of his bed. Now, he's seen other figures at the end of his bed before. There was one time where there was 2 women at the end of the bed. They were just staring at him, saying some weird stuff. And then there was one time where it was 2 women and a man, and he was saying, you're going to pay for this. You're going to pay for, I don't know what, for what, renovating? What is he paying for? He didn't do shit. For changing up the bathroom. So then one night things got a lot scarier and a lot more demonic, because he's laying there in bed and he says that the figure at the end of the bed was of an old woman this time, with white, pale skin and scales and sores that were oozing out from them. Okay. So she had like this white scaly skin with pus oozing out of the freaking sores, and she had a green mouth, green gums with long teeth. And Jack says that this old woman spirit climbed onto the bed and straight up raped him. Okay? Raped this dude.
Oh my God.
He woke up. Yeah, it was a succubus. That's right. That's because if you don't know, a succubus is a spirit that rapes the man, and then the incubus is a demon that rapes the woman. So now I'm going to play a little excerpt from an interview that Karen Smurl did, which is one of the youngest daughters, one of the twins that were born, like I think I said in like, I don't know, 74 or something like that. And this interview comes from a YouTube channel called the World Paranormal Research Society. So they ended up doing an interview with Karen years later as she's an adult. And this is how she describes her sister talking about the morning after her dad was raped.
I remember 2 years ago we were sitting talking, and she said, I'll never forget that morning. And I said, well, what? And she said, the night that Dad was attacked, she said, that's the first time I saw Dad cry. I guess she said, I got up in the morning, and my mom was holding my dad, and my dad was crying, and he was talking about how he had this, like, white, I don't want to call it, like, ectoplasm, but for a lack of a better word, this white material that was all over his, like, growing area, and it smelled awful, and it was sticky, and, I mean, I hate to be graphic, but this is what happened.
Right.
And she said he was there, and my mom was holding him, and she said he was a mess. And she's like, I never saw him like that before, and I never saw him like that afterwards.
Insane.
That's so sad.
And this was not a one-time thing. This would happen multiple times. And it would be from a different spirit. One time it was like a more attractive woman, so I guess they gave him a break that day. They're like, yeah, we'll give you a hottie this day. We'll give you a little bit of a break. But he said she was still freaky. She had like red eyes, which also the old woman had. I forgot to mention that. The demons had red eyes while they were raping him. Imagine that. Pretty freaking insane, okay? So this happened multiple times to Jack. And then also Janet reported getting sexually assaulted and feeling the effects of it in the morning, but she didn't really get into exactly what happened to her. They didn't get into any details that I heard of what happened to her, but she did say she was sexually assaulted. And also there were some other creepy things going on while Janet was taking a bath. She would hear like whistling, but like very like creepy whistling, almost like, to mess with you, like just whistling to taunt you. And also the daughter Dawn, who I believe was probably, I don't know, maybe like 13 or 15 at the time already at this point, one of the oldest daughters, she said that she was taking a shower one day and she feels a presence come in the shower with her and start stroking and grabbing her arm, and my girl ran up out of there real fast, like I think anybody else would. So now things have started to get really sinister and just really horrific for the family. And it's still also affecting Jack's parents next door, John and Mary, and really affected Mary because there was one time where Mary said she woke up floating out of nowhere, just like her son Jack did. I think her bed was floating with her too. My girl, everybody was getting tormented. The dog, nobody was safe from the demon. It was getting crazy. And when I say nobody was safe, not only was nobody safe, you weren't safe anywhere, apparently, from this haunting, because like I said, the Smurls like to go camping, and they went on another camping trip to relieve some stress, to forget about this and get a little reprieve, but it was not happening. The spirit was not letting it happen. They went camping one night, and Jack reports waking up to see the apparition of a little girl by the bushes in the campsite, and the family said they heard a little girl, I think, crying or yelling out in the nighttime in the campsite. I mean, I already don't like camping already, and then now you got to deal with that. That makes it even creepier and even scarier, That would make it way worse for me. Then there's also reports of the spirit following Jack to his job, and people at the job would hear weird things going on, and they would hear like the radio malfunctioning, and it would sound like the banging from the house, but in the radio, and all kind of creepy stuff was happening at Jack's job. So really nobody was safe, and they weren't safe anywhere. So around this time, they're getting help from the Warrens, and they're reaching out to the church. They're not really getting anywhere with them, but they're also reaching out to the media. And at this point, outside of their house is a circus, because the news has come to their house a couple times, and they've done like a story about them, which you've heard a little clip of it in the intro that I put. So now they're doing interviews, and they're doing shows and stuff. So one night, they come back from doing an interview with the news. And Janet says that night they were laying in bed, they were sleeping, and she reports being violently attacked by one of the spirits in the house. And she said it almost felt like they were trying to break her ribs, like they were fucking this woman up. And she thinks that was because of them speaking out. Like every time they would speak out and try to get their story out there and try to get some help, they said that the demonic attacks would only get stronger and get more violent and get more sinister. Absolutely insane. What are you thinking about this so far, Electra?
Honestly, it sounds very, very paranormally correct, like everything that you're saying.
Pretty accurate.
And yeah, it's very accurate. I'm in shock by that poor, I can imagine what they've been through, but 10 years, holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
I've been through things like that in like a few weeks, you got me? And deal with it fast. 10 years is a big buildup, and those spirits were only getting more and more attached to these people. So damn, like, damn.
Damn is right. Speaking of damn, there was something else that happened, a new development in the haunting that the Smurls, another, I guess, turning point for them that they really got scared of. And that was they started to see an entity walking around the house. And this was like a half man, half beast entity. It was like man from the neck down, and then animal. It had like an animal head with horns. And Janet said she saw it. Jack said he saw it. And then there was one night where Jack saw the man beast in the hallway, and the animal man ran at him and backed him up into the corner and cornered him. And Jack thought like, yo, this is it. Like, I'm about to get smacked up right now. But I think he said like a prayer, closed his eyes, and then the demon ended up going away. So these people at this point were getting it on all fronts. They were seeing apparitions. They were getting raped. The walls were banging. They were smelling stuff. There was like strange smoke that was coming out at night while they were sleeping, and it would like incapacitate people. I mean, all kind of shit was going on. Okay, like there's probably stuff I'm even forgetting that was happening. This is like we're like 12 something years into this haunting already. Okay, so the Warrens are there investigating pretty much every day. They're collecting evidence. They're doing their job. And eventually they get two exorcists, or two priests to come and do an exorcist to the home, okay? And every time they do one, they say, like, things would calm down a little bit, but not really. And then they finally do a third exorcism to the house, and they say that was the one that did the trick, apparently. So for weeks and for months. So this is about 86 now, okay? And for weeks and for months, everything was fine. Everything was chill. They didn't hear nothing. They didn't smell nothing. They didn't see nothing. And they thought everything was over.
Was it?
Well, that was until January of 87, when Jack is chilling in the living room. He's got his guard down, probably watching another Western. He's thinking the TV ain't going to blow up on my ass now. We're good. Everything's straight. We got an exorcism. Everything's fine. Ha! That's until my man sees that shadow figure that Janet saw all those years ago that really kicked things off. The smoky black shadow figure with the cape. He sees him. Say that again?
I was going to say it probably showed up that way again because it was really weak, but it wasn't gone. You get me?
That's what I thought too. So Jack gets up and he's like, oh, no, not again. He said he felt like the spirit was calling to him, like trying to possess him. So he backs up the stairs and he says his prayer, the one that Ed Warren taught him. And then all of a sudden, the spirit was gone. Now, I thought that would be like the last hurrah for the demon, for the ghost, that would be like, the last bit of energy that it would expend and the last bit of haunting, that last strength it had. Well, that was not the case at all, because shit popped off all over again. Banging on the walls, people getting raped, shadow figures, demons, ghouls. Everybody's getting it. The birds are flocking around the girls. Oh, yeah, the girls' room. And I forgot to mention this one. Speaking of the girls, there was also one night where everything was quiet in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden, one of the youngest daughters, Shannon, just all of a sudden, inexplicably wakes up at the bottom of the steps.
Jack and I were laying in bed talking. We had a lot of experiences that day. And while we were talking, we heard this terrible bang. and Shannon was laying at the bottom of the landing there. Now, if you walk in my hallway or my steps, they do have a creaking noise, so that if she were to walk through the hallway, we would have heard her, because we always know when the children are up. We can tell you who is going to the bathroom and who is walking. Shannon was not walking. We did not hear any footsteps at all. She was found at the bottom of the landing, and she did not remember how she got there.
Okay, so that was at some point in this haunting. I don't know, because there's so many years and so many events, it's hard to keep track of everything. This was absolutely insane. Such a fascinating haunting, and the haunting would continue. There was basically no end, okay? So about sometime in 88, the family finally moved out of the house. Okay, and obviously everybody's probably thinking, why did they move out before? Like, what the hell? It's been 15. I mean, this was like 15 years at this point. 74 to 88. What is that, like 15 years, something like that? 13 years?
Yeah.
So apparently, like, they just didn't have the money to do it. They had put a bunch of money into the renovations already and then get in the house. So they weren't really, they weren't really balling like that. So they didn't have the money to do it. But I guess they got enough money because at this point, I think they did the book deal with the Warrens. So they probably got a nice chunk of change for that, because the Haunted book came out in that year, in 88 as well. So they probably got some money from the book, and they probably got the money from the TV movie that they were getting ready to do in 2001. So they ended up moving out of the house, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the story was not over there.
Of course it freaking wasn't.
The spirits ended up following them to the new house years later, to like even 95. Karen reports having things go on. And I'm going to play a little excerpt from that interview I played with Karen about her experience now that she's a little older at this point, and what she remembers about the spirits coming and following them to the new house.
And I was sitting on the couch at 2 o'clock in the morning watching TV. Everybody else was asleep because I couldn't sleep. And we always had big dogs. And the dogs would always like stay downstairs till the last family member went up,
Mm-hmm.
And I remember he got up all these years later, like it never stopped. And the one time I was down in the bathroom in the basement, and like we had a bar area, and there was, we were watching TV, me, my mom, my dad, my sister, and there was a commercial where I watched a movie. One sister went up to the bathroom, I went down to the bathroom, and I'm sitting, just sitting there doing my thing, and all of a sudden I heard like this banging, and I'm like, what in the world are they doing up there? Like, I'm up below the base or the living room floor. What in the world is going on up there? Like, it didn't even dawn on me. And then like all of a sudden it just literally sounded like 300-pound man punching the walls around me. And all of a sudden the door just slammed so hard, because I had it open, I was down there by myself in the basement,
Right.
The door slammed so hard that I literally thought it was going to like fly off the hinges. And I could I'm very sensitive too, and like I could feel it. Like we always talk about, we could feel like the change in the atmosphere when something negative is around, and I still can to this day. But like I knew, and I just was absolutely terrified. I got up and I ran up those stairs. I was 15 at that time. That was before that. I'm 15 years old, laying on the living room floor, hyperventilating with my pants down around my ankles for everybody to see in my glory. My dad and my mom are going, oh my God, what happened? I couldn't even breathe for like 5 minutes. And I told them what happened. My dad got up and went downstairs, cursing and saying, you this and you that and you coward. How are you you're gonna pick on a teenage girl? Come after me. Fight like a man. Like even at 15 and 19, we're still having these experiences. And you can't tell me that a female, or I'm sorry, not female, you can't tell me that a human spirit was following us around all these years, terrorizing us, doing these types of things.
That was a damn demon.
Yes.
Attached to them.
Mega attached to this family. My God.
So as you can hear, they were like 15 and 19 when things just kept happening and happening and happening. So unfortunately, I wish there can be a happy ending to this story, but truly we will never know if this haunting ever really ended. But that's where we're going to end the story. What do you think about that? That is the Smurl haunting, baby. It got out of pocket. I don't know why I'm cheering. It's very boo. It was terrible. I can't believe that happened to them.
I'm just thinking, I'm like, damn, I
Wow.
want to get rid of that fucking like those spirits, man. Like I'm motivated. I'm pissed. Like I'm mad for them. That is so irritating.
I wonder like what happened when everybody eventually splintered off, because now they're all, they're all like adults. So there's four girls. So I wonder which one of them is, if one of them is feeling most of it, if any of the girls don't feel any of it. Karen is the only one that I've seen actually out there telling her story, and she's actually a paranormal investigator from what I could tell. I have not seen anybody else talk about it. And I think Jack, the father, ended up dying a couple of years ago, but I haven't heard anything from anybody else. So what an insane story. What'd you think about this, Electra?
I thought this was absolutely this is like a nightmare in the way that it's kind of like exactly what happens when you don't do something about it immediately, because the result of that was a buildup of these entities gorilla gripping onto these people and growing in power because of their fear increasing over the years. So that's why it was so hard to get rid of them. That's why it took multiple exorcisms alongside, honestly. I will say that if you do an exorcism with full confidence in what you're doing, you definitely will get rid of the entity. So maybe in a way, the exorcisms may have been done, I feel like mostly with confidence, but a small part of me feels like it was partly small, like a part of it was done with fear. And maybe that fear was enough to allow the entities to, overlap all of the other stuff. I feel like they got a lot weaker, but they try to come back to really scare the family. And obviously with the family being afraid, they're going to grow stronger. So it's like a cycle. Until you break the cycle, that's when it all leaves officially. Damn. I wish I was there to have helped this family, because
Who knows?
that is...
Who knows what was going on in the hearts of the priests that came to do the exorcism? Maybe, like you said, maybe they were scared. Maybe some of them didn't believe it, so they didn't put any real effort into it, because they said that they really reached out to the church a lot and they didn't get mostly anywhere. But then eventually they say in the story that the church got on their side and they came and they did some things. That's what the Warrens said in one of their interviews about it, that eventually the church came around, but at the end, and then they started helping out after years and years of them being tormented, and then begging for the church to come do something. Now, I would like to note this, because I don't know if this is true. This is something I've heard in one video, is that, so there was a lot of fanfare, which I did mention a little bit, that there was a lot of fanfare going on outside of the Smurl home. And one thing is they were being haunted by demons and spirits, but another thing is they was just being haunted by people at one point, because there were times where they didn't even want to walk outside of their house, because there were so many people wanting to just come look at the house, and then just creepy people, weird people. They said some witches came along and they were like, "Oh, we're like a coven, and we'll get rid of the demon for you. Like we'll help you out." They said that some people would be waiting outside with weapons for some reason. Some people were climbing the trees to stake the joint out. So there was a couple of years there where they didn't even want to leave the house, because they had reporters out there, they had freak people, freak shows out there hanging out. But they do say that one time this psychic came that was unrelated to the Warrens apparently, and she came by, and for some reason they let her in. I guess maybe they liked her, they trusted her, they got a good vibe from her. She came and did her own walk around the house, and she basically confirmed what Lorraine Warren said about the spirits, and she gave them a little more insight as to what was going on. She said that she did see the old woman, she did see the young crazy woman, and she did see the violent man with the mustache, who she named Patrick. She said that his name was Patrick, and that he was a former owner of the house, or former renter of the house. And he was a very violent man. He was a very angry man. And they say that one day he came home to his wife cheating on him, or his girlfriend cheating on him, and he killed the guy in the home. And that's what sparked him basically staying in the home. He didn't want to move on to the afterlife because he was afraid of what was going to happen to him. So that was the guy's story, is that he apparently killed his girlfriend's lover, and then, his spirit stayed in the house. The crazy woman, I don't really remember what her story was, if there was. I don't think there was. But then in one of the interviews, Karen said that they heard from somebody in the neighborhood that the old woman could have been I think something happened where she ended up losing the rights to the house, and she basically cursed the house and said, "Oh, if I can't live here, nobody could live here." So there was a little more insight given from an unrelated psychic, unrelated to the Warrens, about what could have been going on in the house. And I just wanted to give that little piece of information before we move on, because right now I'm going to move on to some theories, because not everybody believes things played out the way they said they played out. Not everybody believes this was necessarily a haunting at all, that this could have been a hoax. So we're going to get into some theories about what other people think could have been happening here, okay? So number one, obviously, is that this was a straight up hoax. This was a sham to get some money, to get some attention. And there's a couple things that point to that in people's minds. Number one is that they say 2 local priests were contacted about this, and they did spend some time over there. I think one of the priests spent 2 days over there, and they reported absolutely no paranormal or demonic activity. There were no reports of any of that from these 2 local priests. The other piece of evidence is that in 88, when they moved out, a new owner came in and she reported no paranormal activity or no demonic activity at all. And I'm going to get back to that in a second. And then the other thing is that the Warrens claim they got a bunch of evidence and a bunch of footage from this case, but nothing has ever been released, according to what I've found and what other people have said, that there's actually been no footage and no audio of anything. So the first thing I'm going to say is the priest, I can't really comment on that. If priests stayed there and they didn't find anything, what am I supposed to say about that? I don't know, right? What Janet said is that she believes that these priests came and that basically the demonic activity would just cease for a little while because the priests were there, and I guess to make them look crazy, but just because the priests were there, they said the demonic activity would stop on its own because the priests were there. That doesn't mean that necessarily the demonic activity would stay over. That it only stopped because the priests were there. Once they were gone, it would just kick back up again. So maybe that's why the priests didn't see it, because the demonic entities didn't want them to see anything. Now with the new owner shit, I'm not buying that. I mean, I'm buying that the owner didn't see anything. But what I think happened is, first of all, like we said in the beginning of the story, if you remember, the family moved in 73. They didn't even start really seeing much till 74, a whole year later. So if this woman comes in and she's fresh in the house and she don't see anything, that would almost mirror what happened to the Smurl family. You got to wait for a little while. You got to chill out, give it like 3 years and then see if stuff starts popping off. You know what I mean? So I don't know how long it took for this woman to come out and say that she didn't see anything, but I think it was pretty early on from when she moved in. So that's my take on that. Is you didn't really spend enough time there to know, because when the Smurls were there, they didn't even start seeing anything till years later. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Now with the footage, this is a gripe I've had with the Warrens for years already. I've read a few of their books, and I've been a fan of theirs for a long time. I've enjoyed their books, but they do have a lot of claims about footage. There's like this one story that Ed tells a lot about this woman in the white dress in a local cemetery, and he claims he has footage of this, he's just like undeniable proof that this lady exists. I have never seen that footage. I've never seen that. I've never seen any real concrete footage or evidence that the Warrens have captured. Personally, it may be there, but I've never seen any real hardcore, and I think I would have seen it by now. I'm pretty sure if there was some shit going on. I mean, you do have the one in the Enfield haunting, but I think the news took that one. Where the Conjuring 2, where the girl's speaking in the demonic voice. The news got that one, but I haven't seen any leaked footage from the Warren Museum. Okay, so that one I do have a gripe about, and there's some other stories in the Warrens books that I go, okay, let's tone it down. I don't know if that happened right there. Let's get real. So we'll circle back to that in a second. I'll get your thoughts on that. So another theory is that this could have been some hysteria and some hallucinations by Jack Smurl. because they say that he even said to the news that he got some brain surgery to get some fluid drained out of his brain because he had meningitis when he was a kid. So I guess all this fluid built up in his brain, and he got it drained out in about 73. So people are saying this could have messed with his mind, and it could have messed with his, he could have been hallucinating these things, and then these hallucinations could have spread to other people, because that's a pretty well-known thing in psychology, that if somebody's going crazy in the house, other people eventually start going crazy with them. That's pretty well-known theory that can happen. I don't think that's the case, because he got his brain drained in 73, and all this shit was still going on in 85 and 86. Yeah. So once he was cured, why was he still hallucinating?
Yeah, and the whole family experienced it too.
Exactly. So there you go. I'm not buying that one. The other thing is that that a lot of this could have been just chalked up to just regular stuff that was going on in the neighborhood and practical stuff, because this town was built on a bunch of mines. At one point, this was a mining town, and they had mines under the houses that were said to be settling, and that's why you would hear a lot of the banging and clanging, because the mines were settling underneath the houses. And another thing is reported is that the people in the town were reporting sewage issues for years already. And that is what could have been the smell. But that, again, doesn't explain the half man, half beast, and people getting raped. I mean, the mine settling ain't going to rape nobody. The mines ain't raping nobody. You know what I mean? So I don't know about that. It could have been a factor, though. It could have been something that was happening simultaneously. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the other theory is that the Warrens came when this haunting was happening, that the haunting was real, but the Warrens came and they exaggerated a lot of things, and they manipulated facts, and they embellished things so that they could write a book, and so they could make a movie, and so they could keep their notoriety and build their portfolio. And I'm going to say that I don't know if that's necessarily the case for sure, but I could definitely see that being a thing. Because as we've said on other segments where I've talked about the Warrens, some of their writers came out, or one of the writers came out and said that he straight up was told, listen, you need to make this book scary, so just say X, Y, and Z happened, take a couple liberties with this, and it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me that these people walked into a real haunting and said, this ain't scary enough. We need to talk. We need to turn this up. Okay. Right. And I don't remember when I watched that whole interview with the Warrens talking to the couple, and nothing about the rape was told in that interview. Now, it could have happened later on because they were there for a whole year. So I don't know if they embellished that part. I don't think they did, because I feel like the family would have came out and said, I did not get raped. That did not happen. Unless maybe they just took the check and said, fuck it. I don't know who would lie about that. But that is a theory that I can see happening. But I definitely think this haunting did happen regardless. What do you think about all this?
I think it did. I definitely feel like it did happen. And I do, I don't call it in, but I actually checked to see, while you're telling me about the mustache guy, Patrick, I'm spiritually protected, so I know I'm okay, and my whole house and everyone. But I do see that he is actually still on Earth. He hasn't crossed over. And I saw that he's not as violent as before, but I think it's out of fear. That's what I see. Because I see that he's still at that house, but I see that he doesn't do as much as he used to. And I wonder why that is. I feel like a very fear energy. So that's just a side note. But within everything else, I can agree. I can definitely see, I do believe everything did happen. I do believe that if there was an exaggeration, that could definitely be the case as well. But I will say that I have experienced a lot of crazy things for myself. I've seen things that people would definitely think is fake. I don't know if the Warrens would have done that for entertainment purposes. I do know that they were also the type of people who would claim, if something wasn't actually happening, they would say it. They'd be like, oh, this isn't a haunting, this, that. And even for the movies, I remember Lorraine was in an interview, she stated, yeah, the movies are exaggerated for entertainment purposes, but these things did happen. So I do believe, okay, I feel like the story that was told is true, but I can definitely see an adaptation of an even scarier, of course, version of that happening in a movie.
Right. I mean, they're not dumb. They might just say, let's tweak this a little bit so it sells better and it sounds better. I'm not saying that they embellished everything they've ever seen, and that every haunting they've ever been a part of is totally fake. I don't think that. I think that they may have walked into some things, and they're good marketing people. I respect that about them. They know how to tell a story. They know how to portray things to the media and put things out there to make it entertaining. And that's what I believe they did. And listen, that happens in every industry, by the way. No great entertainer is telling the 100% of the truth 100% of the time. Every comedian has a story in their repertoire that didn't even happen to them, but they just say it. So it's just something that happens in big entertainment that you embellish, you manipulate some things, and it's really not going to hurt anybody because at the end of the day, you're entertained.
Exactly. As long as it's not fake, which I don't feel like it is. I feel like
I don't think so either.
I feel like he was really traumatized.
No, I don't think a lot of people would lie about getting raped as a man, especially a guy talking about I got raped by a ghost. I don't think that would happen much.
I feel like he was really traumatized, psychologically damaged. But may his soul rest in peace.
Yeah, R.I.P. Jack, for real. I forgot when he died, but very interesting case. Very fascinating. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun researching this and diving deep into this. It was definitely one of my favorites. This one and Annabelle, my favorite Warren hauntings for sure.
That one. What is this one called again?
The Smurl haunting. Smurl. Yeah, y'all might find out some stuff that I didn't remember, that I didn't write. I pretty much covered almost all the bases though. I pretty much scoured everywhere you can to find out. I mean, I read the book. The book was entertaining. The book was fun. I found as many interviews as I could. It was. I always really enjoy diving deep into these cases. It was between this one and the haunting in Connecticut case that I was also looking into a little bit. That one, you ever heard of that one?
Yes, I have.
I forgot what the actual name. Oh, the Snedeker case. That's when the Snedekers. What'd you say?
No. I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if you ever seen the haunting in Connecticut. I haven't seen the whole thing, but.
Oh, yeah, the movie. Yes,
yeah,
I know.
That was based off of the Snedeker case, and the Snedekers came into. I think it was in Pennsylvania too. They went into the house, and it was actually an old morgue, but there was still stuff from the morgue there. There was still those are old funeral homes. Excuse me, it was an old funeral home, I think. So they still had tools and stuff from the funeral home in the house while the family was renting it. And then the son had cancer, so they moved into that house so they didn't have to go back and forth to the treatment center. So they move into this house, and people are seeing things, and people are hearing things, and seeing apparitions. And there's also a lot of drama and speculation as to what could have been going on during that case, because they're saying that the kid had cancer, so he could have been experiencing effects from the chemo, effects from the cancer. My man beat the shit out of his sister. They had to send him to the psych ward. And the people were getting raped in that one. The wife was getting raped. The husband was getting raped. That one was pretty good, but it really didn't. I was researching it, and it really just didn't land like this one. I was like, this one's okay. It wasn't as interesting for some reason as the Smurl case. I felt more of a genuine vibe from these people than I felt from the Snedekers. For some reason, I felt like the wife could have been exaggerating a little bit about what was going on. When I saw her on a talk show, and she was like, I was getting raped, and then I ran out down the street, and I was getting raped while I was running down the street. And I was like, were you though? While you were running down the street? How's that happen? I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
I was like, you might be tweaking it a little too hard now. So that one was also interesting, but I find this one I found the people more genuine in this one, at least from my, from my vantage point.
Very real. I agree.
It was very interesting. So there you go. The Smurl case.
Oh my God, that shit was crazy. I'm not going to forget that. I'm going to be thinking about that for a while.
Read one of the books. The Warrens books are very entertaining. They're very fun to read them. They have tons of other ones that I'm definitely going to do. I'm going to do another deep dive on the Warrens, obviously, for hopefully for the next 6-hour special. So we'll be back with more. Maybe we'll do one for Halloween. Maybe we'll do another one. Maybe that's what we'll do for the Halloween special. We'll do another deep dive.
Yes.
So let's get to these haunted places in Salem, Massachusetts. I love going to Salem. I've been in Salem twice in my life. And fun fact, as of right now, I have a trip planned to Salem sometime in the future. Pasty and I are supposed to go to Salem soon. And I don't remember going to any of these places except for one on this list. So why don't Electra's gonna read us? This is from an article that I ended up reading today from a website I wanted to give the credit called hauntedrooms.com. Okay, so why don't you kick it off and read us the first haunted locale?
Wicked Good Books, correct?
Wicked
right?
Good Books. Yep.
All right, it says Wicked Good Books is well known as being Salem's haunted bookstore. There have been many reports from witnesses who have seen books mysteriously flying from the shelves as if they had been flung by unseen hands. When the current owner was renovating the shop, she invited paranormal investigators to check it out after construction workers uncovered some secret tunnels underneath the shop. They also found evidence of desecrated human remains in the tunnels, which could go a long way towards explaining the presence of these disgruntled spirits. Wow.
Ooh, imagine that. You find an underground tomb and desecrated bodies in the bookstore. That's fire. That's wild, dude. I would love to work in that bookstore. I've always said I would love to work in a haunted place because then it's like I get to experience that stuff, but it's not in my house. You know what I mean?
Get you.
I've always thought that was cool.
Oh my gosh.
That seems like a fun place to work. I love bookstores already, so a haunted bookstore is perfect for me. Do you like? Yeah. You went to Barnes and Noble one day, right?
I like bookstores.
I don't remember if you texted it to me or you put it on your story or something, right? You said.
I think I told I told you because I saw a book there that reminded me of you. So
yeah. So you like going to Barnes and Noble?
I do, not all the time, but like I do like to go and see like books and things like that.
That
or
is
like
where...
books when I go to New York City too.
Yeah, they have the one on. I think the one on 14th Street is still there. Did you ever go to that one? The one by Sephora? It's in Union Square.
No, I usually when I go in New York City, it's usually to like small, what's it called, small business owner kind of shops and things like that. And yeah, it's a lot of fun though. I love going to any bookstore.
You'll like the one on 14th by Union Square in Manhattan because that one is like a 3-floor Barnes and Noble, and they're always doing events there. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, haunted bookstore is cool. Definitely gonna go there when I go to Salem. I know I didn't go to this one when my dad and I went all those years ago. So I'm very much looking for, because I could be in the bookstore for hours. I could go. That's where I really started. Like when I first started reading paranormal books. My mom and I would go to Barnes & Noble and we'd get drinks and stuff, and I would read the whole book right there. I would just knock it out. We'd be there for like fucking 12 hours. I'd just read the book and put it away. Done. Read the book right there. Done.
Very cool.
Yep. So we're definitely going to go to what's called Wicked Books.
Okay.
That's what it's called, right? It's called Wicked Books.
Oh, wait. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Good
books
books
flying off the shelves. That's pretty tight. That sounds exciting. All right. What's number 2?
Okay. Number 2. The second one is the Joshua Ward House. The Joshua Ward House was built back in 1784, but is said to be haunted by the spirits of both Sheriff George, the Strangler Corrin, and Giles Corey. That's right, Giles Corey.
Yep,
Although the house was built after the Salem witch trials, both of these men were heavily involved with the witch trials. The house is built on land that was once owned by the sheriff, who was known as a sick and sadistic man who used unusually cruel methods to interrogate suspected witches. He died in 1697 and was actually buried in what is now the basement of the Joshua Ward House. His body was moved to Broad Street Cemetery, but his spirit has lingered here and is blamed for choking visitors. Giles Corey was one of the men that Sheriff Corwin tortured and killed for being a warlock. His spirit is often blamed for pulling things off shelves and knocking trash cans over. There are also reports of a third spirit, a female, who may have also been one of the accused witches killed by Corwin. Wow.
Dude, I have fond memories of that story because that's like the story I remember the most when I went to Salem. And I remember being in front of that house. We went on the ghost tour and we got to stand outside the house, and they say, "Oh, if you're on the right time, the sheriff's gonna be looking at you from the window. He's gonna be looking at you from the out in the street." And I always remember being in front of the house and just feeling like, I don't know, I just felt like so amazed being there, just how cool it was to hear the story. I mean, apparently that sheriff was super sick and sadistic, like the article said. And I don't remember if you guys remember, because we ended up talking about Salem in the 6-hour special last year, you and I. And we were talking about, I want to go. And Giles Corey, I don't know if you guys remember this, was a very famous story in Salem. and he's like responsible apparently for a lot of the stuff that goes on on there now, because I think 2 sheriffs ended up dying, and they blamed it on Giles Corey, because Giles Corey was accused of being a warlock, and they were like, "Listen, you better fess up and tell us you're a warlock." And he's like, "First of all, I ain't saying shit." So they're like, "All right, we're gonna stone you." And Corey was like, "All right, bet." So his only quote is "more weight," because they put him on the ground.
I heard that story before.
Epic, man. My man was a real G to the end. They were like, because they would just put a 1 stone on him, and they'd be like, "What do you say? Like, what do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?" He's like, "More weight, bitch. More weight, bitch." And they just said more weight. He just said more weight until they crushed him and he died. And then apparently he put a curse on the town, and 2 of the sheriffs died, including this extra sinister sheriff. This was the what was this house called again? The Joshua Ward house.
Yes,
yeah, I read something about it being like it houses businesses now, but I'm not sure if that's true. I can't wait to go back and hopefully I could walk in there, because I always have fond memories of just being outside that house and just marveling at it, like, this is so fucking cool. This is so spooky. Would love to walk in that house. Let's hear number 3.
Okay. Bunghole Liquors. Once you learn the building previously served as a funeral home, it starts to make a little bit more sense that the place is haunted. There is actually a very interesting history here. Although previously it was a funeral home, during the prohibition era, the basement was used as a speakeasy. The locals would gather among the old embalming equipment downstairs and indulge in illegal booze and even a spot of gambling. These days, the liquor store is haunted by 2 ghosts, a female spirit that is often seen browsing the wine racks, and a ghostly black cat that pops up in various corners now and then. Aw, I want to go there.
That sounds crazy, right?
That's cute as fuck. Yeah, it does sound crazy.
Hell yeah. A haunted liquor store. That's a first. That's the first time I ever heard of that too. A haunted liquor store.
Yeah.
But I feel like pretty much every place in Salem is going to be haunted at this point. Like anywhere you go, the bakery's probably haunted, the barbershop's probably haunted, everything. But yeah, the black cat, that's always a interesting one when I hear about ghost animals. You've heard about it, I'm sure a few times, right? Have you ever run into a ghost animal before?
Have I?
A ghost cat?
Honestly,
ghost dog?
But like in my own way. Not like how do I say? It's
Like
kind of like if a
spiritually,
pet
like
passes away type
tapping in?
thing. Yeah, their spirits are still there.
Okay.
100%.
When you hear a spirit of an animal, do they meow at you, or like how do you even know what they're talking about?
You can see them, and usually they make like noises, not even like meowing. They can. I've heard my aunt's dog that died, he barked, but like more of what you hear is like physical things, like them moving and like like movement like that kind of thing,
like,
physical stuff.
Like if they were there.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Interesting. Bunghole Liquors. We got to check that out when we go.
Right? Shit.
What's the we got one more, right?
Yes, we got the Hawthorne Hotel.
There you
Regarded by many Salem paranormal experts, the Hawthorne Hotel is a strong contender for being the most haunted hotel in Salem. Guests of the Hawthorne Hotel often report seeing a female apparition. Am I saying that right?
Apparition. You got it.
Okay, thanks. Walking up and down the hall outside and pausing at the door of the room. Those staying in the room have said that they feel uneasy in the room as if they are not alone there. Room number 325 is also said to be haunted, and guests often experience the lights and faucets turning on and off by themselves. Some guests have also heard the sound of a crying baby and feeling like they have been touched. Staff have also reported seeing the ship's wheels in the hotel restaurants being moved by unseen hands. That is cool. I definitely want to do that, like for myself.
Right? Let me tell you what. Pastor and I tried to get a room in the Hawthorne months ago. We could not get a room there because we're going closer to Halloween. So that shit was booked, dude. You better believe. I was like, yo, let's see if we could just get one. Could we get one night? Could we get one night? Nothing. And I was trying to stay in 325 or whatever room it was. I was trying to see the faucet turn on, and I was trying to see it all, dude. For real.
We'll get at the perfect time.
I'm gonna see if maybe we go down there, if we can be like just chill out. If there's like you said, the restaurant there. I wonder if we could just chill there for a little bit and see what's going on. Just feel the place out. It's going to be fun, man. I wish we did stay in a hotel the first time my parents went. The first time we went, we stayed in a hotel. And I remember when we were there, they were like, "Oh, you're in what hotel? Oh, you're in that hotel. Well, if you look across the street, in that house where that's across the street or down that you can see, the legend has it that if you look in one of the windows, you see a woman burning to death because her dress caught fire back in the day, and she burned to death, and she was screaming. So I was looking out that window all night. I was peeking out because I was scared, but I also wanted to see it. So I would look. And then I would look away. I was like, I want to see the woman burning in the middle of the night. I didn't see it though. I ended up not seeing it. So yeah, we stayed at a hotel the first time we went, but we didn't see anything spooky or anything crazy. But actually, the second time, did we go to Salem 3 times? I think we went to Salem twice, yeah. And then the second time we went, my dad's friend and his daughter stayed over. They went to a hotel. Can't remember which one it was, but when we went to meet them, they were like, "Yo," like, and they weren't even like ghost people like that, where they really believed in stuff like that. And they were like, "Yo, like the fucking bathroom door was opening last night, opening, closing. We were hearing stuff." So I would kill to go and stay at a haunted hotel in Salem.
Definitely. I would love to see that myself. I think that'd be very cool.
Hell yeah.
An experience for sure.
We got to do like a big event, a Gritty Knows Best event in Salem. Like we got to rent out like a couple rooms. We got to do a big investigation. If not this time, one day we got to do like a big investigation. We'll go to the Joshua Ward house. We'll do it all, dude. The cemetery there is mad fun. Like it's crazy. I think I said this mad times on the show. We took a picture there. There was orbs everywhere. Super spooky, dude.
I want to see that. It's so cool.
So hopefully we get to do some fun stuff when we go, and you guys will see it eventually. It'll be great. So let's check out this YouTube short, and let's see how scary this is. Let's see if we think this is real paranormal, if this is a bunch of crap.
He was grabbing a snack when this happened. This boy was in the kitchen getting a snack when he heard this. He bolts upstairs to his mom's room panicking, and that's when it gets worse.
Upstairs, came busting in my room, jumping all over my bed, hiding in the corner, screaming and hollering, saying he didn't want to die. Somebody was in the house, telling me to get mine. We started hearing footsteps. I mean, big, heavy feet coming up the steps. I'm terrified. I throw my robe on. I push him into the room with his brothers.
She then searches the house, but doesn't find anyone.
Y'all looked at that camera, and I pulled up the last clip, and I heard that person on that camera say, "How did you find me?" My heart fell in my stomach.
Ever since the incident, the poor kid can't even go downstairs by himself.
Okay, I do feel that it's real. And I'm not just saying that because it's like a paranormal thing, of course. I honestly, as I was watching it, I channeled to see if it was real because I wanted to make sure. But even from the way the mother was telling the story and the way that the son reacted, I knew his fear initially felt very real. And unfortunately, that kind of fear does feed those entities, but it's not his fault, of course. I feel like it's real. I think it's a one spirit, though. It feels like I see like not a female spirit, but like like a female spirit kind of. Yeah. And it feels human to me, like a human spirit. But
dude,
that's
I thought
crazy.
The same thing. Not about this. I can't tap into nothing like that, so I don't know about that. But when I watched it, I see those things all the time. Like a parent, "Oh, we caught a ghost on camera. You won't believe it." And then this is super scary. And I'm always like, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's usually fake. It's usually whack or edited. This one, when I saw it, I was like, "Yo, this one is probably real." The way that kid reacted and the way the mother reacted, they seemed super genuine. I was like, "Yo, if these people are acting, this is acting right here."
Yeah, they're doing
this was top. I feel like if I get fooled right now, I won't even feel dumb.
Yeah, right.
This seemed legit. How did you find me? The way they did, and it wasn't like it didn't sound like it was edited into the video. Like it was from the speaker. It wasn't edited into the video.
Yes.
They would have had to really, I feel like, work from editing stuff myself. I feel like you'd have to really like put on filters and really edit it in a way to make it come through as if it was coming from the speaker, and it didn't sound like it was edited that way. It sounded like it was dead ass played from the speaker or whatever kind of ring device they had, and they seemed so genuine about it, and the kid was freaked out, dude. I think that is one of the realest ones I've ever seen.
That was definitely, I feel authentic.
I think that was a rare, real paranormal video.
That's so crazy to think about.
Epic, dude. Epic. I saw that like a couple weeks ago. I was like, I gotta save it for this show.
Yeah, you did that because I liked it. I did like it.
Thank you. Like I said, I see tons of them. Like, oh, boo, like lame. But you'll never believe what we saw looking at us from the window.
No, some edited ass.
Yeah.
Fucking out in
We
the
went
back.
into an
yeah.
asylum and everything started getting crazy. And I'm like, okay, really? Like, stop it. So that way, if we come through with some shit like that, we're not faking it. It's gonna be for real. We're not gonna be editing nothing. When we hit you with that Salem vlog and Electra's hair gets pulled, it's gonna be for real.
Oh my god.
It ain't gonna be no lie, dude.
Yeah, that's funny.
So there you have it. There's pretty much the spooky segment. I had a ball.
That was a lot of fun. Though I feel like I learned so much, or not even learned, but just I dove back into what I already knew.
Right.
This is really
right. This is my element. I'm always kind of sad when these things are over because I'm like, I have like an excuse to really like dive deep into these things.
We'll talk way more
so
about
much
it in the
fun.
future, though.
Hell
It's
yeah.
already-
Hell yeah. You have anything to say before we move on, before we get out of here?
Take care, everyone. God bless you all always.
Oh,
And
whoa. I forgot. Today, I don't know. This is coming out a few days from now, but today, Electra hit 30K subscribers on YouTube, dude. How can I fucking forget? What the hell? All the spooky talking slipped my mind. How do you feel about this?
Thank you. That's really kind. I feel very grateful and honestly, truly like blessed because I have the best audience ever, bro. Like everyone's so freaking sweet, kind, open-minded, receptive, and I'm just thankful that I'm able to actually connect with people who understand. That's the most important thing to me. So I'm thankful for all of it, the process, all of it.
You've been doing it for like 3 years now, YouTube, consistently?
Yeah, I've been doing it for a long time now, and I'm happy that. I don't know. I just feel like everything happens at the perfect time. Like I'm just thankful for the way that things just go, I'm never in a rush for anything. So I have my whole life, so it's going to be great. I'm
right.
thankful though. I'm very thankful.
That's
so
right.
thankful. Couldn't be thankful enough.
Let me ask you this, because you're always working hard. Every time I see you, you're on the move, you're doing something, you're editing something, filming something, going live. Do you ever procrastinate? And what is procrastinating? I feel like procrastinating for you is like a second thought, like, should I do this? And you go, no. That's like as quick as you procrastinate.
That's so funny. Okay. Wait, what was your first question before procrastinating?
Like, yeah, that was my question. Like, do you procrastinate?
Do I procrastinate? I don't. I honestly, okay. If I procrastinate, my procrastination is going to be looking at funny tweets on X and then just realizing like, okay, I gotta get to work now, and then spending the whole day work. Like today, the whole day I've been working. The entire
That's what
day.
I thought. I thought you were procrastinating would be like 5 seconds. Like, oh, I saw 3 memes. This is procrastinating.
Yeah, like I gotta get on my shit, so I just stay on it, and then I just keep it pushing from there. I have to.
That's what I figured. I figured in my heart, I was like, no, there's no way you're procrastinating. You just don't seem like the type at all.
And
We are literally opposite. So opposite. I'm a huge procrastinator.
I feel you.
Even on stuff I like to do. Even if I love to do it, I'm like, I don't want to do it. Because I feel like once I'm doing it for work, I feel like I'm like doing it to a different standard, So like, let's say I'm reading a haunted book, one of the Warrens books, right? Like if I put one on tonight, I'll throw it on and kind of just like, I'll absorb everything. But if I'm reading a Warren book for the show, I feel like I got to be extra like on point. I got to be like extra attentive and like write down notes. So then it becomes like there's like that extra layer to me of like, I have to pay more attention. So now it's like a little more work. So like, even if I love it, I procrastinate because I want to put more effort into it. You know what I mean? And that little bit of effort, I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, I understand.
It could be anything. Like if I have to like, do anything that I like to do, I'll still procrastinate. It's like a sickness. It's a sickness. I gotta lose it like you. I gotta get like you, dude.
You're so funny, bro. You're Capricorn. You got it in you. We just got to be on our shit. That's it. Choose it. You already know.
That's right. So there you go. Anything you want to say? I cut you off the first time. Anything you want to say?
Fine. I was just gonna say, God bless everyone. Take care of yourselves. And if you want to find me, Electra Soul 444 or Electra Soul. That's it. That's it.
That's
all
it.
there is.
Let's get that 30K to 50K, then 100K, then 200K, and then $1 million. It's gonna
Yep.
happen.
Here, as always, God.
That's
got
right.
it.
Yeah, welcome back. Hopefully we didn't scare you too much. I don't know. Some of y'all I feel like probably skipped the spooky session because you're a little too scared. I don't blame you. It's all right. I feel like Mo would have skipped it too. You would have skipped it.
I would have.
It's too
I'm
scary.
not a big fan.
Too scary.
That
Shout out
was
to Electra. She knocked it out of the park. We had a great time. But now it's time to get gross, okay? Because I have 4 gross sodas sitting right in front of me, and I'm not looking forward to trying these at all. We have a mustard soda. We
Get your
have
buckets.
a ranch dressing soda.
Ugh.
We have a enchilada soda. And then we have a buffalo wing soda. I'm already like feeling myself getting ready to vomit as this is happening.
Listen, when I drunk the grass in the dirt sodas, it was atrocious. I can't believe made me do that.
I didn't make you do shit. I
Yeah.
didn't even know that was coming. Dre made you do that.
Ugh, it's horrible.
Can you imagine?
Oh my god, I'm smelling the mustard soda. I do not like that.
Let's go, Chuck,
I do not like
Gritty. Ladies and gentlemen, Gritty is coming in. He's coming in. Let's go.
Mustard flavor.
Which one
What were
is
you
that?
gonna say? Mustard flavor. This is the mustard flavor right here. All right, mustard soda going down the hatch.
Let's go. Come on, that was a bitch sip.
Wasn't no bitch sip, bitch.
Come on, like chuck that bitch.
Chug,
Let's
chug.
go.
It's a taste test. I'm not drinking the whole damn thing. This is actually not bad.
It
It's
tastes like hot dog.
No, it doesn't even. I mean, it's hard to explain the taste of it, but I thought it was going to be very overwhelming. It's not something I would want to continue drinking. There's just like a little gross aftertaste. Like it gets grosser as it sits in your mouth, pause, and it gets grosser as it permeates your throat, pause. But really, an initial sip, it's not that bad. It almost tastes a little, dare I say, fruity for some reason. I don't know. It's not I would definitely not want to finish this. Like I'm just like the more I drink it, the sicker I get. But it's not an initial pow. It's not an initial boom. All right. So thank God. Thank God. All right. Now this one's gonna be nasty. We're gonna get ranch. We're gonna do the ranch now.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, listen. You did good with your sour thing. What do you want me to say?
This is ridiculous. This better taste horrible.
Oh, this smells like feet.
Let's go.
It smells like
That's
cicote.
better.
Okay. This one's not gonna be good. This one cannot be good. Ugh. I'm not a fan. Definitely not
Let's
a fan.
go. Let's go.
Chug, chug,
No,
chug.
I'm not chugging. There's no way.
Swallow it.
Oh, Ben swallowed it.
Why are you dominating all of a sudden, bro?
It's like, how do I describe this one? Ugh. It's not good, but it just tastes like how do I put this? I don't want to say like licorice, but it just kind of tastes like a weird candy. It doesn't taste that bad. I thought it was gonna be like liquid ranch, essentially. You know what I mean? But I think it's because they're adding like a bunch of sugar to it or something, and they're making it almost delectable. Dare I say to some people. Like if you
God.
So you're a fan of ranch?
I do like ranch. I wouldn't like it in fucking liquid form. Like if I had to, I wouldn't want to go drink ranch right now. But I think they're almost making it, they're making it like palatable. Ugh. I definitely am not a fan. But
Yeah.
but it's not. Oh, let me tell you right now, the dog soda? Would never. All right, let's hit the buffalo wing soda. I mean, this can't be good. This can't be good. This cannot be good.
I bet that'd be the least worst.
Really?
Yeah, it has to be. It has
No
to
real,
be.
no real distinguishing smell. No real smell. All right, here we go. No real distinguishing taste.
Come on.
Dare I say it is a bland.
Oh, what the hell?
Very bland.
This is a waste of money, bro.
There's like a heat from buffalo sauce on the back of my throat right now. That's
Oh, you don't
there.
like spice. That's the good thing.
No, but this is not like fiery buffalo, so it's not.
Oh, come on.
It's not gonna
This
be like
is not torturing you at all.
Nah, this is. I mean, the dog soda was way worse than this. I mean,
Maybe you guys have COVID and that's why you can't taste or
I
smell
am kind
anything.
of sick.
I haven't had COVID in 3 years, so.
Is that because you're using all your?
Unless-
Are you on Dr. Sebi's meal plan or something?
I am on Dr. Sebi's
I
new
knew
meal
you were.
plan.
I knew you
Grass
were.
and leaves.
I knew you were on Dr. Sebi. Okay, so now I got the
Yeah.
enchilada soda. I mean, come on, Roddy, you can get with this, right? You like this. You drink that.
Yeah.
Put a little.
This is
lime
something
in
your
there.
people like.
Yeah, this is for you. This is for your.
Yeah. Your
demographic.
culture.
All right.
This is what you
Ooh.
indigenous people
Ooh,
love.
I do not like that. Smells like a salad soda. Smells like kind of
See,
like.
I don't know why that sounds appealing to me, though.
Salad soda?
Yeah, it smells like it's like
I
kind of like.
don't
It
know. I
smells
like dressing.
almost
certain
like
dressings.
leafy. You know what I mean?
Leafy. It's
Yeah.
not bad.
Are there leaves in it?
You probably had worse medicine than that then. Oh, this is crap. Oh, come on.
Ugh. Ugh.
Yes. Take another hit.
Chug it.
Chug it. Chug it. Yeah, that one seems to work. That one right there. Give the people what they want.
I can already see someone barf. I'm gonna see someone barf.
Come on now. I'm not going to be the only one barfing.
Your shirt.
Yep. That's what I'm fucking talking about, baby.
This is your shirt up and barf into your shirt.
Let's go.
That
Make
one
it
was bad.
messy.
That one was bad. You know what? It's the worst part about this one. It's not even the initial sip. It's when it hits like almost the back of your throat. It morphs and it becomes
Yeah.
like more disgusting. Let me give.
Oh man.
I'm not finishing it. Fuck you. There's
Do
no
it.
way.
You sure? Come on now.
There's no way.
For the people?
I was
One
never
more
able
for
to
the
finish it.
people?
I'll do another one, but there's no way I'm finishing it. There's no way. It's
Chug. You're not. Yeah.
Come on, one solid one for the people.
I already gave him 2.
Come on,
It's still up
come
in the
on.
neck.
All the way to the neck. All the way to the neck. Empty the neck out.
There's
I'll
no
do
way.
barf.
There's no way.
You should barf.
I can't even
Really,
put it down
you should,
anymore. I
man.
can't even put it. It's
What's your
like-
bucket?
This is my bucket right here. I can't even put it down anymore. Oh my god. I just spit all over my freaking electronics. Did you see the spit fly? Did you get to see the spit fly out of my mouth?
God, watching you makes me want to throw up.
What? Like, and I still got the buffalo heat in the back of my. Oh, this is like in my chest now. Ah! Oh my god.
You should mix them all together and then drink it.
All right.
Oh
I'll
my
try
goodness,
it.
put it in the Gritty Nose Best mug. The
Hold
great
on. I got this. We got
cocktail.
a little enchilada. This is the nasty.
Come on now, let's go. Put it up.
A little bit of that. Okay. And we got a little bit of ranch.
Let's go.
Sorry, I'm not showing it. Okay, there's a ranch.
Only in the Gritty Nose Best podcast will you see this most disgusting.
Little bit of mustard.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that enchilada was fucking lethal. But it's
It looks like
still,
orange juice right now.
Still, the dog soda's the worst. Like that was unbelievably bad. All right, so I mixed them all together. Let's give it a little whiff. Oh my god.
Yes, that's the reaction we want.
Cicote. Oh my god.
If you're watching or listening, just cheer him on. Let's
All right,
go.
here we go. Let me stand up a little bit.
Ready?
There we go.
Oh my god, I can't. Ooh.
Close your nose. You got a big ass nose, so close that bitch.
Shit, that's nasty. Okay, here we go.
Some of these sips, no.
That was a mouthful, bitch. Ugh. I spit it right back in. I spit it in. I'm gonna take another one too.
Swallow.
You're gross.
You're gross.
You're a nasty boy.
It's like in my damn chest. The fucking flavor. I gotta take a Tums after this shit. Ugh. Let me try this.
He's going for it, ladies and gentlemen. One more. Oh God, third one. He went for the third one. He He is standing up strong right now, ladies and gentlemen. Can he go for another one? Can he finish it? No, he is saying no.
The
Hands
enchilada tipped it over the edge. The other ones were like decent, and I could probably like finish them if you gave me like an hour. I'm definitely not.
So you tapping out?
I'm definitely tapping. I never planned on finishing these. These were the taste tests. What the fuck? You wildin', and now you guys talk amongst yourselves, so I gotta clean this up. I freaking wet my whole console over here.
You guys should choose, out of all the ones you taste, you should finish at least one. Like, choose one.
Oh my god. Go. Just no way. It's no way.
So, Roddy,
I'm running the show. Fuck you all. I'm not finishing shit. No way.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to update with Roddy and his awesome podcast YouTube channel. He's on everywhere.
Laid, you know.
Yeah,
I don't deserve this type of treatment.
We all got him laid.
That looks terrible. I'm just glad all I'm drinking is some Gatorade out of this Gritty Knows Best mug, which will eventually be available for purchase.
It will be. So if y'all really want this, leave a comment, subscribe. Tell us you want one of these awesome mugs.
Look at this. It's crazy. It's crazy. The best. It's a really high quality ceramic mug made by children in Indonesia.
Clean up. Oh my god!
Everybody in the crew has one.
I believe it's a 12-ounce mug.
Oh my god! Like I'm burping the soda and it's like coming out of my nose like the wind. It smells like buffalo.
Oh my goodness! You are going to take the best shit of your life today.
No, I don't think so. It's gonna feel like buffalo's coming out of my ass. Buffalo sauce.
Where it was soda, maybe it's just gonna be real smelly pee.
Ugh,
like when you take it off.
It's true.
I can imagine.
Strong.
Then for the next show, you should drink your pee.
You should.
That's a little dark. That's what I see when I open up
What
Twitter.
do you mean? I hear it's very healthy.
That's what. So you do it, Dr. Sebi.
Well, I don't need it.
I don't need it either. If you don't need it, I don't need it. What do you think? I got fucking leukemia or something? I need like a miracle.
Like you need it, he said.
Yeah, like the hell. That's what I see when I open up my Twitter. I see people like drinking their own piss, dude. Twitter is literally insane right now. Every time I open my Twitter, I have to like kind of like I'm watching a scary movie because I watched like one disaster happen on Twitter. Like I watched like somebody, I don't know, get hit by a car. And now yesterday when I turned on Twitter, it was somebody wearing somebody else's face. Like somebody skinned somebody's face and they were wearing their face. I've seen people are getting, I saw somebody like today just like shoot somebody inside or outside of like a grocery store. Like my Twitter is cursed, dude. I got to get off that shit.
Listen,
like, I cannot even.
You shared your Twitter with us, and I never seen on Twitter.
It's bad.
Somebody get shot in the head until it was on your Twitter.
Did I show you somebody getting shot in the head?
You didn't watch it, but it was basically I was like, whoa, let me see that.
Yeah. Nah, bro, my Twitter.
Because I couldn't believe it. You were like, oh, this is all of my Twitter. And I'm like, no, I got to see something. And there you go. There was somebody getting executed.
That's insane. All right, listen. So here's what we're going to do right now. We are going to say adios to Roddy. Roddy, thank you for being such a great guest, such a great guy. We love you. Make sure you listen to his podcast, Out the Red, and also Roddy Radio. You can find him on almost every podcast platform and YouTube, right?
That's right. On YouTube, on Roddy TV is a channel name, so go check it out.
Right. And now what we're going to do, Crow's going to be with us, and we are going to bring in two very special guests. We're going to bring in EJ for the first time on the show, and as promised, we are going to be bringing in his ex-girlfriend from high school, Vanessa, who was a friend of ours. She's going to be talking, and she's also a fan of the show, so we're going to be talking to her and EJ right now. I texted him. I texted him, listen, we're gonna get you in, we're gonna do the sodas, which is gonna take like 5 minutes. He's like, oh, what? You were supposed to get me in at 5:30, you're late. You don't fucking listen. I said be ready between 7 and 8. It is 7:30 right now, so we're still in the time frame we're supposed to be in. You need to listen up. You need to stop talking.
You said 7. There was no 8.
Vanessa, what did we tell you? What did we tell you, Vanessa?
I don't care what you told Vanessa. You told me be ready for 10:30. Be ready for 1 o'clock and be ready for 7
to 9. Be ready for 7 to 9. Be ready for 7.
Not 7.
I didn't say we're getting you in. I said be ready.
That means I got to be here from 7.
I said be ready, though. I didn't say we were getting you in lickety split. I said be ready. You know that there's moving parts. There's a lot of things happening. We're getting people in and out. So things got a little over. But don't even worry about it because we told Vanessa 7 to 8, didn't we? Because we didn't know. So why don't you stop? And you got a game to play. So why you
You
press?
tell her these things and not me.
Why you press? You were playing a video game, weren't you? Why you worried? Why you pressed right
I'm not
now?
gonna lie, I was about to fall asleep, bro. Like
Exactly.
I was about to fall asleep when I realized it was 7.
I knew it. What a joke.
What an asshole. That's what he is.
Are you done cleaning up your ashtray?
Yeah. I just gotta go dump the.
This guy dropped his ashtray on the ground right before the show. What a freaking klutz. What a clown. What a cloyne. Vanessa, it is great to see you. We're just gonna start talking to you. Eddie, you can shut up for a while. This is all about Vanessa right now, okay? So
Let me know if I need to like fix my camera or like find a different.
You are great. Your hair looks fantastic. Wow.
I told you it was gonna go poof.
It's poofed out. It's looking amazing.
Poofed and nice.
Looking amazing. Little backstory. We've known Vanessa since I don't even know. We were in 7th grade, right? Crow?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. I've
about
known
7th
Vanessa
grade.
since I got to the school, so that was
Right.
around 6 for me. It was 6th grade.
Something like that. So anyway, I haven't seen Vanessa in like 12 years, and all of a sudden one day I hear we're gonna get to her dating Eddie and all this other fun stuff. But one day I hear from the Crow that she is listening to Gritty Knows Best, and I was like, what? How? Like, how did that even explain? How did that even happen?
I mean, the moment Maurice told me you had a podcast, and that a few of you guys worked on it together, I was like, oh, okay, let me check this out, because I wanted to see what everyone was up to, and also it's nice to when you're at work, because I was at the office during the time, and I don't know, I like to listen to stuff like as I work, so I was like, okay, let me figure this out, let me go listen to it and check it out. And yeah, it was pretty good, and I kept on listening, whenever I could, and y'all were hilarious. So,
Thank you. Did you expect it to be this fantastic? Did you expected it to be bad, right? Don't lie. You expected it to be bad.
I did not expect it to be bad.
That's.
Listen, she already knew me as entertaining, so of course.
I knew Maurice. I know Maurice more than I knew you. So I was like, okay, if Maurice is on it, this shit is probably hilarious.
It's probably so funny.
So,
yes, the Crow.
So I was like, let me check this out, and of course, it was fucking hilarious.
You've been listening since for years now, right? For a long time.
This is like my 2nd year.
Oh, okay. I thought it was longer than that. Okay.
So did you see any episodes with Justin?
I've seen those are the first ones with Justin. What happened to Justin? Where's he at?
He's on the road to recovery right now. He's healing. He's getting whole again. He'll be back. He will be back.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any? Do you have any favorite moments or favorite episodes from the show that come to mind when you think of Gritty Knows Best? Anything? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but if you don't have any, it's fine.
Yeah. Oh my god, no, they were okay. Best when you guys did the spiciest was the spiciest chip challenge.
Yeah. Who did you like when Mo and EJ did theirs respectively? Mo's was the best.
I think I remember Eddie doing it. I think I listened to the one with Eddie.
Okay.
Yeah, so I like that one.
Right.
The best one was one where Clay was on, and he was talking about how he went to like some bar or whatever, and they got roofied. That was just wild. I just like
that's your favorite. Clay,
that's your favorite.
Clay almost dying.
Drug and raped at a bar.
Clay getting raped. It was the funniest.
Clay almost getting raped.
Fucked up.
Wow.
Clay got some crazy stories. That's like my favorite.
I forgot that we even talked about that. We do so many that I forgot that was even a thing. That's right. My man got roofied on
Clay
Halloween.
almost got me too.
My man got roofied on Halloween, dude. That was scary. I remember you calling me the next day. I was like, could we talk about it on the show? Like, that's insane.
To be fair, if I remember the context, it was because he took a sip of his friend's drink.
Yeah,
his friend that was supposed to be getting roofied, and he kind of just took the hit,
fell into
I
the
guess.
mix. Exactly.
No, and then the girl was like, "Oh, yeah, that's the second time it happened." He was like, "What the fuck? You took me there again?" I was dying.
Oh, yeah, this happened before. Like, I've been roofied. It's not a big deal. Like, this happened. It just happened.
I agree. I agree with that. I was like, "What's wrong with you? Why would you not tell him that you got roofied there?"
Not be back.
I hope this woman is out of his life. Yes.
I would not be back. Any other shining moments that come to mind before we move on from that topic?
Oh Lord,
it's a lot. We did a lot. We've done a lot on the show. 4 years.
Yeah. So this other one, when you guys went out of state with Pastor, and Maurice was asking for chicken and waffles.
The Waffle House incident. Well, let me tell you, if you thought that was funny, Lister, you should have been there. Okay.
Oh my god.
Can I get chicken and
I was
waffles? She's like, oh, we don't do that. Okay, can I get this? And then it's like, okay, wait, do you want the chicken and waffles in that? Like, oh no, wait, but can I get that? And she's like, well, but do you want this? Well, you can get this. Do you want the chicken sandwich? Do you want this?
Bro.
And it was a mess. It was.
That
It was a
was-
mess.
It was
I
so
was so
funny.
It
mad.
didn't have to be that complicated though. Like on her end, she could have just like communication. It's not.
So you're on Crow's side about this.
I am. She
We
could
were-
have just said like, "Hey, it's not like a deal.
She did.
You're putting two different items together here." Like she could have just. It didn't have to
Well,
be so
no,
crazy.
because the
Like,
thing was that they didn't have a fryer, so I think she was trying to inquire, like, okay, we can do that for you, but it's gonna be grilled chicken. And then he was like, but I want a chicken sandwich now. And she's like, okay, but do you still want the chicken and waffles?
I can't even
And then he's
remember.
like,
It was a fucking headache.
He was getting thrown around that conversation like a rag doll, man. It was bad. It was so fucking funny though, absolutely funny.
Talk
4
about
One
years,
of the best moments.
4 years of
You
gritty
should
nose
definitely
bastard.
check out my one chip challenge if you only saw EJ's because hands down mine was the best one. I tortured myself that entire time.
His was the best. Mo's was definitely the best one chip challenge I've ever seen. Forget that is the best one chip challenge on the internet. I against
is.
anybody. It rivals
It is.
anybody's one chip challenge. The amount of times I've
Compare
seen
mine to yours and mine's beat yours hands down.
you
Sorry
guys are
guys.
crazy for even trying that. I would not go near that. I could not.
Oh my goodness. How about when you do you watch us do the tenders? Me and EJ.
on the last 6 hours spectacular. The death tenders.
The tenders?
Yeah, the death tenders.
The death tenders.
On the last 6 hour special.
I remember. I think I heard a little bit of that. I don't remember finishing it though.
Okay, you got.
I think you guys are saying like, yeah, like the whole house stunk, like the spiciness.
stunk. 'Cause that's not even
Yeah,
the
we're
word for it.
flying.
That house was ruined.
Murderous.
That was horrendous, dude. That was,
It was the spices who was in
That
the
was
house like
the-
a murderer was in the house.
It was toxic. That's the way to describe that smell. It was a toxic smell. It blew
Yes.
Clay back. His lungs hurt. It was terrible. I was like,
and then I end up hurting the gay dolphin. That was ridiculous.
shit all over
you
the
know?
place and vomit all over the place. In my mind, I'm thinking, they're gonna eat that? Like, no.
I turned the
way.
gay dolphin to the
And
shit
Cheryl comes out
dolphin.
and she's like, "What the fuck you guys doing in my kitchen? What the fuck is that?" It was. I couldn't believe they ate it after smelling it. I give you guys all the respect in the world for still going
I
through
give
with
Mo
it.
respect because he ate like 2 of them.
Nah, I watched it
I
again
ate
the other
way
day, and my
more.
man EJ was taking bunny bites. Like my man was taking little
I
baby
ate
bites.
I ate a half of that, and I seen like I thought I was doing good. Like I was like, yeah, I'm like halfway done. I go look over, and like Mo's like on like his third. I'm like, get the fuck
almost
out.
on his
I
third.
give up.
Almost on his third.
Once I saw you was so far ahead, I was like, there's no point in making myself suffer anymore.
So you just made me suffer. I should have just
Well,
stopped.
you were- listen,
Stop
you
trying to
blew me out of
win.
the water. There was no way. Just like with the game show, like there was really no way of coming back for me.
Right. Well, let's talk about this now. So, Vanessa, like we said, you know this since like 6th grade, 7th grade. What was it like growing up with the gritty nose bed? Besides Eddie, we'll get to him later. But what was it like growing up with Crow and I? Because I remember we didn't really interact that much, but I always thought you were cool. I really never had any issues with you, and I always thought you were nice. And I always had your back when it came to. I would tell him like, "What are you doing, bro? You gotta relax."
Oh,
This is getting
thank
crazy."
you. Thank
This
you.
is getting
Now I
crazy.
know that this
I used to
motherfucker
be
was
like,
really
yo,
on some other shit. 'cause
I
he
didn't
had
tell
no
you a
emotion.
bug.
No one is
Hold on,
lying
hold on,
but you.
Hold on. We're gonna get to one incident where I still had your back, but I thought it was hilarious. We'll get to
never
that.
told me to calm down.
I
or
said,
be
calm
nice. You never
down.
said none
I
of that
said, you're
shit to
being
me.
out
I
of
know. I told you to
control.
calm down, chill.
So what was
I
it like
believe
growing
that,
up?
but I know you never said that.
But sticking to the thing, right? What was it like growing up with Mo? Well, me and Maurice, like, it's funny because at first, like, I thought Maurice was an asshole.
At first.
And yeah,
I mean,
at
that's
I thought he
accurate.
was like
what-
an
how did that
asshole. He just
change?
came off strongly. But then I don't know what happened at some point. Like we just started to talk and get to know each other, and I was like, oh, like he's pretty cool, and we actually like bonded a lot because we come from similar backgrounds in terms of like family history. So it turned out like he actually became like one of my closest friends because he knew things that like a lot of other people just couldn't relate to. So me and Maurice, Maurice, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I thought we were tight. I still think we're tight.
We still tight. We still tight. This is my sister right
Thick as
here.
thieves.
I fuck with her all the time.
So yeah, it was all, good things with Maurice. I always found that like I could have like really mature conversations with Maurice, conversations that I couldn't have with like a lot of people. And maybe it's that I didn't give other people the chance. Maybe that was a part of it too. But you know, there's also like
We
that
know who
element
you
of, like,
weren't
well,
having
you
them
know
with.
who comes from your background and you know who doesn't.
We know who you weren't having those with. Not to name names. That's the point. Not to point fingers.
Listen, I just couldn't relate. I mean, she's not wrong. I was like a shitty family.
He stuff, but he was still an asshole. That was his problem.
And then what was it like growing up with Griffey? With Griffey.
Griffey.
With me. Griffey.
Oh.
8-7.
Griffey?
Well, we all know that all the ladies loved him in your grade, right?
Yeah. I remember, a mutual friend of ours had the biggest crush on him. And at one point, I remember it was mutual. And like, I remember being so excited. I was like, this is great. Like, you know, but eventually that turned south, unfortunately. But you know what? You know, everything happens for a reason, I believe.
That's right.
So
that is right.
But yeah, I didn't get to know you like I did everyone else, unfortunately. But I remember you always like just being really chill. Like you, as far as I knew,
I was very
like,
chill.
You were never involved with like anything serious.
That's right. I was.
You know, and I remember meeting your mom. I knew your mom. I knew you.
Speaking of being involved in something serious, you reminded me. Well, you didn't remind me because I started. You told me that
was
you.
One time,
you told me that you assaulted me in the hallway, and I don't remember it. You assaulted me. And what's the statute of limitation on assault? What's the statute of limitation?
It's long past, bro. You can't press charges.
I'm gonna look into it. So tell everybody what you did to me when I didn't even know what was going on. I was minding my own business.
So there was this one time where you allegedly all y'all trashed a classroom.
The classroom was trashed. That's what.
I was not there to trash that classroom.
And it was a teacher that was very important to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, what the fuck? So I remember I came across Thomas Grady. And I remember like all I did was like, I think I pulled you like by your shirt. I don't know if I picked you up like if your feet were not touching the ground.
That's not a cartoon. You didn't do that. There's no way that happened. Now you're getting out of control.
She see you. She just had you in her hands, little nigga.
I never saw you in the weight room.
What
Okay.
I said, but I remember I did that, and you were looking at me like confused as fuck. Like, what is going on here? So now this is my apology. I'm sorry. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
Okay.
That was uncalled for.
I'm hanging up on the lawyers now. I got my apology. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because you assumed that I was involved.
Lift you from the ground.
You assumed I was involved in trashing the classroom, which let me tell you, I did see exactly who did it. I saw when it started. And I walked away. I said, I got nothing to do with this. I don't know nothing about it. And then I was involved in not involved, but I was like apparently involved and blamed for 2 trashings. Then these guys trashed the locker room. And I go, uh-oh, I'm getting out of here. I saw the first thing fly across the room. I said, I'm not going to stay here. And I get kicked off the wrestling team for that because apparently I was there. So I got implicated in all kind of stuff that I wasn't even involved in.
No member of Really Knows Best cast was a part of this.
Dude, you know what was fucked up about it? You said, you bring up a good point, Vanessa. You said, why didn't my mom do anything? When I came home, my parents did not believe me that I did not trash that locker room. And I was like, dude, every time I do something wrong, I tell you before the teachers tell you. I tell you every time I fuck up and I do something bad and I get in-house suspension. Why would I lie about trashing a freaking classroom? I didn't lie to you about flicking a piece of corn in a blind woman's eye. Why would I lie about a fucking insignificant ass locker room? They're like, no, we know you had something to do with it. We just smell it on you. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Are you crazy? Why would I?
You're the ringleader.
I was like, dude, I literally didn't do it.
That was foul.
And they were basically like, we're not going to punish you because it's not proven, but we're on. You know, it's like, bruh. I told them everything I ever did
listening
wrong.
That Gritty is the ringleader for everything, every problem that ever started in our school. He was the mastermind behind the whole school. He was the king of the school. He was the king of the school, as you know.
Framed you all the time. They just framed you all the time for everything.
I was framed. Twice.
Was that the year more than half the team got kicked off?
Probably because me, Dre,
Bro, no, you're kidding.
Me and Dre, I think got kicked off for that. Or somebody else got kicked off for that.
We went to a tournament. We went to the tournament with like 7 or 8 people or something like that. It was ridiculous.
Because everybody got kicked off.
Everybody decided to act up that year because of Gritty.
No, not because of me. Listen, first of all, Dre, I think Dre got kicked off because he was being poor in math. I didn't have nothing to do with it. What do you think? I stole his homework? I didn't have nothing to do with that.
You probably answered all his questions for him.
Yeah, exactly. You were doing his homework for him, and that's why he failed.
He he asked you if you can pass it. You said, yeah, the test is easy, and then he gave you a paper, and you just messed it all up for him.
No, I was never involved in anything. I was a good guy. I was not an A plus.
Like your parents said, they smell it on you, the troublemaker.
I swear, I would admit it today if I trashed that locker room. I never trashed anything in that school. When we went to Columbia, we were trashing shit. We were breaking stuff and all. That I'll admit, we were breaking stuff. I did not break anything in that school. Definitely not.
Why is it everyone always went wild when we went on those like program trips?
Well, because
because
this is what happened.
We were like animals, like we were gonna lose our shit. Bro.
Because Justin and I, Justin, Dre, and a few other guys, we kicked it off every year. And then the next year, that next group, I don't know if they like got influenced by us, but it basically, we usually started it. I don't know. We just went crazy. We'd break things, and we didn't have to pay for anything. I broke a mirror. We broke the closet. Why
did you break the mirror?
I broke the mirror in Columbia, and then I started doing cartwheels down the hall because I locked myself out of the room. It was amazing. It was so much fun. They had food fights in their room. I mean, we just trashed that place. And we were all right. So anyway, you assaulted me, but I do forgive you for that. It's okay. Everything's all right. So now we have explained once or twice about what Eddie was like as a boyfriend back in the day. But why don't you explain what it was like dealing with this guy, dealing with the ghoul?
Oh, God.
You did it for what, 2 years?
First he was good. At first, he was good.
Oh, you had a little good period.
I don't know. He was on some other shit. He decided that he was an asshole and keep all this distance and blah blah blah.
Oh, you were distant.
You're not wrong.
EJ, what was the
gonna
first
do
time?
shit to me for attention, to put on a show for his friends. Yeah, I know about that too. The staff told me.
EJ, what was the first time y'all kissed? Like what was that about? Like, did you do anything special?
It was short.
She kissed me actually. I was ready.
She had to do everything.
You know it's true because we were. Okay, all right. I'm the liar. All right.
So what's your story, EJ?
Anyway, Mo. As I was saying, we were. I guess it was like rec or something. So like they were like, oh, it's time to go back.
I
to the
remember
dorm.
we were outside.
You don't remember nothing good then. You don't remember anything that ever happened ever.
Oh my goodness! So EJ, you're saying your story is the correct story.
I'm saying that when I say I remember something, it's true.
I will say that EJ does have a good memory.
Okay.
I will co-sign this. EJ will tell me the same story for years, and it will not change like a word,
That's true.
a dot, appear. Everything will be
and I'll tell you right now, it was not outside. It was in the little gym. I remember.
I believe Eddie. Just knowing his track record with stories, they never change.
And you know the fucked up part is right after that, John Jones, because we had to go back to the dorm. John Jones is like, I see you. I'm like, oh, stop.
Well, it was your girlfriend. Who cares if you see you? It was your girl. Who cares?
So Vanessa, what was your first time?
Oh, your first time?
What do you
Your
mean?
first time. EJ's first time is different, apparently.
It was outside.
Maybe that's the first one you remember.
I don't believe you.
I remember that we were outside, and it was like maybe like a few months, maybe I want to say close to a year. No, it couldn't have been a year. I don't remember, but I remember it was outside a few months into dating. And it was like it was just like a peck, and that's it.
Man, maybe hit it with a crow kiss, like a little peck.
Nah, crow's kiss better than that. we give you the whole beat.
How long did you guys date in high school? 2 years?
It was on and off. But it was like 2 years.
Yeah.
2 years, okay. So there's two specific incidents I want to talk about that I remember and that I will never forget. One, I wasn't there for this, but I remember hearing it all the time.
I don't know this other one, but I know the main one you're gonna say.
Is it the cafeteria one?
The cafeteria one. This is an infamous one. Everybody remembers this.
Oh.
When apparently,
I was there for this.
EJ has a strong aversion to sauce, ketchup, mustard, anything. And apparently,
especially ketchup.
You had been dating him for a while at this point, and you got him a burger from the cafeteria line, and he took a bite of the burger and spit it all over the ground like an animal and ran out of the cafeteria because you put ketchup on that burger. My question is...
All right. I did not run, all right?
No, he didn't run. He didn't run.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I had to sit outside to cool off, all right?
Over ketchup, bro?
Oh, yes. Sure.
Now, my question is...
Say the words.
If you were consistent, I would have known he doesn't
Whoa,
fuck with ketchup.
whoa,
But
whoa,
most of
hold
our
on.
relationship was us having the title, but there being nothing to really back it up.
Hold on.
So,
Hold on.
excuse me.
It was an empty title.
Ketchup on a burger.
Hold on.
Baby.
Because as soon as I spit it out, Tashin knew what was up. Tashin said, "You put ketchup on
your
it,
boy.
didn't
The
you?"
that's
one who
'cause you were closer with us.
Not your girlfriend.
I'm
the
not
one that you
kissing
ignored
him.
all the time.
I'm not kissing him, though. Why does he know?
You were barely kissing me.
Well, because you
That's
didn't
for
talk
sure.
to her. You rather talk to a wall than talk to her back then.
I did remember going up to Vanessa because Vanessa, I saw it. He freaked out. He made his sound. Do you want to say the words you actually said?
I don't remember what
He was
I
like,
said.
"Oh fuck," right? He's like, "Oh no." He's like, "What the fuck is this?"
He yelled it. He yelled, "What the fuck?" It's
Oh,
ketchup
man.
on
What a
this.
baby. What a freaking baby, dude.
Oh,
And we're staring at him. I'm two tables away, staring at Vanessa, looking at him. Tashin was on
did
his
you
left.
Stab him
I'm-
with this reaction. She had to stab him or something.
Embarrassing. Totally unwarranted, embarrassing, and overdramatic.
I'm shocked. Tashin says what he says to her. I'm looking. I'm like, Vanessa, it's true. He doesn't like ketchup. So everything the storm knew it, which was dumbfounding us because we all knew. We were like, why? How does Vanessa not know this? So it's like, Eddie, did you ever tell
I
her?
didn't really know what our relationship was
Oh,
like.
let Vanessa
Only
talk.
people that are
We're on the
close to
same
me.
page here. I was thinking
Let
the same
Vanessa
thing,
talk,
too.
EJ. Go ahead.
No, just the same shit I've been saying. Like, y'all thought that our relation, that we were much closer than what we were.
No.
A
let me
lot of
ask
the
you
times
this.
we had the title, I remember I went like a whole month without talking to you, and we still had that title. And it was like, to you, it was like absolutely nothing. So of course I'm not gonna know that you don't like ketchup, because most of the relationship I was ignored.
We have a
He was
second.
locked in before that
We have
shit
a
probably.
second incident that I was there for that I thought was absolutely incredible. One of the funniest things I've ever seen in my existence. It was so disrespectful. It was unbelievable. I felt bad for you, but also it was tremendously hilarious. So I think we were in the hallway and we were by my locker or something, and we were just hanging out in a circle full of guys, and you come in like, yo, like, what are you doing out here? You need to be studying, like, that's why you failing, like, you were going in, and then we were like, ooh, like, we were like cracking the whip. You're like, oh, you're cracking a whip on you right now, like, you a bitch, like, oh shit, and you were like, go to the library now, go to the library. So then,
I don't remember saying all that.
yo, let me tell you what. You were aggressive back then. You were throwing people against
You
the
were.
wall. You were screaming at people. You came
Taking
in
them off the
hot. Yo, we were
ground.
just talking normal. You like, oh, what are you doing here? That's why you're failing. Get to the library right now. Get out of here. Go do some work. And I was like,
I did not do
damn.
that. No, I did
Yes,
not
you
say all
did.
that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
I would
you
not
went
lie,
in.
dude. You went in
You
on
went
him.
in.
I remember one time where, like, I remember approaching him when he was with all of y'all, and I remember kind of like losing my shit a little bit. And afterwards, I realized,
okay.
So probably apologized to him, and
No.
he was like, "Okay, at
No,
least you acknowledge that you."
I don't
fucked
know.
up."
I don't know if you apologize to me when you hear what Thomas is going to say that
So
I said.
then we're walking away, and I'm like, damn, like, yo, Eddie, like, yo, she gonna let her do that to you right now? Everybody's like, yo, damn, bro, she just like tear your ass up. So then you must have said something from down the hall to trigger him to respond like this. But we're right in front of the principal's office, and he yells from down the hall, "Go get hit by a bus, bitch!" I was like, what?
I do not remember that.
I was like, what did you just say to your girlfriend?
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something right now, Vanessa. This is the one thing that Thomas always brings up to me. This is like his favorite
Always.
thing in the world. Like,
Go get
he has
hit
never
by
had
a
a better
bus.
experience IRL than hearing that. It's wild.
Go get hit by a bus, bitch.
were so
Legendary. Historic. I want that on a shirt, on a mug. Like, I remember I just could not stop laughing because I was like, first, like that is.
Listen, I don't even know if like I thought of it. I think that was just the natural words, that just flooded out of my mouth. Like I was just like, she said something again? Fuck, man. Because I know, and I also blame you guys, bro, because you guys are just fucking with me like, hey, I'm gonna tell you what to do. You whip, you pussy. What's wrong with you? Like, I'm not a pussy, though.
Listen, my favorite thing is when it was the first fun day with you guys, and you were supposed to go hang out with her, and Miss our science teacher at the time told you to go hang out with her. A bunch of people was there, and they would say go hang out with her, and you refused to fucking just go and hang out with your girl the entire. It was so funny to me because anytime somebody was like, "Oh, go," you be like, "I'm busy with the girl. I'm busy. I'll see her in the afternoon."
I'm hanging out with my dudes, man. You guys parted ways after high school, and you guys didn't end up seeing each other till 5 months ago, maybe?
Till Crow decided to get the gang back together.
Okay, so now my question is
I
for
didn't even
Vanessa
decide
here.
that. I was on Chelsea.
Now my
Shout out
question
to
is
you,
for
Chelsea.
Vanessa here. Okay, so Vanessa, you get into a Zoom meeting, and you see this fucking ghoul sitting in front of you after all these years. And what happens after all this torment? How do you guys reconnect?
Well, before the meeting,
counseling.
Before like we started doing the weekly meetings, like Maurice already prepped me. He was like, "Yo, just so you know, like he's gonna be there, blah blah blah," and like he's like a lot more chiller now. Like, and I think Maurice said like he's actually like pretty sorry about a lot of the shit that he did.
I was chill back then. I was just a dick.
It helps. So yeah, I was just like, you know what? Like after, I had that conversation with Maurice, like I just thought to myself for a little bit, and I just realized like, holy shit, like, it hits different when you're like older and you look back at like the bad things that happened to you, with other people when you were younger. I'm so sorry.
What?
I'm in Manhattan.
Oh, we don't even hear anything. You're good. We didn't even hear anything.
Yeah, you're good.
No, we heard like it's very minuscule. We didn't hear anything in your background. You're good.
It is so loud.
No, you're good.
But yeah, no, I just, before the meeting, I was like, you know what? Like, I think looking back, I had my stuff going on, right? And I know that, but so did he, right? And I had to realize like, he didn't have guidance. Like he had guidance that I didn't have, but he still didn't have guidance.
Why don't you come out and say what you told us on the phone? You came at my
man's
man's neck. That's not how you said it last time.
Yeah,
you said you came out.
Rip off the Band-Aid.
You came off vicious last time.
Okay, let it bleed.
Not having a dad to show you how to have relationships, like I think that played a big role. And then also, I think like the position that he was in, period, was very difficult, right? Being with me, but not really wanting to be with me, which was okay, and being interested in my best friend much more. Like,
I don't remember that. Whoa.
Yeah.
He was trying to make some moves while now the neck is going up.
Different. He probably like didn't want to hurt my feelings.
He was trying to slide in there while he was with you?
The best friend? Your best friend trying to slide him in?
I know a lot.
That's some cold shit, boy. Damn. Put your head down right now. You should have broke up with that girl and then went to a friend. You can't be swinging from the vine like that. That's not right.
Yeah, not from the same tree. You can't eat the same Dominican fruit.
You should have let her down and then went for the friend like a week later. Said,
one plant at a time, bro.
Okay, to be fair, things did happen, but it was not like it was a plan. I did not plan to cheat on anybody. I did not plan to.
Oh no, you just did it consistently.
Oh, what was he texting her?
First of all, all right. See, I get it. I'm a dick, right? But it takes two to tango, right? I couldn't cheat on you by myself, all right?
Yours.
Spoken like a true. My man is deflecting. He's talking about what about her right now? Spoken like
All
a
I'm
true
saying is I
abuser.
couldn't cheat on you with
My man
my,
said,
by
well,
myself.
she's not on the show right now. This is about you texting her best
All
friend
I'm
and being like,
saying
yo, you was
is she's
looking
not
bad
wrong, but
right
there was
now.
more to it than that. Is all I'm saying. She's not wrong.
Wait, so
but
you're
there's
just saying that
also-
she should accept the fact that her friend was accepting your advances and
No,
not.
what I'm saying is that it sounds
They
like
were
she's
both
trying to make
active
it all on me, but
Really?
I can
Well, the
tell
reason
you.
she's bringing it up is because you're the only one here.
I know.
So let her continue.
Sorry,
Damn, I
go-
didn't even,
I'll
I didn't
keep
even
going.
know you was trying to slide up in her friend. That's
Oh,
crazy.
that was for some time.
Wow, EJ, you dog.
So
Damn, you dirty.
I just want to
Tryna
let
get
it be known that I
dirty.
did not condone any of this behavior at
I
the
didn't even
time.
know that shit was going on.
I knew, but I said stop.
Oh, you told her to stop?
But you know what? It's all good because it's in the past. We were young, and
Vanessa, we were talking about Eddie ripping out his pubes and ripping out his armpit hair. I think that was.
Yeah, the armpit hair thing.
Yeah, I
Then
think
you
that
got-
was, I couldn't remember what
God.
episode we
The
talked
wisdom
about that
plugs?
on, but we talked about Eddie ripping out because that's how he grooms himself. Anybody who doesn't remember that, Eddie likes to groom himself by ripping his pubic hair out and ripping his armpit hair out. And we were
I think
talking
armpit hair is pubic hair, isn't it? It's like the same
Yes,
thing.
it is pubic hair.
It's the same thing, bro.
So anyway, we were talking about this, right? Fucking in the weeds over here. And you had told us a very interesting story, Vanessa, because you don't have any armpit hair anymore. Do you want to tell us why that is?
yeah. So it actually started when I started developing a sweating disorder. And you know that things are a disorder when like an issue persists. Like, I would take a shower and put on deodorant, and literally a half an hour when I would do absolutely nothing but sit on the couch, I would stay. So yeah, it was a literal like disorder. I had to be on some medications at first for that, but the medications were they were uncomfortable. There were side effects, and when it comes to sweat, it's a very like delicate issue because things can go off balance very quickly. So eventually, I think after the second summer of dealing with it, I got very tired of having to take medications because I have other health issues, and I was starting to become like, like how the elderly person has like a bag of medications. That was me, and I had gotten fed up. I was like, no.
Damn.
I'm taking all these meds, right? Like
Sound
I'm
like you got
getting
fucking
issues
maracas
from
with you?
Yeah, I'm getting issues from taking so many meds, but in particular, like the medication for the sweating issue was just like
Your
not
liver. Your
it.
liver's not going to like that. Your liver's
No, that's what it was. My liver was overactive because it was like I was taking pills every like
Yeah, it's like
2
filtering
hours.
out every pill known to man.
Yeah. So, I thank God I credit this to having a freaking bachelor's degree. Oh my God. I
That's
took matters into my own hands. I did my research. And I found out that there was this treatment called Mirror Dry, where they it's a permanent solution to the sweating disorder, which is called hyperhidrosis. They burn your sweat glands with like microwave energy. It's like a laser type thing. So it's permanent, like one-time thing. And then the issue is resolved. The only thing is it wasn't covered by insurance, so I had to pay for it out of pocket. Thank God I was
That's
working
what
at
I
the
was
time.
wondering about. So how much was that?
Yeah, so the first treatment was $2,100.
Holy shit!
And they're
Yeah,
burning.
but-
so you said they're burning your sweat glands off just in your armpits. That's it.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just in your armpits. I still sweat everywhere else, but I just tolerate it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to take any of the medications.
Right.
They were really uncomfortable, but if I took care of the armpits, that was the main thing. Like
Right, that's the
I
one that was
like,
the most
sometimes you
severe.
gotta pick and choose. Your battles and what you can tolerate. And I was like, as long as I can get the armpit issue solved, like I'll be good, because I don't like, we're talking about like I'm going to work now and it's coming off like I don't have hygiene, and that's
Right.
a problem,
Right.
Yeah, I
Like-
get that. Yeah.
Now let me
You
ask you this:
know.
before they
From
gave
your
you
armpit,
before they gave you the process where they burn your stuff off, did they offer you? I heard there's a Botox they could do first, where they kind of freeze them, your sweat glands.
So the Botox, it's actually very hard to get to the Botox. You have to try the medications first, the other medications to get to the Botox. The insurance won't pay it otherwise.
Okay.
And I tried to get the Botox. That was before I did my research and found out about Mirror Dry. But Yeah, they were giving me pushback and they were saying like, oh, well, we could still try these meds. And I was like, no, no, no. I'm done with the meds. Like, I'm tired of not getting the result. Like, we fix one issue just to like get another,
10 side effects.
Yeah, and with Botox, you have to get it over and over again. So it's like, I don't want another reason. I didn't want another reason to go to the doctor. I already went to the doctor more than what I wanted to. Like, it was very disruptive to like my life and my routine. So I was just like, no.
Burn them off.
Miradai is permanent. It's FDA approved. That's the important thing, guys. Don't ever do anything if it's not FDA approved.
Right. There you go, Crow.
So,
Crow's over there, dude. Dr. Sebi. That's not FDA approved.
Hey! He never said. He never said.
So, what is that process like of burning your sweat glands off? Is it painful?
No, they numb you first. And I would say that's the most painful part, but it's not really painful when they're injecting the numbing medication.
Okay.
Until,
how many rounds of that did you have to do?
So I just did 2. So the first year I did 1 because I thought that I was good. But I think the second year I noticed that I was like, I think I could benefit from a second treatment. So I went back and thankfully they gave it to me in like the package deal that was offered the first time that I got the treatment. So I only paid $1,500 for that second one as opposed to $21.
So you paid a little under 400, a little 4,000, a little bit, right? A little under 4,000. Okay.
Yeah. So, but it was the best thing I ever did. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. I had a job because had I been in school and not had a job, I would have been screwed because Medicaid would have not covered that.
Oh yeah, I bet not. I bet not.
Yeah.
No, that's like it should because that's like such a hindrance to your life and it will really mess you up because people think that you're not trying to be hygienic, but you are. It's like that could ruin your life. I feel like you have like no social life because you're afraid you're gonna smell and sweat everywhere. You can't even do anything.
You've seen what we did to those kids that smelled funny in high school. You don't want to be like them.
We gave them elephant baths. Threw them in. They threw.
Who knows? I had a sweating issue too. Who knows?
How long
You never
ago?
know. The point is, right? Be careful with your judgments because you don't know.
Yeah.
Or that you don't know. You don't know what someone's health is. You don't know. It could have been medication too. I could have been on some medication that was causing me that.
Right. We don't do that on the show. We don't judge on the show. We don't like that. We highly recommend you don't do that. We are.
No, just only in a group chat.
We're very against judgment.
Thank God I was working to afford that because had I gone straight from undergrad to the master's program, I would have not been able to afford that at all. So I think like everything happens for a reason.
Right.
That break that I didn't want to take, guess what? In my favor. I got money. I was able to get my treatment. And that was exactly what I needed. So
glad to see you're all right.
Speaking of everything happening for a reason. So, as you know, right now we're doing the 6-hour special. A couple days ago, we're planning it and getting together. And we had a little segment planned called Pasties Quiz Time, which we do every year, right? This year, it was supposed to be Clay and the Crow facing off because Crow beat Stephanie and Clay beat me to do. Now they're gonna do the winner circle version edition, and so we call Clay to remind him of this, and he goes, "Oh man, hypothetically speaking, man, what would you say if I was getting asked that day?" I was like, I would say I don't want to get in the way. I don't want to get in the way of that, but we'd like you to do the quiz show, but I'm not gonna like stop you from going on a date. And he's like, all right, man, I'll be there Saturday, but I'm not gonna be there Friday, man. So we were like, all right, now we got to figure out what we're gonna do for the freaking quiz show. And then EJ sitting there, look at that bright mind, that beautiful mind. He says, we're gonna get Vanessa on the show. Why don't we have us face off on Pasties Quiz Time? And I was like, what a freaking smashing idea! What a smashing idea. So, next up, you are going to watch EJ and Vanessa go head-to-head in the X's face-off edition of Pasties Quiz Time. Who do you got your money on? Think of it now. Get your bets ready because they're about to face off. And when we come back, we got more of the 6-hour spectacular, baby. Vanessa, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yo, EJ, we don't want to see your yo. What are you showing us right now? There's a lady on the
chill. My pants are on.
There's a lady on the line. You showing us your freaking genitals?
We don't have our microscopes ready.
Nothing I haven't seen before.
Everybody get ready for America's hottest game show, Pasties Quiz Time! Introducing your host, some people call him Big Dick, some people call him Pasty. He is none other than Richard Morin Jr. That's right. And now, for our first contestant, some people call him the Hunchback of Myrtle Beach. Some people call him the Ghoul. You can see him creeping around at night. He is none other than EJ. And now for our very special contestant. This is the woman that everybody has their money on. She is EJ's ex-GF, none other than Vanessa. Pretty great. We got the X's at odds, and I think we know which way this is gonna go. But who knows? Because last time,
bet on her. Can I bet on her?
Here we go. Listen, not last time, but the one that Mo was on, we got a shock when Mo ended up scraping Stephanie. That was crazy. So you never know.
That was crazy.
You never know. Vanessa might not come out victorious, but I highly doubt that. Pastor, even though you do not know Vanessa, who is your money on this game?
Well, I'm going by your recommendation, and my money is on Vanessa.
All right, this is it. We're going to win big. So why don't you explain the rules and regulations?
All right, I'm going to explain the rules one round at a time so as not to take up a big block of time. So I'll give you the rules for round one, and then after that, round two. So in round one, I'm going to be asking each of you your own question. Each of you your own question. And if you don't know the answer and you would like multiple choice, the value of the question without the multiple choice is 200 points. If you use multiple choice, it will be 100 points.
Get a little
and these questions were compiled by my father, Dick Moran Sr. These are random questions in random order.
Right.
So, Vanessa, since this is the first time that I've met you, could you pick a number 1 through 2?
1.
1, that is the number I have written down. And right
she
there,
goes first?
1.
I guess I'm
go
two,
first, or do you want to go second?
I'll go second. I'll let it go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Let me show how dumb I am before you get to go.
All right, EJ, here's your first question. What class of animal is a penguin?
A mammal.
That is correct. For 200
All right, he's on the board
points.
first. All right. You didn't even need.
All right. I think you should have went first. That was an easy one.
Didn't even need
I didn't
multiple
know.
choice.
For a second, I was like, I don't even know. I'm glad I made sure.
Yeah, I was stuck, and that's one of my favorite animals. I was stuck. I would have said, "Let me get that multiple choice real quick." Say amphibian.
That's what I would have said.
I would have said
too.
amphibian, dead ass. EJ smart.
All right, Vanessa.
Sure. All right.
What is the capital city of Canada?
Ooh.
Is it Toronto?
Is that your final answer?
That is my only answer.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
Can I steal? Can I steal?
No stealing.
It's Montreal, isn't it?
That is incorrect.
But it's very common for people to think it is Toronto, right? Like a lot of people think that. I heard like not too long
Yes.
ago. What is it again?
What is
It's
it?
Ottawa.
Oh, I would have
I
never got
heard of
that.
that place. What
Would
the
have
heck?
never got that. Sounds like someplace in
Yeah.
America. Sounds like a southern place.
Yeah,
Ottawa.
it sounds like
Okay.
Iowa.
So the score now is EJ 200 and Vanessa
Whoa.
0.
Whoa! We gotta get another surprise.
Now, just remind you, if you're uncertain of the answer, you can ask for multiple choice.
That's true.
So, EJ, who is the CEO of Tesla?
Elon Musk.
That is correct.
What a softball.
I know. I'm glad. I'm glad I went first. I get the easy one.
What a little league question.
All right.
Now he's gonna ask you some fucking like super plutonium question, some
Right, yeah.
some neuroscience
Super
physics
science.
question.
So Vanessa, who wrote the novel 1984?
Oh, dang.
Come on, Vanessa, you got this.
Oh. No, let me go for that multiple choice.
All right. A, George Orwell. B, J.K. Rowling. C, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Or D, Ernest Hemingway.
Come on, you got this.
It was the first one.
George Orwell is correct.
Okay.
For 100 points.
I was
Knew
like, please
enough.
don't say J.K. Rowling. Please don't say J.K. Rowling.
No, that one. But that one was the only one where I was like, absolutely
Don't
not.
pull a Stephanie. That's what Stephanie would have did last time.
Yeah.
J.K. Rowling.
Okay, there's plenty of time. The score now is EJ 400 and Vanessa 100, and plenty of time for Vanessa to catch up.
Which you will.
Let's hope.
Which you will, right?
Yeah, I might have had too much
You
hope in
will.
me.
No, you're coming back. You're coming back.
You better not lose. I got money on you.
I'm betting against himself. You already know too well.
All right. What is the capital city of Australia?
Ooh, I don't even know this.
Oh God! Let me get multiple choice, please.
What is it?
Okay,
Oh, wait.
A, Sydney. B, Melbourne. C, Canberra. D, Brisbane.
I'll go with A, Sydney.
That is incorrect.
Oh, it's number 2, right? It's number 2, right?
It is C.
What?
Oh,
Canberra.
never heard of
Oh,
it. What is that?
I've never heard of it either.
None of these places
And
have.
I don't
like,
even
a
know if I
famous
said it correctly.
capital.
Score is still 400 to 100.
All right. It's about to come back.
Vanessa, in what year was the first iPhone released?
Ooh,
Oh Lord.
I think. Yeah.
Was it in 2000? Let me go for the multiple choice.
Okay, here we go.
A little too early. You need to climb up a little bit there.
All right. I don't know. This is going to offer you a little help, but not a lot. A, 2005. B, 2007. C, 2008. Or D, 2010.
Oh Lord.
Got this.
Um,
I'm trying to send it to you telepathically right now.
you think I would know this?
I think I.
I would say, is it 2010? I have no idea. I have no idea.
You said what, 2010?
Yeah.
Oh no.
That is incorrect.
Oh Lord.
That
What was the
was
answer?
2007.
Yeah,
Yeah,
07, baby. I knew that
Yeah, it's
one.
funny. That was my second choice. There.
You went way too low and then way too high. You were like,
I know.
you got to get in the middle there.
You're not good at The Price is Right.
No.
No.
You know, I used to work for a bank, and the bank sent some of us down to the gymnastic trials down in Philadelphia, and sitting before me, these were the for the 2008 Olympics, and sitting in front of me was a lady, and that's the first time I saw an iPhone.
Really?
The trials were in 2007.
Wow.
Did you
Yeah.
freak out? Did you go up and ask her to
No,
touch it?
I wanted to play with it.
Yeah, you should like, yo, let me touch it.
Wow.
All right. So EJ,
As he smokes it down right now. He's smoking like a chip.
Alrighty.
He's nervous. He's stressed.
what is
That's
the
right.
chemical symbol for gold?
Oh, we were
Oh
just talking.
my
We were just
God.
talking about
We're
this.
just talking about
We
gold.
were
Bro, we're
just
literally
talking about gold,
too.
bro.
All right, give me multiple choice. I think I'll know once the multiple choice comes
No
up.
way.
Okay, A, GD, B, GO, C, AG, D, AU.
I'm stuck between B and C, but I'm gonna go with C.
That is incorrect. It is D, AU.
AU, right? I thought. Okay.
really?
Okay. I thought so. I swear I
All
knew that one. I
right.
swear.
The score
That was
remains.
JD. I was like, that's the only one that makes sense. JD to me.
Yeah, that's what you would think.
The score remains 400 EJ, 100 Vanessa.
Whoa.
Ooh, y'all better get ready to lose some money.
Vanessa,
I'm
you
telling
gotta
you,
start.
you overestimated
You gotta start
me.
pulling some
All
weight
right.
around here. Gotta
Vanessa,
speed it up.
who painted the Mona Lisa?
Oh Lord.
on. Come on.
What is the name? I have, you know, when you have something like right there in your head, but you just can't get to it.
You need to get it out so we can get our
Oh
money.
my God. Okay, I'll take the multiple choice.
Oh.
Okay.
Something is better than nothing.
A. Leonardo da Vinci. B. Michelangelo. C. Raphael. D. Caravaggio.
Was it Michelangelo?
Oh,
That is incorrect.
my God. There's no way, dude. This is so easy.
It's Leonardo da Vinci.
Oh my God, Vanessa. This is turning.
Listen, no, you know better because you knew I practically lived under a rock. So a lot of this.
So do I.
No.
I don't know much. It's all empty. It's pretty empty up here.
Didn't it become a famous painting because it was stolen or something like that?
Now you get see that should have been your question. You know everything about that. I don't know. You getting deep into the art knowledge.
No, he
now.
did some miraculous things besides painting.
Yeah, he did like city infrastructure too. Like he built plans for the city infrastructure,
Yeah.
a bunch of cool stuff.
Ooh.
Leonardo da
Made
Vinci was an
plans for a
interesting
flying
guy.
machine that probably wouldn't have flown, but it was on the right track.
He did a lot of extra things.
So the
All
score
right.
is still 400 to 100.
History is repeating itself, and I do not like it.
EJ, who discovered electricity?
Ooh. Oh man. Thomas Edison.
That is incorrect.
Yeah, it's the light
So it
bulb,
was
right?
Tesla then. It was
No, it was
Nikola?
Ben Franklin.
Ben
Oh.
Franklin. It probably
Oh,
I'm
actually.
not even gonna
right.
lie, Eddie. I was with you. I'm not even
Yeah.
gonna lie. That's what I was
Right,
thinking
right.
too.
Thomas Edison's the one that made the light bulb.
I was
right,
thinking,
right,
I was thinking
right.
Edison, but I was like, I
Right.
knew it wasn't Edison, but that's the only name I could think of. I was like, it wasn't
Right, he
him.
made the light bulb, right.
And it probably was Tesla, but then Ben Franklin was like, nah, he just took that. He just commandeered that. He's like, nah, this is
Who
mine.
knows?
He did that experiment with the kite and the key.
Oh,
Well,
don't even remember. it.
Tesla wanted to have electricity like in like open air. Like you could just pull
Free.
electricity from the air.
Free electricity. And then
That's what he was working on, but
What
all
the
of our-
heck?
And then
all of our new stuff would just be fried. Like we wouldn't be able to test any computer chips or wires. It would just all immediately be like fried. So
right. And then he
I'm glad it
castrated
didn't
himself.
go the way he wanted.
How do you know all of this?
Then he cut his
crap?
I
balls
know
off.
stuff. I just clearly didn't know who started it. That's all.
All
Oh,
right.
Lord.
So now we're on to round two. The
Wow,
score right
this is
now.
not looking good.
Wait a second. Did I give you your final question, Vanessa?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
no,
Okay,
I
I'm
think so.
sorry.
Give her two
No,
more.
it's
Give it
okay.
two more. Give it
Listen,
another one.
we might as well assume that I'm gonna get I got my ass whooped.
No, we got 2 rounds. We got 2 rounds left.
All right. All right. Here's your
Oh,
last question in the first round.
Oh my God.
What is the world's largest ocean?
Ooh.
Oh, bruh. I don't fucking know. Give me the options already.
Wait.
What are the multiple choice? Failed
All
check.
right. A is the Atlantic, B is the Indian, C is the Pacific, D is the Southern.
Ooh. The Southern. When did that one come around? Last
Is
week?
it?
Never heard of that.
Damn, I think
Is
I
it
don't
the
know.
Atlantic? Is it Atlantic?
It
No.
is not.
No, wait, can
It's
I
the
can I
Indian,
guess it's
right?
the Indian, right?
It's the Indian.
It is not.
Oh,
it
oh,
is
we're all wrong.
the Pacific.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
We were all
If one
wrong.
just looks at a globe,
Ooh.
one can see
We don't look at globes anymore. We look at our
all the
phones.
space
That's it.
between the United States and China.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry,
Nobody-
let me pull my globe out of the closet.
Nobody-
I'm a
Massive
social work
space
major.
between
Nobody in our generation is looking at globes, all right?
the Americas
That's my
and
globe
Asia.
off,
I'm sure you grew up with a globe in your house, but no, none of us have that anymore.
A globe.
That's where
I
we're
grew
at.
up with a globe in every classroom of elementary school. So the first round ends with EJ with 400
Wow.
and Vanessa with
Wow.
100.
Vanessa. What is happening?
Listen, I
Explain.
told you. No,
It just sounds crazier than it is. It just sounds crazier because it's 400 to 100, but it's really one question to two questions. That's really
Right. Breaking it down. It's true.
All right. So in round 2, there will be 10 questions.
Okay. Oh, you got time. You got time to come
And
back.
I'm going to read the question, and that you're going to buzz in. And so what I need you to do is to come up with your buzz-in noise and to audition it before we start.
That should be yours.
So think of what you want your noise to be, and I'll just go on with the rest of the instructions. That the option remains the same. If you want to answer the question outright, it'll be worth $400. If you want multiple choice, it'll be worth $200.
Okay.
Or points, 200 points. There's no money in this game show.
No, we cannot afford that. Let's pass.
So
it
if
off
you
to
think
Ron.
you might know the answer and the other person's not moving, buzz in and give it a try.
Right, but they have to
and there's
initially
no
buzz.
multiple choice, right? Sorry,
There
I was trying
is,
to
there
figure out
is.
what my notes
There
would
is,
be.
but the
You
multiple
can
choice is
choose
200.
multiple choice.
So you
choice
can
is
buzz
200.
in first and then be like, give me the multiple choice.
Yes.
Yes, you can. Yep.
Yep. You can do
You
that.
can.
Okay. Gotcha.
So, Vanessa, what is your buzz-in sound?
It'll just be beep.
Okay.
Beep?
Beep.
You
Like
should
beep.
try the one I
That's
just
it.
did. Try that one. Go. Try that one.
Okay,
See if
just
that
do it a
works.
little louder with a little bit more gumption.
Okay, I'll be like beep.
There you go. Perfect.
Better?
Okay. Okay. And EJ, what is your buzz-in sound?
I don't know.
Do the normal one, dude. Just
I'm looking
grunt.
for something like
Just
I'm looking for
grunt.
something like a throw or something.
Just grunt like you normally just. Just do your normal grunt and groan. That's not. You can't use an item. You have to use your vocal cords.
Use your.
What
I
the
was
hell was
whistling.
that? What are you, bird
I'm just
calling?
gonna whistle then.
That didn't even transfer.
This is an utter disappointment.
Just say damn buzz like your buddy Clay did last time. Just say buzz.
Can I say me? Can me be the?
Yes, you can
my
say
buddy?
yeah. Yes, I approve.
Me.
There you go.
That's the smarter
There
one. I'm
you
over
go.
here looking
Beep.
dumb, talking about.
Yes, me.
What-
Oh no, beep! Look at that. I already forgot my shit already.
Okay, all right. Let's hear your sound big and proud, EJ.
Me.
There you go.
I should change it. It sounds like beep. I should change it.
Well, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, what's your noise
He
gonna
said
be?
me. He said me. She said beep. Let's go.
Okay, all right. What is the national bird of the United States?
Me, please.
Why did I
EJ.
not? Yeah, what the hell? I
the
blanked out,
eagle.
y'all. I'm sorry.
The eagle is correct.
There you go.
All right.
First buzzing. Vanessa, let's
400 points for EJ.
Vanessa, let's
Wasn't it
start
supposed to be
beeping.
the turkey?
Let's hear that beep.
What's that, EJ?
I said, wasn't it supposed to be the turkey?
That's
Yeah,
what
Ben
Ben
Franklin wanted it to be the turkey. I don't
Right.
know how many people were on board.
And Ben Franklin also wanted daylight savings time. We see how that worked out. Everybody hates it. So
All right. Second question. What language is spoken in Brazil?
oh, nobody.
Me. Oh,
Oh, I'd say Vanessa got that one.
Okay.
Portuguese.
Yes, Portuguese. That is correct.
Oh, I
you
would
know
have
what's
said
sad is I would
Spanish.
have got that wrong. I was gonna be like Latin.
Definitely. Yeah, I would have said Spanish too. Look at you. All right. What is that? 400 points? 300
That's
points?
400 points. And now the score is
Wow.
800 to 500.
All right.
Oh God, he's catching up.
All right.
So we'll have to see.
Get off my ass.
You're gonna get this one, Vanessa. You're
Well, at
gonna
least I would hope I would have gotten that question right because apparently I
All
have
right.
family in Brazil.
yeah.
Hands on buzzers. What is sushi traditionally wrapped in?
Beep.
Oh,
Vanessa.
Is it the nori sheets?
And what is that?
The nori, the green thing. The
No, no.
nori. It's like
No,
it's,
what
like,
is
the
what is
green
it called?
it's called the nori sheet. Is it like I don't know, like seaweed?
Seaweed.
There you go.
Exactly.
There you go. Yay, seaweed.
I never would have got that either. Damn.
Really? You didn't know that one? Oh, I guess because
No.
you don't like sushi at all.
I don't like fish.
You don't even like to look at it. Yeah, you're scared.
All
of
right,
sushi.
the tables have turned.
All right, she's up
The
now.
score is now EJ 800, Vanessa 900.
I swear I'm not throwing because I bet money on here. I swear.
No, you would never do that.
I literally didn't know.
You're an upstanding guy.
All right, hands on buzzers. This Gritty, watch carefully. Who buzzes in first?
I've been watching like a hawk.
Who?
Excuse the noise.
Is the author of the Harry Potter series?
Me.
Eddie got
Yeah,
that.
that was all
Good
him.
old J.K. Rowling.
Really? You didn't know that,
is
Vanessa?
correct.
You didn't know that, Vanessa?
It took me a minute to remember because I'm
okay.
not really into the
Okay. I
Harry
thought you were a
Potter.
pothead. I thought you were
But
a
we
Harry
just
Potter head.
mentioned it, so I should have been.
Yeah, I literally just said it.
I was like,
I don't know why I
yeah,
thought you
had
were a
moment.
Harry Potter head for some reason. I think
All
I
right,
think
the
like every
tables
girl
have
is.
turned again. The
Uh-oh,
score
this is a
is
tough
now
game.
1,200 to 900.
What a tough game. All right. All right.
All right.
It's getting tense.
All right. In what decade was the internet created?
Me.
Bruh.
Go ahead,
The
EJ.
90s. The 90s.
That is incorrect.
What? What do you mean?
Nope. That's when you found out about it.
It was the 1960s.
Yeah,
Get
there
the
you go. The
fuck
government
outta
was
here.
using it before you even
Get
heard about it, boy.
Oh shit!
I was gonna say the 80s. I didn't know it was all the way to the 60s.
Yeah, me either.
What the fuck?
It started out as a communications network for the military.
That's right. That's right. So it was a mailing system, internet mailing for the government.
Okay, here is question number 6.
All right, so that was a wash. Nobody got that.
How many teeth does an adult human have?
Me. 32.
There you
That
go.
is correct.
Yeah, Vanessa, you know, I knew that one. Come on.
To be fair,
That was low-hanging fruit.
I'm not at 32 anymore. I'm at like 30 right
Yeah,
now.
neither of
but-
us have. None of us
Oh,
have
Lord.
32 anymore.
It's fine. It's
Do
fine.
I even want to know why? Do I want to know why?
You know, because I eat garbage and smoke
Sour
cigarettes.
Patch?
That's why.
Oh, Lord.
I probably got
Now
like
it-
28.
At least they're not the front teeth. You know, they're like the like the side molars on each side.
You know, really look
Oh,
like a ghoul.
Lord.
Well, this
Well-
answer is one that I had long forgotten about.
Okay.
Good for you, EJ. All right, the score is now 1,600 to 900.
Oh no,
in favor of EJ.
My man's getting cocky now. He's doing a little dance.
All
There's
right.
no way, bro. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop giving my opinion on this. I'm embarrassing myself every time.
All right. So the next question. What is the hottest planet in the solar system?
Oh, come on, Vanessa.
Oh, I definitely don't know that.
Come on.
I definitely don't know that.
All right, EJ.
Oh shit! Is it Mercury?
That is incorrect.
It's Mars.
It is Venus.
What?
Yeah, it ain't Mars, bro.
It is Venus.
I thought it was Mars.
I don't know if I would have gotten it, but
I definitely had no answer for that one.
The atmosphere, I think, is mostly carbon dioxide.
Oh.
And if we keep pumping carbon dioxide into our atmosphere, some people believe that we could end up like Venus.
It's gonna be turning to Venus. It's gonna be boiling. It's like global boiling. It's happening. It's
I
real.
don't want to have any crazy theories, but was Venus an old Earth that got fucked up?
Maybe.
It very well could have been.
They had
I
the
don't
same
know.
Systems that we had. They had factories and plants and.
So this is question number 8.
Eddie looks so attentive right
Only
now. He looks so.
3 more
interested.
questions left.
He's like like a kid. Waiting on bated breath.
1,600 to 900. What is the strongest muscle in the human body?
Beep.
Oh.
Vanessa.
Is it the femur?
That is incorrect.
Oh, fuck.
I knew it
Is
wasn't
it a
that. I knew
femur
it
or
was something
bone?
that it wasn't that complicated, right?
No.
Yeah. First of all, is a
jaw
femur a
muscle.
bone?
The jaw.
Yeah.
Jaw muscle.
Is a femur even a muscle?
I think the femur's a bone.
The bone.
The
Oh my
femur, it's a
God.
bone.
You in a whole different category, Vanessa. You
All
different
right,
part of the
two
body.
questions left.
But listen, Vanessa, if you want to win, you got to answer these 2 questions.
Oh,
my God.
This is
I
it.
listen,
It's
I'm
always the
preparing
final
myself to
round. We
take
never
the
know
L.
how
I'm
the
good.
final round's
Yeah,
gonna
the
go.
final round is very tricky, so get ready. Anything can happen.
What
Sorry for the
is
noise, y'all.
the fastest land animal?
Me, cheetah, bang.
That is correct.
What the
My
fuck?
man slam dunked out
Oh,
me, cheetah,
Lord.
bang. Boom.
I wouldn't have known that either. I would have been like lion.
No,
All
definitely
right.
not.
The score is EJ 2000 and Vanessa is 900.
It sounds like you can't catch up even if you do get this last
No,
question.
it's okay. It's okay.
Oh my God.
This is educational for me now.
Yeah, you're learning a lot today.
All right. What is the smallest country in the world?
Oh,
shit.
What?
I don't know this. But Vanessa, what you could do is you could start beeping, then get multiple choice, and hopefully you could have got it right. You could have done that a few times. And maybe
Oh
that
my
would've been a
God, I
nice little
forgot about
tactic.
multiple choice.
Beep.
Yeah, let's start using that
All right.
tactic, Vanessa.
Vanessa, you want multiple choice?
I wish I would've
Yes,
threw
let's
that out
go. Give me
earlier.
multiple choice.
Oh, no.
All right. A, Monaco. B, Vatican City. C, Malta. D, San Marino.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the options one more time?
A, Monaco.
Mhm.
B, Vatican City. C, Malta. D, San Marino.
I haven't heard of any of those. I'm gonna go with A. No.
That is incorrect.
Wait, can I ask?
Oh,
Is it
boy.
Vatican City?
It's the Vatican
It's
City.
I thought so.
What?
It was
That's the only one I
What?
know. I never heard of the other ones. The Vatican City's mad small though, so I figured it's that.
I've
one.
never heard of any of them.
That's where they have all the Vatican stuff. They have like the the libraries and the telescope, and they have the little
It's where the
children
Pope
buried in.
is.
Yeah, so they have the children
Never
buried in
heard
the
of it.
basement and everything like that. Children's bones and stuff, and demonic entities.
Oh yeah. Oh what?
Yeah, look up the
This got
Vatican, bro. You're
crazy.
gonna see that the telescope. You're gonna see all kind of crazy stuff.
Oh, listen. I am not a believer, but I'm not about to try stuff out and find out either.
I didn't say go there. I just said look it up. I didn't say take a trip.
I don't even want to read about
Oh,
it. No.
There's adrenochrome there, all kind of cool stuff. Vats of blood. So now we're gonna
All
get to
right,
round
we have
3, and
now
round 3 is
finished.
crazy.
We have now finished the second round. EJ is finishing with 2,000
Oh
points.
my god.
And Vanessa is finishing with 900 points.
I totally forgot that we could ask for multiple choice. I think I would have.
Yeah,
I would
me
have got
too.
a couple.
Yeah.
I think I would have got a couple more questions if I would have remembered.
I ain't think. I mean, you got enough. You got enough. Look at you.
I could have got more.
You pretty much
All
got
right,
it all.
Gritty,
Yeah.
please pick 1, 2, or 3.
3.
3.
Three was
Okay.
as close as before.
So that we've
right.
established the final question. So EJ and Vanessa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we forgot to prompt them to have a pen and paper in hand.
Oh. I don't think either one of them got that. EJ definitely don't got that.
I could go
I
get
could
some.
just
Oh,
write
Vanessa
it.
looks like she got something.
Hold on. Give me a minute.
The notes section on the app.
Oh, but you're gonna have to show it to us. That's the only problem.
Yeah, you got to hold it up.
Oh yeah,
Well-
I don't have.
So we might have to do. Can you get a Sharpie and write it on your arm?
No,
Write your question on your hand or something.
I cannot.
Vanessa, now
Let me see,
that
can I
EJ is going to get some paper, we have some time to talk. What happened here? We were all rooting for you. We all had you
Listen,
as the
I
number
told
one
you
horse.
guys, y'all were probably overestimating me because I don't know all that kind of stuff that y'all expect me to know. Like, honestly, I saw this coming. I warned you guys. If anything,
You didn't
this
tell
is on
me
you.
anything.
Your
All
loss
right,
is
I
on
didn't feel
you.
like looking for paper, so
Thank
I got a
God.
pen and I got a plate that I'm gonna write.
All
on.
right.
Cheryl's
A
gonna
plate.
kick your ass.
Cheryl is gonna kill you.
Cheryl
Oh
about to
my
beat you as you
God.
wasting a
It's
plate,
a paper
EJ.
plate. It's a
You
paper
motherfucker.
plate.
It's gonna be
Calm down,
WWE
everybody.
up in here when she finds out.
Oh yeah.
All right, Vanessa, do you have a writing implement and
Let me-
something to write on?
Yeah.
All right, let's get something.
I just had to turn off my camera because I'm writing it on the notes app.
Oh, but we won't be able to see it, so it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna have to. I
She's
think
gonna
I
have to.
could-
She's
can I
gonna have to
just
just
text
say
it to
it.
you?
She's gonna have to just say it.
I just texted
Okay.
it to you.
because you wanted them to both flip their and show their paper at the same time, right?
Well, we want to see how much of their points they're betting before we hear.
We gotta bet points.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, and the answer needs to be written down.
Oh, okay. So I mean, so
so let's say I put up 200 and I lose. That means I lose 200, right?
Yeah, you lose 200.
All right, got you. All right.
But you won't lose the whole game unless her points are higher than yours.
I mean, all she could really do is max. She got to put a whole 900 up to even come close, and even.
Can I just put it in the chat?
You can.
If you want to see
text,
it that
you
way.
can text it to me. Text it to me.
Okay.
Text me your answer.
Okay, so let me give you the question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. First, put your write down your bet.
How many points do you want to bet of yours? What does Vanessa have? 900?
Write down your bet. How many points that you want to bet?
Vanessa has 900.
So EJ has 2,000, and Vanessa has 900.
Okay. How many points do you want to bet, Vanessa?
Okay.
So EJ would have to bet a lot of points, and then Vanessa would have to bet a little bit of her points to possibly win. Like she would have to bet 100 points or something, 50 points, and he'd have to bet
Vanessa would
2,000.
probably have to bet a lot of points.
I would have to bet, but let me tell you, I'm not
And
feeling
EJ
very lucky today.
would have to bet not so many
to win.
For him to win. Not working now. There we go.
All right. Do we have our bets in?
I'm just gonna put that in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got Vanessa's. I got Vanessa's.
I don't know if you can read it, but
No, don't show us now.
All right. That's not the nuclear code. It's all right.
Don't yell at me.
It's just
All
the
right.
bet.
It felt like the nuclear codes for a moment there.
No. It's not the answer to the question. All right.
All right. So here is the question. What chemical element has the symbol Na? N as in Nancy, A as in apple.
Now, EJ, you write it down, and Vanessa, you text me your answer.
Oh Lord!
I wouldn't even know this one. I would write NA, like not announced. I don't know what it
You
is.
have you have the extent of the Jeopardy music to write in and lock in your answer. What is the chemical element that has the symbol Na? La da 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 da.
I don't even know if this is a.
Da 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 da.
Might as well take a guess.
This might be very far off.
Okay, a little lower. People are turning it off. Okay, I muted him a second because I had to save everybody. This is so terrible. Thank you. He's almost done. Okay. Thank you. He's done. Ooh.
All right.
people.
We'll start with Vanessa. How many points did Vanessa bet?
200 points.
200 points. And what was her answer?
Vanessa said sodium.
That is correct.
Whoa! Vanessa
That is correct.
came through, dude.
So,
That's what the
Vanessa
fuck I'm
has
talking about.
1,100 points.
What
So,
you say, boy?
EJ, how many points did you bet?
I put up 500 and I wrote iron.
500 and iron. That is incorrect. And EJ wins.
Oh, he still wins anyway.
Wow.
1,500 to 1,100. If Vanessa had bet all her points, she would be the champion.
Vanessa, you should have bet all your
EJ
points.
is the champion
Okay.
of Pasties Quiz Time.
Well,
Okay, hold on.
24.
Can I say that I wish Vanessa did bet all her points
Vanessa,
because I
you
Googled
should've-
that answer and then just said that she said sodium, so she totally would have won if she would have bet all her points. I totally just
Vanessa-
fixed the game. Thanks a lot, Vanessa. Even in cheating, you couldn't even We couldn't even cheat your way to a win. Oh my god.
Vanessa, why did you not max out your?
Oh my god,
No,
Vanessa.
listen, my expectations were low. I know
listen.
myself very well. I'm like, I'm gonna just put
Everything
a
was
random
everything
number
was
and
set
it's
up
gonna be
perfectly.
fine.
Everything was set up
Listen,
perfectly.
I did the math, right? I was like, all right, if she puts all her points up and she wins, she'll have 1,800. And I was
know,
like, if
I
that's
should
the
have done
case,
that actually.
if that's the case, the most I should have put up was 2.
Right, but he still put 5.
It would still be a draw.
Or you could have put up 175.
Huh?
Yeah, because you would have if you put up 2 and she got it right and you got it wrong, then it'd be a tie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think that would have been more interesting. We would have had a tiebreaker, but
Oh, you wanted a
Vanessa
tiebreaker
did
question.
not. Vanessa
that's
did not
true. We
max
would have
out
had a
her-
Damn.
her-
I texted Vanessa and said, don't say anything. Damn. Well, EJ,
Oh
you
my
still
God.
came out victorious, even though
Listen,
the
well deserved.
even though the odds were against you at the end. You still came through victorious. Let's get a winning speech. Let's get a victory speech.
Thank you to Animal Planet for all those useless animal facts. Thank you,
Cheetah
thank
question?
you to YouTube for the rest of the useless facts I know. Thank you, Vanessa, for cheating and not taking full advantage.
That was all Thomas.
I appreciate you not taking full advantage.
Thanks a lot.
Even though you should have.
We had it. We had it in the bag.
You should have. You should have.
No. I was like, let me play fairly. Let me be good.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Beautiful.
stop. It
The
would've been
thought was
better.
there. The thought was there, but I was like, no.
Unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. EJ, we're very proud of you. You did a fantastic job. I mean, wow. Wow. Another epic surprise. You just never know what to expect on Passy's Quiz Time.
Never know what to expect.
People just constantly surprising us. Well, the last one wasn't.
Expectations have been dashed again.
The last one was not. Clay beat the shit out of me, which everybody thought everybody knew that was gonna happen. So
Yeah.
So hopefully next time, now that we have 3 Pasties Quiz Times winners, the next game should be all 3 winners going against each other. Clay, EJ,
Ooh, yeah, that
and
would be
the
good.
Crow. That's
It
gonna
should be a
crazy.
losers bracket too.
Me, Vanessa, and Stephanie. Oh my god.
Yeah.
From how they, I'm not nervous at all. Because I held my own at least with Clay. I am not losing a wink of sleep with that crew because there was some crazy questions. We got to compare like Stephanie's loss to Vanessa's loss. See who was more of an abysmal loss.
I mean,
because
from what you were saying, it
Stephanie's,
sounded like
there was some
Stephanie got
crazy.
blown bad.
Okay, can you ask? Can we figure? Let's ask Vanessa the water. I already fucked it up, but there was. Oh man, we already had that question. The
But
one.
I already knew the answer.
Which
I already
one?
knew the answer to that.
Which one?
So the percentage of water.
Oh, okay.
that
You
the
already
body has.
knew that was water.
I already knew the answer.
There was
to that.
another easy one, right?
Man, it's 70%,
Yeah.
There was another
70%.
easy one though. Do you know, Vanessa, who invented? It was the what invention was it? Oh, who invented the telephone, Vanessa? Do you know?
Oh no, I.
How does nobody
would
know
probably
that?
know that.
Everybody, I know, like nobody knows that. Apparently, Dre doesn't know who made the telephone. You know who made the telephone, right, Eddie?
Ben Franklin?
No, you love Ben
No.
Franklin.
He was. That was the other thing he made, the other recording type thing.
I don't
What
know.
the hell is that?
Some other shit.
You know what I'm talking
Damn,
about, right?
nobody
Pastor?
remembers Alexander Graham Bell.
For
Yeah,
someone
wow
who
for that.
never paid attention in school, Eddie definitely knows a lot of shit.
Like he said, that's a lot of smoking weed and watching YouTube.
Yeah. It's thanks to pot and YouTube that I know stuff.
Wow. Beautiful. As Passy said, expectations dashed again. What an amazing show. What a fun show. There you go. That is another episode of Pasties Quiz Time. Vanessa, do you have any final words?
No. Just
Okay,
thank
yeah,
you
just-
for having me, and yeah, this is fun.
That's right. That's right. Don't dig yourself a deeper hole, I guess. Just don't even. That's it. All right. There you go. See you
All
next
right.
time on Pasties Quiz Time. That's right. Listen, we are back from Pasties Quiz Time. The segment that Clay was supposed to be on, but then he was like, "Yo, listen, man, I'm gonna go get some ass today, man. I can't be there, dude." But it ended up working out way better. So Clay, listen, we love you, man. No, don't even worry about it. But now we're gonna lead into a very special segment that I've been wanting to do for a long time, but I don't know much about this stuff, so I can't be coming on here talking about it. But I know 2 people who do. okay? We are going to be talking about aliens for like the next hour and 15, 20 minutes. So if you're not into aliens, you can skip about an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes or so over. But EJ, and we have a very, very special guest for that segment. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get wild. And when we come back, we're going to be talking a lot about current events and news. It's going to be fun. See you in a little bit. As I said, it's going to get crazy right now because we're going to be talking all about aliens. And we have a very, very special treat. I had to get in my back pocket. I had to talk to some people, go to some underground communities because we got a very special guest with us right now. He is a former military intelligence and he has a lot of information, and obviously he is not going to reveal his identity, but for right now, we are going to call him Mr. K. Welcome to the show, Mr. K.
Good morning, Thomas. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. So glad you're here to tell us all the information. Not too much information, I guess, right?
I'll say this. No one will hear anything on here that is not either easily or readily available through some research, nor will I be divulging anything that I know for a fact to still be classified. I took an oath. I am not going to break that oath. And during my time in the military, I did participate in things that were classified, as do many people in the military on a daily basis. Not necessarily romantic or very interesting, but some things might be. But again, nothing will be divulged here that will be earth-shattering or not readily available. I'll just be able to expand on it a little bit if possible. But thanks for having me on your show.
Of course.
And who's your guest?
Of course.
Who's your other guest?
And of course, we got EJ, our other resident alien expert. We got EJ over here with us. There's no better pair.
Right. Well, to be fair, to compare it to Mr. K, I'm just a newborn babe learning how to walk.
You're an alien enthusiast, I should say.
I like the topic, but I'm not too informed. I know some stuff, but I'm definitely going to learn a lot today.
There is no pair I would rather have discussing this because I don't really know much about it. And I want to say, we do tell a lot of jokes on the show. But the Mr. K stuff, this is not a joke. This is for real. He is former military intelligence. I'm not bullshitting about that. And let's start off with this. Mr. K, you spent some time on the very infamous Area 51, did you not?
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that I spent time there, but it's been pretty much outed, in quotes. For many years, people were able to take a picture of it and drive by it while the government was denying that it even existed.
Right.
But let's be fair and clear here. Groom Lake was initially commissioned to test our exotic technology. It wasn't made for UFOs. It wasn't made, to contact and meet aliens. It was created so that the United States would have a place out of clear sight. And at the time, which I'm not sure if I can speak about when it was first reconnoitered and who that person was, but he pretty much found it by accident as he was flying over that area of the desert. And it turned out to be a very advantageous site for doing the type of research and development we needed to do. But you got to understand that was before satellite sensing. So literally, if you wanted to know what was going on, you had to either fly over there or have a physical presence, a real spy.
Let me ask you this, because let me ask you this question, right? Because you said, that Area 51 was originally invented to test our technology. Now, I have a question for both of you before you continue, Mr. K, so I don't want to lose this thought. But if you think of all the UFO, quote, encounters and sightings that we've seen, that we've heard about over, the decades and decades, how many of those, what is the ratio you guys think of what is the ratio between people seeing actual UFOs and people seeing our technology being tested, but the government can't admit it? How many do you think are actually real UFOs, and how many do you think is our government's technology that they can't admit to?
A very small. Go ahead, Ed.
I was gonna say, I would guess probably like out of 100, maybe like at the most like 20% are UFOs, and the rest is like us. I think like 80% is our stuff.
What do you think, Mr. K?
That's a really good. Actually, that's a really good guess. The majority, the actual percentage is very small. misidentification is the number one.
Well, that's why it's called UFOs, right? It's unidentified.
Yeah, it's not
Right.
saying aliens.
Right. And now, so
anything
now
we don't
they've so now they've expanded that definition to unidentified aerial phenomenon, which kind of narrows that.
UAF.
A balloon could be a UFO.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that. All I was going to say was I'm pretty sure that there was a speech that Hillary Clinton gave on the news where she was saying that, oh, we don't use UFOs anymore. We changed the terms around, so it's harder to find information and stuff.
Well, and they define, and the definition was more narrow because a lot of things were being classified as UFOs, and they were very simply misidentified, either weather manifestations or anomalies and/or aircraft that were misidentified, or in some cases, exotic aircraft that were being tested that they would quite frankly want you to believe was a UFO.
Okay.
Which is good, actually. We don't want our enemies. We don't want our enemies to know what we're doing.
Exactly.
I'll put that into perspective for you. So the SR-71. Quickly, Tom, can you Google and tell me when the SR-71 was decommissioned?
Okay, it's the Blackbird, right?
Yes. I don't know if it was 10 years ago, whatever it was. And actually, it broke a record. So I want you to think about this. It broke a record on its last flight.
Really? It was that fast?
For speed. It literally made it from point A to point B in some ridiculous time. Let's just say it flew across the country. And
Okay. It says it retired, let's see.
Yes.
In 99.
Okay. So say 2000, right? Let's just say around, say 1999. Do you know when Kelly Johnson started working on it?
No.
In the 50s.
Ooh.
It was flying. Wow. That was mistaken for a UFO for decades.
Wow. See, that's why I asked that question, Like what do you think the ratio is?
To this day, its altitude and actual speed is still top secret for an aircraft that was created in the 50s. Just think about that for a minute. That aircraft was 50 years ahead of its time.
Wow.
If you would have told somebody then that we have an aircraft that can fly almost in space and can travel at many thousands of miles an hour, everybody would have laughed at you and said, yeah, okay.
So imagine what they're working on right now.
My point. So my point is, when Kelly Johnson said we have the technology, when Ben Rich said we have the technology to take ET home, I believe it. Yeah, but when you put it in context, you're not talking about decades, you're talking about hundreds of years. So Kelly Johnson pretty much in another interview said that we have technology or working on technology that is 300 to 400 years ahead of its time.
Not surprised. Not surprised at all. Absolutely.
So if you put that in context, then yeah, some of these exotic UFOs you're seeing could actually be us.
Yeah.
That are.
So how far behind do you think Elon Musk is compared to like the government? Because he's working on his on his own. Trying to figure stuff out.
Hundreds of years, right?
Understand that there's a very and you guys are young. So when I served was many decades ago in the very early stages of a lot of this stuff. You have to understand that the military-industrial complex is literally part of the government, even though it's not supposed to be. And you gentlemen can pick up and watch a speech that Eisenhower gave when he was leaving office in the 50s. And basically, he was warning America to be aware of the military-industrial complex and their power. It's a little creepy when you watch it, but what he was warning us against has actually happened. I'll put it in context. There's probably $1 trillion. Put a T. There's probably $1 trillion that the military can't account for.
Oh, just mysteriously gone. We don't know what happened. They're making blackbirds with that money, right? I'm assuming things like that.
Presidents come and go, but the research and development and intelligence community will be here forever. That's right. So the need to know.
I heard a good quote from a military guy. He's like, "Listen, like the government could shut down and we'll still be working."
Exactly.
Wow, insane.
Exactly. It never stops. But anyway, let's talk about some UFOs. I mean, we're putting in context to us, but they go back thousands of years. They literally do. There are accounts that go back many thousands of years in every culture, as well as aliens.
Right.
There's a very popular story from Japanese history to go back, hundreds of years, several hundred years ago, I think, where a woman in something like a cup floated onto the beach, a classic UFO type thing. And this woman got out and shared some knowledge with the people. And it was, to this day, you can look it up, and she has a name. It escapes me at the moment, but she has a name, a very famous name of this lady who made an appearance in Japan.
So she came out of the
ocean.
UFO and told the people some info in Japan.
And spoke to the people, yes.
Whoa.
That's crazy. I don't know about that one. That's crazy.
There's a lot of instances throughout history. You can either chalk it up to fables or, mythology, or they could have been actual accounts. And that's what part of the government's deniability was. If you guys get a chance, you need to read the Condon Report from the 60s. It was basically the government wash paper from the University of Colorado. Basically, there was already the opinion, or the conclusion was already a foregone conclusion what it was going to be. Basically, that there's nothing into UFOs. And they did that for misinformation purposes to control the narrative. And, quite frankly, and everybody knows it now, with the internet, you cannot do that any longer. And we're seeing that now from a social perspective, how the internet has affected the way we look and see about the way we look and feel about everything. They don't control it anymore. There was a time when the government and the FCC pretty much controlled everything you heard and saw on TV or radio. That's not the case anymore. So with that, you relinquish some of your control of the narrative, and on the other hand, you open the door for bad actors to come in and start disrupting our country, as is happening now with our elections from Russia and China. But we're getting off topic.
So I found what you were talking about. It's called Utsuru Bun, and this is from 1803. The woman washed ashore, and like you said, she came out of this hollow-shaped thing and started talking to people on the beach. So continue. That was just wanted to let you know that was what I found about it.
Yeah, Shirobumi or something like that. I
Shirobumi.
forget. There's a lot of things going through my head right now. So anyway, contextually, to keep it in context, this is not a new topic. Like, this has literally been around probably as long as we have.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question, or a statement and a question. So, because you say that we can send ET home, right? So
well, that's what Ben Rich said.
I first kind of got into the UFO stuff when Bob Lazar came out. I mean, if anybody knows anything about UFOs, they've heard about Bob. And from what I can understand from what he was saying, at least in the 80s, like I think it was in 89 when he was working.
Yes.
Whatever he was doing with
trying
to back engineer crafts and stuff.
Yeah.
He was saying at least then that there's no way we can back engineer this stuff because we don't have the components, like he was saying, like the fuel is made from a specific element 115 that people didn't even think existed
at the time
until 2015 when German scientists were able to make the atoms for like a second before it decayed.
And that's the type of fuel that you're talking about? What is that fuel?
It's an element. It's an element. It's now on the periodic table.
Okay.
It was suspected. It was suspected to have existed. And this is, I don't mean to cut you off, Ed, but this is Bob Lazar's. I have mixed feelings about him. I'm not sure if he was there for disinformation or I'm not sure.
I thought that too, but once the scientists actually made 115, I'm like, well, that's a nugget of truth that he gave us.
So so I was in that business. So that's how it works. What you do is you take a kernel of truth and you wrap it in a bunch of lies. But
and then there was another thing he said, right? That he said that besides the fuel being element 115, he also said that there was like a gravity machine that makes gravity waves. And everybody was like, that's like science fiction. That's not real. But in 2014, I guess people with like the big telescopes and shit, they saw two black holes, I guess, merging, and they were saying that they saw what they thought to be gravity waves in the center of those two black holes. So that's another kernel of truth that he said that is true.
Okay.
Correct.
So I don't know if he's lying or not, but I mean, element 115 is real. And gravity waves are real. I mean,
okay. So
you're very well informed there, Edward.
Another thing that he said was that the one craft that he worked on, it took off like this, like that, and then it flew from the bottom forward.
Right.
And I didn't really think that made any sense until 2004 with Dave Fravor. He was a Navy pilot, and he was saying
F-18 pilot. Yeah.
He was saying that he saw a similar thing, like the ship, the UFO, whatever he saw, it would go back and forth, like
and then it turned on its axis. It's called,
and then it turned and then went straight. So like, all right, that's another kernel of truth, I guess, that it flies from the bottom forward.
Well, it doesn't have any prominent direction, and I'll explain to you why, or why we theorize that. The reality, the instance you're talking about, it's called the gimbal, and you can look it up. So the gimbal footage actually shows you a UFO or UAP that is flying, perpendicular to the F-18s. But as it's moving through the air, let's just say for argument's sake, say 800 miles an hour, it's actually turning on its axis while it's flying in a specific direction. Impossible from Newtonian physics standpoint. You can't do that. So when you talk about propulsion systems for UFOs, you have to throw everything out that you know about Newtonian physics and how it applies here on our planet. You have to start going into either the quantum realm or the interdimensional realm.
Oh yeah.
And I know that's very weird. It sounds way out there. But once you cancel out time and space, there is no up, down, sideways, or whatever. You're always moving in the right direction that you want to go in.
Well, that's what Bob was saying, the gravity waves. Like he's saying, like that machine that generated gravity supposedly on the UFO he worked on. He's saying that's the reason why he could do all those crazy movements, and to whoever's piloting it isn't just getting smashed into the walls and stuff.
You can't. So actually, if you look at it from a Newtonian standpoint of view, you could never survive being inside one of those aircraft that are making those. So you have to be outside the realm of our physics for that to happen.
Like biologically,
and when you see,
when
you see UFOs and they are literally there 1 second and
they hover too, right? Like it's not like a helicopter. Like there's no
not there the next. Sometimes they accelerate. Yeah, there's some really good footage that was taken by various militaries around the world. One of them is the Chilean military videos, and it shows you them kind of deploying some kind of thermal contrail, for lack of a better term. A contrail is just basically water droplets that when you look up in the sky and you see all the big streaks going across from jets that are up at that altitude, that's basically just condensation. But it was not seen until they went into the infrared spectrum, and then you could see it. But there are a few different theories of how they propel. Some say they do not propel themselves through our environment. Some say they do. Others say they are literally traveling, in between the ticks of a clock.
Wow.
In between the second hand of a clock, wow. They're traveling in another time.
Wow.
It's very deep when you start thinking about, and there's a famous, actually he was depicted in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The French guy that you see in that movie.
Oh, yeah.
It's a real person. His name is Jacques Vallée.
I know about him.
Yeah. Jacques Vallée actually, to me, is, I think, has it right. I think he has it right. We're trying to look at these as craft and entities that are traveling through big swaths of space, which I agree with him. I don't believe they do that at all. I believe they're traveling like you see the ships travel in Dune. They're literally folding space and time.
Wow.
But they can do it almost instantaneously, move from one dimension to another.
So let me ask this. Let me ask this, and then I want to get into a lot more historical evidence. So right now we're basically discussing a conflict or conflicting opinions of Eddie saying like, you know, that there's a guy out there who says that we cannot match the aliens' technology, and Mr. K is saying that there's another man who says that we've been able to match the aliens' technology and we have technology that has been on par with them. So Mr. K, which side of the argument are you on? Do you believe that we have technology that matches alien technology or no?
So you'll never know. You'll never know. And because it is so advanced and the implications are so earth-shattering, if we had that technology, you would not have to worry about energy. You would not have to worry about global warming. There would not be another gas-powered engine on the planet. You could have a device the size of probably your refrigerator that can give the world all the energy it needed. The implications societally on a global scale would upset the entire civilization.
Okay.
And who does that? So now the one who controls that controls the world.
Right.
So the geopolitical ramifications here are so deep that there are minds greater than mine that need to ponder that. Some of the decisions that are being made are strictly going to be made on a centralized geopolitical view, whether that's in the United States, China, Russia, wherever.
What would we do with that technology if it was released into the world, into our system, basically?
Well, that's like electric cars.
Yeah.
Some of the most efficient electric cars ever made were made in the 70s.
Wow, I've never even knew that. That's wild.
Oh yeah, and the car industry sucked them up, bought the rights to those designs, and bought the prototypes and destroyed them.
And shelved them. Yeah, exactly.
No, destroyed them.
Whoa.
Because they want to sell you fuel.
Right,
they want to sell you gas.
Yeah. So what you're saying is there's money to be made, and if we did release this, this very highly advanced technology, that money may not be made on that scale, and that's going to disrupt a lot of systems. So EJ, what do you think? Do we have this technology?
The reason why I say that we can't bring ET home is because, from what I understand, we can only make that. From what I understand, I'm not saying it's the only fuel or the only element that we can use, but I'm really taking Bob Lazar's words to heart, I guess. But if element 115 is the fuel and we can only make it for like a second, like we need to figure out how to make it to where it doesn't decay, No,
we're there. We're there.
I know that. All right. And then I don't remember the guy's name, but the guy that made the documentary about Bob Lazar, he was saying that he's involved in a lot of UFO stuff. So he has a friend. He has a friend that I guess he was at multiple sites or UFO stuff. So he took samples of like metal from the crafts, and he was trying to get them like analyzed to see how they were bonded and like what elements are involved in this metal and stuff. So I mean, if we already got the 115, maybe if they figure out how to make the metal, then I guess you are right, Mr. K. I guess we can.
But he's a reporter. The one you're talking about is a reporter for a local news station. He's very famous. He was around since the 70s. And when the 80s came, he was the one who broke the story with Bob Lazar. He's one of those individuals that was, there from the beginning. Talk about Roswell. He was probably interested in then. But I think that his judgment's been clouded by his wanting it to be real. And I'm not so sure how objective he can be at times. Okay. I've been following him a long time. I personally believe Bob Lazar is a plant.
I think
he's here for different information. Quite frankly, trust me. The whole Bob Lazar thing, the way that was being handled, should that have been a real individual that had real knowledge, you would have never heard of Bob Lazar ever.
Wow.
Okay, so I agree with that, right? But if he's not speaking some kind of truth, then why would the government, why would they send people to his house to raid his house and stuff and try to see if he has documents and materials?
So here's the deal. So if you, let's just, from working in that type of community, if you have to investigate, no matter how absurd something might seem, You just have to take it at its face value, and you have to investigate it and be clear on what's going on. And if he did work at Area 51, they would have known that immediately.
Right.
So do you A, discredit him? Do you B, shut him up, in quotes, whatever that means? Do you destroy him financially? He made a lot of money on this over the years. I don't know if you've known that.
I bet.
This
The books,
Bob Lazar has
the
made
interviews.
tons of money on this story.
Right.
So there is some incentive here, I think, for him to just, there are guys now that are coming out of the woodwork saying that, yeah, I was 10 years old, taken out of my sleep and, working for the United States government because I was time traveled 20 years ahead and I became an assassin for the Galactic Fleet. I'm like, where do you get these
I think these people are called schizophrenics.
That's ridiculous.
I think that's
No,
called
this guy is on.
schizophrenia.
Let me tell you, this guy gets so much play. It's absurd.
What?
He could be a plant. I mean,
I'm more likely to believe people like you that actually, spent time in the military.
Well, he sounds
you know
more
what I mean?
rational than somebody who said I was time traveled 10 years in the future. Now I'm working on plutonium
20,
devices
and then they
stuff.
brought him back when
Yeah,
he was
come
a
on,
child.
Come on.
And
I can see getting
So-
abducted. I can't see getting abducted and then time travel. Like, this ain't Back to the Future, bro. Relax.
Well, so what he does again, here's a guy who's taking kernels of truth,
right?
Kernels of things that might be real, and then playing off of that. And again, this is what happens, and this is how you discredit it. But the government had a project that goes way back, and I'll not talk about some of this, but the Men in Black type of scenario probably started out with, military people like me dressed in civilian clothes. And trying to discredit the people and let them know you don't want to talk about this now.
Right.
Going to their house and just pretty much saying, listen, you didn't see what you thought you saw. Your government is very is behind you 100%, but we ask that you not ever speak about this again. So for the longest time, the government disinformation program with UFOs, which was well warranted. Okay, I'll put this into perspective for you.
There you go.
And this is known, this is public knowledge. The NSA literally can listen to every phone call on the planet.
Oh yeah.
Every day.
I have one question. I have one more question for you about Bob, and then I'm done with him. So, all right, so that makes sense why they would raid his house and stuff, because that's just part of their job, So why did they erase his records? Like they got rid of his records for where he went to school and where he was working at the military. They took him off of those records.
So I know. So I want you. Let's talk about this logically, Ed, for a minute. So I investigated Bob Lazar, not in an official capacity. Let's put it this way: if the government were that good, and maybe they are, why would they miss things like a pay stub from a consultant that he worked for that worked for the Navy? No, they're very thorough. So yes, whatever. I'm sure he worked for that company that he says he worked for, and I'm sure they had a government contract, as do thousands of other people in research and development, as well as material, production and providing resources to the military. I just don't think it's on the scale that he alleges, and nor do I believe that they would bring somebody that young. He certainly was not the foremost physicist involved in quantum and Newtonian mechanics.
The way he tells it, he said that they contacted him because he put a jet engine on the back of his car. That's what.
As did thousands of people.
So
that right there is absurd. Before he was born, people had jet engines on cars.
Oh.
So that right there should be a big red flag to a lot of people.
Okay.
He's just making a lot of money on his story, and he's grabbing bits and pieces of information where he can get it. And believe it or not, some of the information he got were from the very people who were interviewing him. Not knowing it, and the intelligence field is a name for that. So basically, he was cold reading some of these investigators and getting the information from them and literally giving it back to them in a nice little,
while they were interviewing him.
While they were interviewing him.
What a skill! I gotta learn that. That's crazy.
So
that's what. So you ever see these? What's that lady's name? That spiritualist with the big hair from Long Island.
Oh, the Long Island medium. She's like, oh, your dog is here.
So she's a classic. She's not even good at it.
No,
that's a classic. That's a classic example of cold reading.
Okay.
Real simple. People just want to believe that the people they love are talking to them. So they're already starting at a disadvantage. They want to believe that their grandmother's talking to this lady. Well, how about this? How about your grandmother talk to you?
Right.
You get it? Like these people have been doing this since the turn of the century, during Houdini's time, actually.
Yeah.
Houdini actually went on a big tour to discredit all the spiritualists during that time.
By tricking, by showing everybody, by tricking everybody in the same way.
Right. That these people were nothing but just a bunch of scammers trying to make money off of people who were grieving.
Yeah, they'll just fill out stuff in the audience. They'll be like, is anybody here? Anybody with an A in their name? With an A?
Yeah,
my buddy Albert.
Trust me. Yeah. Exactly. That's cold. But that is such a rudimentary form of cold reading. She's not even good at it.
Dude, I saw one. I saw one.
I look at that and it just drives me nuts.
Now I'm gonna be very clear and say that I do believe in psychics and stuff like that. But the ones that go on talk shows and stuff, I do not most likely believe any of those. And I saw one yesterday. I don't know when this happened, but it was like a lady was interviewing one of the psychics that I guess works with the police. You know, they have like sometimes the police will go to a psychic and be like, "Can you tell us anything about it?" Like, and she'll be like, "Oh yes, little Susie's dead by a ravine, and she was
little
mangled.
Susie's in the car with the cops,
and she was strangled." Well, the lady, right? So the lady interviewing her was like, "Do you remember doing a case about this young woman right here?" It's like an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old in the picture.
Yeah,
She's
she
like,
was sitting in the diner,
and she's like, the psychic's like, yes, she died, and then she goes, no, she's not dead. That's me. I went missing.
That's me.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And the lady she was like, so how are you gonna explain this? And the psychic was like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like that was
you know how they
ultimate
explain it when they
slam
get
dunk.
caught. You know how they explain it, that it's not an exact science, that the spirits only talk to them sometimes. It's such nonsense.
It was a cross in my wires. It was a cross in my wires.
So I think I have a decent example of something like that. So there, when I was in college, I didn't really talk to a lot of people. I was just going there to get my work done and whatever. And this kid that was in my class, he did like tarot cards. And I swear to God, I maybe said 2 words to this kid the whole semester. My man said, "Come here. Let me do you a reading." My man pulled the cards up and said my whole life to me, and I never said anything to him before.
Wow.
So there might be something to this.
I do believe in that stuff. I do believe in that stuff. I'm going to be very clear.
There's hold on, guys. There's absolutely nothing to it. There is a science to it. They've been doing this for thousands of years. The churches were doing this to control the masses back during the Roman days and before that.
That I believe.
To get money, like literally to get money. There were coin-operated machines in Greece. When you went to church, that you had to put a coin in if you wanted to talk to Zeus or whoever. Think about this for a minute. Even then, thousands of years ago, they understood.
I think things can be true and be co-opted, like you said. You know, like there's things that can't. Like
you're right.
I think that there are people that have abilities like this, and then there's people that notice that and they take advantage of that and they portray themselves as such like that, like such things to make money. So I think, like you said, there's kernels of truth and everything, and then there are people surrounded with lies. So this is not the psychic show. We talk about this enough on this show. So back to Bob Lazar.
Hold on. But let me bring this back. Let me bring this back to UFOs.
Got you.
I want you to look up. Listen to me. I want you to look up a guy. His name is Ingo Swann.
Okay. Get him up right now.
He worked. Let's just put it this way. He worked for the government at a very high level in a CIA project. I can say this. Ingo Swann not only. Yeah, that's him. Not only did Ingo Swann work with the government, he literally astral traveled, if you believe in that, and you folks do, to the moon.
Nice.
But I think projecting your consciousness is a real thing. I think you can do that. But the CIA had a whole project set up, and he was one of the best remote. They're called remote viewers. He was one of the best remote viewers the CIA had.
Nice.
Yeah, the shit that he had to say about what was going on the moon was pretty.
What did he say? What did he say?
Yeah,
pretty alarming. Pretty alarming. Number one. Number two. They saw him.
Oh, like they saw his astral
Like on
body.
satellite?
Listen, that's how they communicate. They don't. They communicate by thought.
As in the aliens.
Yes.
Okay, so you're. So was he one of the people that said like the moon is a base for the aliens? Was that his theory?
When he was saying this to the CIA, nobody else knew about it except him and the CIA. Those papers were recently declassified.
Oh, recent. Okay, let's hear about it.
So, Ingo Swann's been around for a while. He's wrote several books. I think you should, maybe get an audio book and listen to.
I think you need to make a list for us. So, like, send us a list of all the books and documents.
Yeah. So, there was a movie with what's his name, handsome actor, the guy, the guys who stare at goats. No, the guys who stare at goats. The guy who does the coffee commercials. It's got the little.
That I don't know. I thought you were talking about Matthew McConaughey, but I don't know who that is.
No. But anyway, I think he plays Ingo Swann in this or whatever, or one of the guys. It was a real thing when the CIA was investigating and looking into parapsychology and remote viewing, and being able to have basically, psychic spies and psychic assassins.
Nice. Psychic
it's a real thing.
assassins. Holy shit.
That's crazy.
You'll take him out with your astral body?
You'd be surprised. Anyway, just try to see what you can, you can probably pull up some of that stuff from either you request it under a FOIL from the CIA, or you might be able to find some writings on it.
Okay, about what his theories were, about what his findings were about the moon.
Oh, these aren't theories. This is Ingo Swann basically testifying exactly what happened and how many times he geolocated that. So you got to understand that it didn't start off on the moon. He was a very good. I think his accuracy was up in the 70% to 80 percentile. And his first tasks were not to go to the moon. His first tasks were to go to Russia and tell me about this space. Right. Or tell me about this, that, and the other thing. And then he would come back and say, I found this, that. And they would say, holy crap. And then later on find out that he saw exactly what he was saying he saw. He would draw pictures and say, yeah, there's a base here underground, and this is what it looks like. Dude. Or there's this huge military base out in the middle of nowhere, and here are the cranes, here are the buildings. He would draw it all out, and then they would corroborate it months later or whatever.
Find it. That it was true.
There's no way, because the guy was laying on a bed somewhere, astral projecting. So there's no way he could have known that. Like nobody could have known that. So he could have guessed. I'm a skeptic to the end. So do I believe that Ingo Swann is an actual psychic astral traveler? Maybe. Am I convinced?
Right.
Mr. K, so we're talking about maybe secret bases for aliens on the moon, right? So what do you think about this? Because there was another incident I was looking into before this. What's his name? Ryan Graves. He was another Navy pilot, and he was saying that he ran into a UFO that descended into the sea. So
USOs.
Do we think that there's a base in the sea, under the water?
I would say at some level somebody knows, and they call them USOs. I just call them transmedium vehicles because all UFOs are also USOs. Which means they can travel in any medium, whether it be the atmosphere, whether it be
he was saying that he was chasing it, and then it just stopped, and then it slowly lowered into the water, and then it disappeared.
Well, there's footage of that actually. There's actual footage from that on Navy gun cameras. So here's the weird part, though. Here's the weird part. There's no splash.
What?
There's no splash. These things go in when they go into the water. It's literally like them going through a wall. Like they just go into the water, but the water doesn't move. There's no splash. There's no wake. There's nothing.
Like that's what he was saying. Like usually when something goes under the water, it's like a little white water.
There'll be waves or something, like a little move. There'll be
was none of that. He said
they just float right in.
That gives credence to their transmedium travel. How they're actually traveling. They're not traveling through our space. They're not traveling through our. We're seeing it. We're perceiving them, but they're enveloped in a field. Let's call it a field. They're enveloped in a field outside of our Newtonian physics. So when they went into the water, it was literally like them like magic. It was literally like them just, walking through a wall.
Like
They
a
didn't
ghost
disturb the
walking through a
water at
wall.
all. But here's the other thing. Once they do go in the water, they still can travel at hundreds, if not thousands of miles an hour under the water.
Really?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I know it's a lot harder to move in the water. I mean,
Not for them, bro.
well,
they're
that
not,
goes
they're
to-
not, they're not
that goes to
working
show
without
you, though.
physics.
Yeah, that goes to show you that they're not traveling in our physical world.
Exactly. They're on some other
They're
shit.
in it. We can see, we can perceive them, but the envelope that they are in to travel the way they travel is outside of our reality, for lack of a better term.
Wow. So do you think there's bases underwater? Is that why they go there?
I
Like,
think
what's
so. Why
under
else would
there?
they go there?
All right, so you guys are really smart individuals. You do this all the time. So let's look at the planet as a whole. Let's look at us as the aliens. We're flying along, travel through this cool little solar system. Everything looks just like a bunch of rocky planets, not much of anything. Then all of a sudden, here is this beautiful blue gem. Stands out aside of everything else in our solar system. There's nothing like it. Probably nothing like it in our galaxy that we could perceive right now. Immediately, we would be drawn to it. We'd zoom right over to this little world, this little blue pearl that's out there, and be like, whoa, look at all the biodiversity. Look at all the creatures here. But more so, it's a water planet. It's not, how should I put it? It's not a planet. It is a physical planet of rock, but it's covered by water.
Right.
It's the majority of our planet is water.
Right.
So when you can travel through any medium that you want, and all the people that you really don't want you to be involved in are on the rocks, then I'm just going to go on the other 70 whatever percent of the planet
And
that's
hide out.
underwater. That's
Hide out.
water.
Yeah.
So I can, I'm out of sight, out of mind. I can travel all over your planet, and you guys can't really see us for the longest time. Now we have sensors that can see them underwater. But it just makes perfect sense if you're observing from afar.
I could see that. So let me ask you guys this. We touched on it a little bit a second ago, but the moon. What do you think is going on the moon? Are they there? Are they inhabiting the moon? What's happening?
I don't think we really know what's on the dark side of the moon, right?
So if you look
anything
at-
could be there. The
I
Russians
think
could
we
be
absolutely
there.
know. I think we absolutely know, and that's why we went there in the 60s. That's
Yeah,
I want
there's
you
no
to
way
think
we don't
about
know.
that.
There's no way we don't know. Like us, we
went
don't
there,
know, but our
but wait,
When I
government.
say,
we
when I
went
say we,
there-
I mean I don't know.
I'm going to give you guys some homework. And here's the other thing. There were millions of pictures taken of the moon. Go to the NASA website and see how many pictures you can get.
Like one.
Dozens.
Okay.
There might be dozens. Let's just say there's a couple of hundred. There were millions of pictures taken. They scanned the entire moon. They had satellites orbiting that little moon for us for decades and decades. And the ones that were really informative, they mysteriously disappeared.
Of course. As they always do.
Of course they do. So, yes, and it makes sense. There's a good documentary, actually, you can watch on the Sci-Fi Channel, even though it was the Sci-Fi Channel. It's from, I'm not know how many years ago, but it's basically somebody else is on the moon, and they'll show you photographic evidence. There's a thing called the Spire. When you look at one of the first NASA photographs, you'll see him standing by the LEM, and right behind him is this white obelisk, for lack of a better term, that is miles high. It's too late because they put the picture out there, even though they've sanitized lots of pictures for us, actually. That one, they couldn't. It was out there too much. So to this day, you could bring that up and you can see it. It'll be right in front of your face.
So you don't know
in
what
color.
that could be. That could be a base. That could be some kind of, whatever.
It was
Some kind of
definitely
headquarters.
It has to be a structure. I mean, if you look at it from my niece is a planetary geologist. So if you look at it from strictly a planetary geological view, you'd have to show me how that manifested anywhere else on the moon.
Yeah,
So show me there are several of them on the moon, but for those to happen naturally in a naturally over time for a lunar geological event time frame, it's almost impossible. Like you would have to eat away miles of the moon for this thing to be left standing.
Now, this is a structure that was built. This is a headquarters, in my opinion. I
Well,
think
there are
there's definitely a
domes.
headquarters
There's a
up there.
lot. Let me tell you, there's been a lot of documentaries about it that have really good footage. And, you know, for the longest time, the government just played either silent or to discredit.
Right.
Now they're not doing that. Now they're kind of almost outing, and that's concerning to me.
We've been to the moon for sure. I'm sure many times. But
50-something years ago, why didn't we go back in 50-something years?
Right.
I can tell you what basically we were told don't come back.
Don't come back. Yeah, we had to be run off because why would we not go? We're big bad America. Why would we not go somewhere? Is because we were intimidated not to go back. I'm sure. That's the only.
Think
that's
about the
only reason.
technology. To this day, right now, this second, the Saturn V rocket is the most complicated piece of machinery ever made on this planet.
Wow. And what is that for those that don't know, like me?
Saturn V is the launch vehicle that got them to the moon.
Okay.
It was the largest rocket ever made.
Got it. Let me ask you guys this. What do you think about, do you think it's one species of alien? Are there multiple species of aliens? Are they all working together? What do you guys think about that?
Go ahead, Ed.
I would assume that, they can't all be the same, right? I mean, I'm sorry bringing up Bob again, but he claims that he was working on one ship, but they had 9, in total they had 9 at that base or whatever. And he said they all looked different. So that leads me to believe that either that's one race that's just making different varieties of ships, or that means that there's different aliens.
So I'll put this in
50-50.
Yeah, I'll put this into perspective. I think there are many, many, many. So once you start talking about aliens and interaction with people, you can't escape talking about the Greys. You can't escape talking about the Nordics. You can't the Mantis. Yeah, there are a variety that, quite frankly, we'll get to that later. I have a very serious opinion on. But all that aside, look at us. Let's look at the Ukraine right now. In the Ukraine, war is going on ridiculously, correct?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What's the majority of the damage they're inflicting on Russian tanks and troop carriers? What's the medium? What's the vehicle that's doing all that destruction? Drones. Why would you send a person or an individual if you could send a machine?
Right. Exactly.
It doesn't make sense, even though I'm sure they could. It doesn't make sense because most UFOs are so small. Most UFOs go right down to the size of a dinner plate. Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of the interactions of people who have up close interactions with UFOs, the craft are very small.
Bob was saying the one he was working on, like when he got inside, he was like, you had to crouch, like. Apparently, he said that somebody actually got to test fly it, and he pretty much said the guy was like cross-legged and like hunched over inside the thing because it was so small.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I have, some of the things I question about Bob Lazar, and only the things that I know are extremely questionable from an engineering standpoint and a sensing standpoint. Yes, there are UFOs that have occupants in them. I believe that. I believe that there are small aliens that could fly these things. But why? When you can send, if you're that advanced, if I can send a machine to go and sense the planet and interact and right down to abduct people, why would I send?
I don't want to put like human like narrative behind it, but maybe it's just a vacation for them. Maybe they're just let's go somewhere different.
Hey, that is actually one of the scenarios that a couple of abductees have testified to.
That what else are they doing here? They're probably just like, we've never been here before. What the hell's going on this planet?
Well, that's a whole nother show, Ed.
Well, let me ask you that. Do you think that there is a narrative out there that they use us for resources or they use us for other purposes? What do you think about that?
I don't listen. One of those scenarios is horrifying.
What is it?
So if you've ever heard of Dulce, if you've ever heard of us collaborating with certain species of aliens, some of them are the Greys. You have the short Greys, the tall Greys, and you have the Nordics. Some of them have good intentions. Others have pretty evil intentions. And that's if you look at it from a perspective that they even feel emotions.
Interesting, which I don't believe. So you said so you do believe there's a bunch of species, and you were saying that you have a very strong opinion on one of those or one of those aspects, right?
I do.
Which one is that?
Alien abductions, actually.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, so here's a fact that you could probably Google right now and get a better number, but I want you to just think about this, just digest it for a minute. Every 12 months, every year, 600,000 Americans go missing. And yes, some of them are runaways, some of them might be victims of foul play and murder, but 600,000? Almost
a lot of people.
Almost a third? I mean, no, I'm sorry, a tenth of our population every year? Or is that 1%? We have 300 million, so you have to do the math.
We're not good at that on the show.
Me and him are not math people.
Not good at that on the show.
So, but my point though is that's pretty concerning to me. You know, some of them are returned and others aren't. So how many of those 600,000 are being...
It's funny that you say this because I was looking this up the other day, and that's like a realm that I like to look into every once in a while, is missing people on trails. And I forgot the guy's name he wrote a lot of books about it.
It's
Paul
called
something.
411.
Yeah,
He was a
missing
former
411.
detective.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
this guy.
I know about that.
And he dives into a lot of
that's
people
a
missing
whole-
on trails, and like the consistencies between them and the similarities between them. And a lot of the not abductions, but a lot of these scenarios are very similar, where people will be walking in packs, and it'll be always the person in the back will go missing, or the person right in front, never the middle. And he'll even break it down to like people's like what type of people go
But
missing.
it actually covers the gambit. And I know that I might sound really kind of weird, not weird. I know it sounds like I know a lot about this stuff, but you got to understand, I've kind of
Don't tell us you got abducted.
actually forget about that.
You
How
got
about
abducted?
this?
You got abducted, Mr. K?
Yeah, he had to
No.
no.
A lot of people have been looking. Let's just say a lot of different agencies have been looking into this for a very long time.
The missing
and if
people.
if you lend any credence to the Eisenhower Pact that he allegedly made with a certain group of aliens in exchange for technology and such, his own granddaughter actually says that this happened. Then you can start to expand on those narratives. And these are one of those topics that are so pervasive, and there are so many different levels or different situations to it, that it is so deep that it is mind-boggling. So when you're talking about the 411, literally people have gone missing that are only steps away from another person.
Right, exactly.
Steps. Turn around and Eddie's not there. He was just there.
Just there and gone the
10
next second.
seconds ago.
Yep.
Don't
turn around.
Put that out there, man. I don't want them taking me
And
next.
sometimes.
No. So there, it's from women, children, the elderly. They don't. A lot of them are found by water.
Yes.
Some of them are found miles away, like a child. I'm talking about.
I was about to bring that up. There was like a little girl that went missing, and they found her like 10 miles away in like a swamp.
Well, there was one guy I was looking into
and
yesterday.
They were saying, and the thing is, like, they were like, well, how did you get all the way over here without any scratches or bruises? Your clothes aren't even dirty. But that doesn't add up. Like,
There was
there's no
one
way
guy I
you
was
could-
looking into
none of it
yesterday,
does.
right? And he had went missing. I don't know. He was missing for like 10 days already, right? And they had the search team looking for this guy. Like mad people were looking for this guy, and they were covering this trail. And then all of a sudden, they go back to where they had looked, let's say, a day or two ago, and the
There he
guy
is.
was found back there where they had already searched, and then he was in water. They did the autopsy on the guy, and they found out that he had died. Like, so basically, it didn't line up to when he died to when he was found. Like it said he had died, I think, 5 days ago, but he wasn't there 5 days ago. So somehow his body was found there like after he died. You know what I mean?
Animals.
Yes.
The bear.
You're talking about, so this is a whole nother, I mean, when you start talking about this type of phenomenon, you can't. I mean, we want to wrap everything in a nice little box and say UFOs. There are so many things in our world and our universe that we don't understand.
Oh, like portals to another dimension, dude. Like that's something people think
Dimensional,
about when they talk about 411.
I mean, there are
is
sightings of
portals.
creatures and entities that are just like off the charts in the woods. There are forest rangers who've come out and said, listen, we know not to go in this area because there's something walking around on two legs that looks like a wolf.
And that's what some people thought about Bigfoot, is that it's like an interdimensional traveler.
I actually, I don't know. The jury's out for me there. I'm one to think that they are descendants of Gigantopithecus, which is an actual.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or maybe like some kind of like an older kind of Homo sapien that didn't really lose all his
No,
hair.
it was more, it was more. So like we have, even in our own, historical evolutionary, we have many branches that are really not sapiens. So we are Homo sapiens sapien is our scientific name. But then you have Neanderthal, you have Homo erectus, you have many different types of you have Australopithecines, you have many types of bipedal creatures in our evolutionary history that weren't human.
Wow, I didn't know. What the hell is all that? I never heard of any of that. Homo erectus and Homo mypipial. What is that?
You're learning a lot.
Well, if you look at, if you want to follow Darwinism, but here's the rub. I know Homo erectus, if you're a teenager, you can find it.
I don't want to
funny,
rub
right?
Homo erectus.
I'm not gonna lie, I did giggle. I giggled a little bit when you said it.
I don't want to get the rub from Homo erectus. So these are what we're saying is these are species. So for someone like me who has no idea what that is, these are like species that apparently existed in history.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So they are, if you look at our evolutionary tree, if you look at our, tree on, right from early, apes straight through to man, but there is a missing link there for real. It can only go so far, and then there's a whole missing history, and then man appears.
Oh, really?
I think that's what Bigfoot is.
And
there is no
species
direct line to, it doesn't work. Science tries to, and I've wanted it to be right. I've researched it, and we can't. We can't make that connection yet. So all of a sudden, we just appeared.
Okay.
Ergo, ancient aliens. So that's where all that stuff comes into.
Well, explain that. Explain what you mean by that.
So think about the evolutionary time track of life on our planet. We had many, many different, times in history where the planet was populated by other species. There wasn't us. Dinosaurs were just one. Then you had times where the planet, the majority of the life forms lived in the oceans. And you had all different types of fish and reptiles come later, right? So there's this whole constant evolving of dominant life forms on the planet, of which we are the latest. So there are people who study DNA. We've had the Genome Project, where we've kind of broke down the DNA of human beings and broke them down to their basic components. Every day we have breakthroughs in genetic science. We start to understand all those, A, B, G's, and C's that are in our DNA profile. Mm-hmm. We're starting to find that there are things in our profile that don't make sense. Yeah, like this shouldn't be here. And by the way, we don't even know what this is. So, but if you put that together with, and I don't like thinking this because I'm a religious person. If you look at the Earth as basically somebody's science project, we just end up being one of those.
So we were creating
components in the project. Yeah, you just end up being one of the components in the project. So there was a scientist actually decades ago, and I have to remember his name or find it. He set out to prove that the Bible was wrong scientifically. So he went out there and started doing all this research in earth sciences and started doing all this research and, biological and just to see, all the diversity on the planet. When he was done, he could not justify this much diversity on a planet with not only diversity, but the complexity of that diversity, that it could not have just happened by chance.
That's what I'm thinking too. That's what I always said.
Yeah, no, but there's a lot of scientists and, there's statisticians who will.
So some people believe we were created by the aliens like as an experiment.
Well, we don't, let's just say that for this to happen on a planet just by chance and have the kind of diversity that we have, unless we can find that on other planets and watch an early planet evolve and study it over time, we won't know. But right now, knowing what we know and the diversity and the complexity of that life on our planet, for it to strictly happen by chance basically points to God.
Now, some people think, what is that?
I was going to say, do you think we're just a zoo for aliens? You think that they just rounded everybody, all the animals and people up and just dropped them here? And that's why they come visit. They're like, yeah, we're going to go a family outing to the zoo.
No, I don't think they dropped us here.
What do you think?
Well, if you look at so if you've heard of the ancient Sumerians, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So it's one of the first greatest civilizations ever on our planet. It was very, very complex, very smart civilization. If you look at their history and their mythology, basically humans were created to mine the planet for the gods / aliens.
Right.
You're basically a labor force.
Right.
Basically,
we're just the worker bees.
Basically, a bunch of worker bees they created because they wanted minerals, gold, whatever you want to believe that they were looking for at the time. And to me, I see the ancient aliens trying to make that connection. But dude, if you could fly across the galaxy and travel in between dimensions, I'm pretty sure you can get some gold out of the ground.
Yeah, I don't think gold is that crucial to you if you can fly around.
No, actually, though, yeah, you'd probably be able to you'd probably be able to synthesize it if you were that good. But my point, though, gold actually as a precious metal, we give it worth, but the reality in science, it is
not high on
the list. It's remarkably vibrant, and we use it for all our spacecraft.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's the best insulator in the world.
I just saw a video about.
I'm sorry, it's the best. It's the best. One of the best conductors.
Right.
And it does. And it never degrades ever.
I just saw a whole video about how much gold we have, like in the reserves and stuff, and it doesn't look like that much.
No.
Well, there's not a lot of gold on the planet when you think about it over time. So, saying, how much is a lot. So it's all relative, right? If you're basing it on what your monetary system is held up on, it's no longer.
Well, I didn't mean money. I just meant like looking at like how many bricks of gold there were in that room. I'm like, that's not that much. I thought there'd be more than that,
Yeah, well, the Aztecs had tons of it. They tried to buy off the Spaniards, and you saw what happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
So, but gold is, it's beautiful when you're talking about owning it and making objects out of it. They last forever. You dig up an Egyptian, royal tomb, and the gold items look just like the day they were put in there from 4,000 years ago. Right. They does not tarnish. Looks beautiful.
So you don't believe you don't believe we were slaves for gold and resources?
I don't know about that. If anything, I can see if you, me, and Eddie, and we're like Star Trek people going around to different planets, and we found a planet that was rich in resources, and we were limited on what we could do. Maybe we would try to get the locals to help us, or maybe if we could create a biological stand-in to do some of the work for the machines or the technology we don't have available, that might be a thing. But when you look at the genetic gap in between our evolution, modern man just pops up out of nowhere. Yeah.
I have one question. I was speaking about ancient aliens. Do you think aliens helped make the pyramids? Or do you think that was just like 100,000 slaves moving all those blocks?
Okay, so I am not one I actually, Pumapunko is more of an enigma than the pyramids. The pyramids actually construction. The question is, why are pyramids? Well, hold on, and I'm going to answer your question, but I want you to hear this out. We're very smart. People don't realize how smart we were even thousands of years ago. For instance, nobody would have the Maya. We just thought they were a bunch of savages that lived in South America, right? Your calendar is based on the Mayan calendar. Think about that for a minute. The Mayan calendar, right down to hundredths of a second, was as accurate as any calendar we have today. Not only that, did you know that the Maya calculated the center of our galaxy? They knew the distance between Earth and the center of our galaxy.
Wow. How the
We
hell?
did not know that we just figured that out recently. Recently, I mean, just saying the past, 100 years.
Yeah.
And they didn't even, like, when the Spaniards went there, they didn't even believe that the Earth was round. I mean, let alone that we lived in a galaxy.
Yeah.
The Mayan. So yeah, if you look at their sacred city is laid out just like the planets that orbit in our solar system.
Right.
How did they know that?
So
they were smart. They watched the sky. They understood it. It wasn't aliens. These guys were just smart. They were great mathematicians.
So that documentary that I was telling you about, the Amazon rainforest, they actually also found these, I guess I'll use the same word, obelisks, that were aligned like perfectly with like north, like actual like true north and true south.
Yes.
And they're like, well, how did they know that back then? How did they know that? And just like with the pyramids, they're like off by like, I don't know, a millimeter or something to be like perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah, no, it's not aliens. We were damn smart. I mean, we found the rock quarry where they were cutting those stones.
That's so far away.
They weren't chipping it away with little hammers, man. They literally had giant cutting wheels, gigantic cutting wheels that were run by hydropower that literally sawed those giant, 10-ton bricks or cubes into, and then they finished them off. Then they polished them up and got them down to, perfect symmetry. Yeah.
How'd they move them? The real thing I want to know is how they moved them, though. It's like that quarry. It's like kind of far away from a lot of the pyramids.
Well, this may be a dumb question.
Listen, they had a lot of people, and you have a river right there.
This may be a dumb
you can
question.
float anything. Look at an aircraft carrier. Look how big and how many hundreds of thousands of tons that thing weighs. Anything floats in water.
How come we never found the materials that they use or the technology that they use to make this stuff?
We did.
Oh,
This is all,
found the wheel? We
have all of that. Not only that, you have hieroglyphics and you got people writing about the Egyptians showing you how they did it. You have the builders who literally had their own tombs on site.
I actually saw that there was like a I guess a record, like of a transaction of like somebody wanted these bricks for a project.
Yeah.
So there was bookkeeping and stuff back then. I don't know how much of it's still
highly
around.
advanced. Yeah. I mean, think about it. I mean, look at during Moses' time. Look at the cities he built for the pharaohs. I mean, when you look at that, they were very highly technical. Well, weren't
And that's not aliens. That's all.
No, today we couldn't make some of that stuff today.
Well, that's what throws me off. Is like I don't think we can make a pyramid look that good and be almost.
I think we certainly could do that. I mean, but here's the interesting point, though, Ed. If you look it up, you can see the evolutions of pyramids. You can see where they were trying different schemes out, and
They used to be like mounds instead of pyramids, right? They used to be like big mounds, like a big hill instead of a pyramid.
So they were called step pyramids. In the beginning, pyramids were steps. So they had the traditional four-sided pyramidal shape, but they weren't smooth. Basically, they were tiered. So each terrace went up to the top of the pyramid with a capstone. Over time, they filled in those steps, and you can actually go on an Egyptian website or archaeological website, and you can see pictures of all the failures, like of all the pyramids they built that didn't work out and how they were building it. But
I never got that logic.
I'll give
how
you
we
this though.
weren't able to do it
Nobody
today.
was ever buried in those pyramids. You know that, right?
Oh, like they say they are.
How would I know? They wouldn't let me in.
Yeah, no.
Like,
There's all the burial chambers and such. They're gigantic. The tombs are huge. Like, what were they putting in these things? Certainly not a person, but nobody was ever buried in them.
do we know that for sure? Has nobody ever?
You can go. You can take a
opened up
tour. You can walk right through it right now, and take.
Yeah,
a
but they're
tour.
not going to let me explore and go try to open stuff, though.
No, so they had a guy who they had these little. They were brilliant architects. So I mean, I don't want to get off the UFO part, but yeah, I think that they certainly made it that they were just a lot smarter. I mean, go back to Greece. Go back. Yeah, I'll go one better. Look at the Antikythera device. Just look up the Antikythera device. It was found. It was so advanced when they found it, they just put it on a shelf.
So they is that
weird compass thing?
Yeah. So basically, we had somebody from the British Museum who recreated it after X-raying it and stuff. We didn't even think they had the technology to make gears then, let alone understand the math to start tracking planets and stars for navigational purposes thousands of years ago.
That was for like the ships, right? That was for them when they were traveling on the water.
Yeah, that's where it was found. It was found in the ocean.
So even though you do believe in aliens and all this stuff, you don't think that they were involved in creating some of these structures. That's very interesting because I never heard anybody say that. I didn't know that we found any of these technologies, these mechanisms, and I was looking up some of them, the one you just mentioned on Google. That's pretty fucking interesting. So
that's extremely interesting.
The thing he just said, like the weird compass thing, like if you look at it, that shit looks crazy.
I just saw
But they made a working model of it. So you can look at the British Museum, will show you a modern version of it that was made from X-rays from the original excavation when they found it.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, but it literally, when it was found, it was so long ago, they didn't know what to do with it. They was like, what is this thing? Like, no, we can't explain it. So they put it on a shelf. It sat there for 100 years. Until somebody pulled it out and said, what is this thing? Let me look at this. They x-rayed it and said, whoa, wait a minute. When did you find this? How old is this thing?
So if there are like all these species, because I believe what you guys are saying as well, I think EJ believes it too, that there's different races and species of aliens, and I think that each one of them has their own objective. That's what I think is going on. I think there's different species and races, and each one some of them may be working with us. Some of them may not even want anything to do with us. But how come one of the aliens just hasn't straight up dropped in the middle of Central Park and said, here I am? What's going on?
Exactly. So
how come that doesn't happen? Why not?
So hold on. So if you have, actually that did happen, but
no way. Wait, hold on.
It happened. Yeah, it did. It happened in Jersey.
Tell us
in the
about it.
60s, literally where UFO landed in a park.
And the dude came out and was like, what's up?
But that was during a time when the government was able to control the narrative.
Right. They were able
And
to
news
stifle
and at that time, even to this day, the news is beholding the government can black out any program at any time. That's law.
Right. And they can shut
And
they can shut a lot of
they
stuff
can
down.
call up the executive at Fox or ABC and say, you will not put this on. And if you do, you will be in violation of national whatever.
You gotta deal with the firing squad.
Yeah, you're going to jail for the next 100 years.
And if you
Anyway, regardless, there's a couple of different theories about this. The first one is we did enter into a agreement with some of these species. They are working with us. One of them is the Archuleta Mesa, Sedona, it's called. That is the creepy one. That's the one that freaks me out, actually, because they were experimenting on us.
One. Oh, that's like a pact that we made with the aliens. And
Yes.
they gave us.
If you believe that, yeah. It's on the.
That's what I always thought.
So actually, no. So that's the scary one, actually.
I always thought that we had some kind of relationship with aliens, and one of the things we gave them was us.
Yes.
I want to know what you're hiding, man. I want to know because you were about to say something.
What you gotta
like,
say?
Let me know.
So it's pretty interesting. So Sedona and the Archuleta Mesa is on the Jicarilla Reservation.
Okay.
Jicarilla Apache Reservation. Yeah. So you can't even get to it if you wanted to. It's highly controlled. Makes perfect sense that this where you would put something like this. Number one. Number two, if what's been outed there by the security person who worked there, if just a fraction of it is true, everybody should be very afraid of what's going on.
So what place is this exactly?
Is this not public
Well,
information? Is that why you're being very vague? Is this not?
Everything I'm telling you right now, is public information.
Okay, so
what
is this place you're talking about?
What exactly did he rat out? You know, what exactly was happening then?
That we're working in collaboration with a couple of different alien species. That some of the work, and it's a multi-leveled underground base in the side of a mountain that goes down to a subterranean level. That some of those levels are off, not accessible by humans, and the things that are going on there with their experiments are pretty.
What is this, Halo? What is this, the Flood going to take over?
It's yeah, I mean, it's kind of
what's
weird.
happening?
If you believe any of this, if there's any, but if you listen to the Native Americans who've been there for hundreds, I'm not sure actually. I don't know how long that's been their tribal land. There for the longest time, they wouldn't even speak about it until recently. They've given a few interviews. Right? I mean, you have elders that, going back to their elders who were reporting things coming in and out of that mountain that weren't human.
Say the name of this place again so we could look it up later.
Called Sedona.
Okay.
Sedona.
Okay, and that's where they're.
And in particular, the Archuleta Mesa.
And that's
is
where
the
they're
area.
running experiments
Where is this at? Specific? Do we know where this is?
Sedona's in where the fuck was
Is it in the States somewhere? Is it
Yeah.
It's in the U.S. Sedona's what? Is it California?
I'm not. I'm not sure.
Well,
Arizona. I think it's in Arizona. I thought California.
There you go.
Arizona.
Yeah, and that's where.
Tommy, you going with me? I'm going. I'm going to try to get in.
I'm not trying to get experimented on.
I'm telling you right now, man. I might get shot or killed, but I'm going to try.
No,
I want to know
bro.
now.
You're going to end up probed. That's for sure.
I'll be dead.
You're going to regret it. So now, Mr. K, this is like a multifaceted thing. So this is only one of the things that are going on, you believe, right? And there's multiple layers to this theory of what the aliens are doing here, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's some species are doing this, and is there anything? What other things do you think are going on our planet or not on the planet?
Well, let's look at it. If they're helping us, I'd like to know how, because war is still going on. People still dying of starvation. Cancer is still killing millions and millions of people.
Well, let me say that. Let me say this. If they're helping us, I'm just gonna add to what you're saying, or just
they're doing a shitty job.
I wouldn't even say they're helping us, right? Because if they're working with our government or if they're working with the people in power, they're helping them, right? And everything you just explained makes them, the powers that be, money, cancer, war, etc. All makes them more money than if all those things were extinct. So that's what I'm gonna say. If they're working with the government, it's not a virtuous task.
I don't think they're working with the government to help us at all. They're doing it just to benefit. They're like, we'll use these squishy humans and get whatever we need.
But
and
I think
then we'll
helping us is the term to use. But when you say helping us, they mean the government, which benefits from destruction.
I feel like it's more of using us, not helping us. It looks like helping, but it's really using us.
I mean,
so let's look at it from a. I mean, this is such a very.
Oh yeah.
This is such a very tenuous topic, actually, because the reality of some of these theories are horrifying on many levels. So one of them is hybridization.
Oh Lord.
So yeah. So
do you remember?
Hold on, wait. Hey, Eddie, let him talk. Let him cook.
So to me, hybridization means they want to take over the planet. So if you want to mix your DNA with us and create a hybrid of humans and aliens, to me, that is so that you can survive on this planet in an atmosphere that is, without wearing all kinds of whatever, or having to expend any kind of energy to put yourself into an artificial environment, whatever. Or maybe they want to enhance us so that they could eventually replace us. So I have mixed emotions about that. It's certainly not for us. If any of this is to be believed, it only benefits them.
So what are you saying they're integrating their DNA with ours and then eventually going to override our DNA? We're going to become them?
So the majority of the abductees, and there are a couple of a couple of researchers. One of them, believe it or not, was the head of psychology at Harvard University. Dr. Mack actually is dead now, but he investigated.
Not surprised if you talk about this kind of stuff.
He was he was instrumental actually in putting a legitimate face to something that was being ridiculed, purposely ridiculed. That was part of the government's way to control the narrative. But anyway,
reality.
And there's another one now. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, so it's David Jacobs is a PhD. He wrote a book called The Threat. He's been studying and interviewing under hypnosis people who claim to have been abducted, as did John Mack. John Mack, pretty sure a PhD, head of psychology at Harvard, was another one who went into this to show that there was nothing to it and quickly found that there is something very, very spooky going on here. So one of the hybridization is one of the theories. They all say, and these women say, they've been abducted, they're being implanted with an embryo, and then they go to the doctors. The doctors say, yes, you're pregnant. Yes. They go back to the doctor one day, and the doctor says, there's no embryo here.
So they just ran away? It just
no, they're being abducted. They're getting them to gestate to a certain point, and they're taking that. Then they're finishing the process in wherever their spaceship, ground base. And then when they abduct them again, they introduce them to their child, who is a hybrid between human and alien. And some of them are repulsed, other ones want to try to help them, and other times they abduct children to teach these hybrid children how to play, how to try to be human,
how to be a kid.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, why would they want to do that?
Let me tell you something. I feel so bad. I know this sounds weird. I feel not just bad for the people who are abducted. I feel horrible for those little hybrid children.
Oh yeah. They didn't ask.
Lord knows what they're doing to them.
They didn't ask for this.
But think about it. They probably have no emotions.
Is this just like an experiment?
I'm going to give you. So here is the abduction. Here's one of the theories that is so horrible. I don't want you guys to have nightmares about this. So forget about the Archuleta Mesa. Forget about them having, human parts in vats. You can look all this up. Forget about the hybrid. Forget about the experiments on humans. Forget about all of that, which is already horrible on its face.
It's about to get crazier.
One of the purported reasons why we're being abducted and why we're being, allowed, or the reason why we're on this planet, is for our souls.
For our souls. A soul harvest?
Yes.
Now it's like they gain. Is there what is the reason that they want our souls? They gain some kind of power from that?
Because they are.
Oh my God!
Allegedly,
115 is souls.
Allegedly, they are. So they are a species, or however you want to classify this type of entity. They don't have or cannot experience emotion. They can't experience love. They can't experience all the things that make us human. Like it's almost like a drug to them.
Right.
Empathy. What's that?
Right. It's because something is like it'll give them a sense of euphoria or any kind of feeling because they never felt anything.
Well,
so
we don't know.
Addicting.
Like I mean, when you talk about that's I wish the government had a program where they could pretty much regress us and go fight these assholes, because I'm not down with that at all.
Right. But you're saying essentially it's like if somebody, like a human, were to do heroin, it's such an amazing or different experience that's the equivalent for them consuming our soul. It's a drug to them. They've never experienced anything like that. So like, wow, this is amazing. This is foreign to me.
What is love?
This is foreign to me. Wow, that's a theory I've never ever heard.
That is creepy. To me, that is one of the most horrifying.
The soul theory.
That is one of the most horrifying theories that I've ever heard, actually.
That one I can totally see, dude. The hybrid one, I'm like, I don't know why they would even do that, but this one makes perfect sense. Like,
A hybrid. So I'll give you a little bit more. I'll give you a little bit more information about the theories. I've researched a lot of this stuff.
Okay.
So the whole hybrid, and the people that are worked on these are, and when they're abducted, these people see small grays. I think the small grays aren't real entities. I think that they are basically living robots. Like basically, they're machines that are made out of biological material.
Okay. And they're synthetic aliens.
Right. They are very cold. They go through the motions. They do what they do, and then that's it. Then you have the large.
Spread your cheeks, please.
Then you have the large grays, which seem to be the ones that direct everything that's going on. And then you have the mantis, which are the entity in control. That when you think about a mantis being, and people have reported them over the decades, that is a freaky, scary ass entity. I'm sorry.
A mantis.
I mean, a 9 foot tall.
Wasn't there an old school book about like mantis type aliens coming and
they're all over? You can buy a million different books, and I mean, there are some.
No, this is like really old school, like sci-fi stuff. I forgot what it's called. It was a good book though.
Yeah, those reports have been around in the 60s or 50s. The British made a movie, actually, a sci-fi movie about it, and it was very close to home, actually. So, yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting off on a tandem here. That's a whole nother show, but I'm not down with, I am not down with alien abductions at all.
Well, listen, we got into a lot of very scary, creepy theories. You could let those permeate in your mind tonight and have some nightmares. We have to wrap this up. We got to get to some other stuff today. But before we go, Mr. K, do you have anything else you want to say? Any other knowledge you want to drop? The floor is yours for the time being.
Well, it's pretty interesting just to get to talk in general about a lot of these things. I think that UAPs now have been outed real quick by the government. There's a reason for them coming out with this information,
which is
whatever that may be. I don't think we're going to know in our time. I think people should take them very seriously. And one of the things that is concerning to me is how people are not affected by it.
How people aren't freaking out.
Aren't just like, why isn't this on the news every night? Like, you have something, some entity, or some manifestation of something beyond our understanding that is all over our planet every day.
In the water, all over.
Everywhere. They're everywhere, every day. People see them every day. Why are they here? What are they doing? And why don't we know about it?
Interesting. Well, we will definitely do this again. This was a ton of fun. We're definitely gonna dive deeper into aliens. Whatever you guys got to research before then, get your stuff because it's gonna get crazy. This was a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Mr. K, for hanging out with us and dropping all kind of gems and scaring the shit out of us. Everybody's scared.
Thank you, folks. It's been a
all
blast.
the women worried that they're gonna be making alien babies tonight. They're gonna get inseminated. All right.
Thank you
guys. All right. Hopefully, did anybody get anally probed while we were gone? Hopefully not. Hopefully you didn't get abducted.
My buddy's still good.
You didn't get a little alien inserted inside your body. Clay, welcome to the show, buddy. We didn't get to talk to you much.
How's it going?
We're so happy to have you here. Very happy to see you. And listen, we're going to start the news off with some New York news, some New York City news, I should say. You're the only one still down in the city, Clay, so we got to get your opinion on these things. First of all, I think it was you that sent me this, so one of us sent each other this. We got the NYPD testing out drones to be first responders during crimes. What do we think about this, Clay?
I think that it's not going to be long before you can pull your blinds back and see a little drone floating outside of your window surveilling you.
It's gonna, exactly. That's what pretty much everybody in the comments is saying. And my thing is like, what is I could see if you're doing like a manhunt, like if there's a killer on the loose or something, like you're looking for them. But like, so somebody's getting raped. What is the drone gonna do? It's gonna yell "stop" from the microphone. Stop raping that person. Stop it. There's like a murder. Somebody's getting stabbed
Hold your pants up.
Yeah, somebody's getting stabbed. Stop stabbing them. We see you. Like, bruh. And then somebody else made a good point.
Him.
Somebody else made a good point. Like, okay, so you're going to like have a drone there. You're going to waste all this money and expend all this resources just to let them out the same day anyway for slashing somebody or for throwing somebody into the tracks. Like, they let them out the same day anyway. What is the point of this? What is the point?
If the butt plug didn't work, why are we doing drones?
The butt plug is retired. I know we talked about the butt plug on the last 6-hour spectacular that they were putting into the train station, the robot that was surveilling people. That didn't even last 6 months. It was over. It was done. It was a wrap. Get out of here. Fuck the butt plug. We didn't see the electronic dogs yet, though. We didn't see that.
No, because it was supposed to come with the butt plug as an accessory, right?
They used the dogs during the building collapse.
Which building collapse?
There was a building collapse downtown in the financial district.
Really?
And yeah, like a parking garage, imploded.
Wow.
Damn.
And they deployed the robo dog.
I had no idea about that. Good for them. They deployed Sparky. What is the good of the robot dog? It can't even smell. Isn't that like the big thing about getting dogs to do?
I'm sure it can do like X-ray and like body heat.
It's literally like just corruption. Like there's no reason that the police should be investing in this over time for the officers. Like it's people are friends with people who make robot dogs, so they convince the police to buy them because it's like nobody's money. It's just like government money. It just floats all around and you just move it around into the right places.
Because that's the big thing you hear about dogs doing investigations when they're looking for people or looking for drugs, is that they use their smell. So what the hell are the robot dogs gonna do? They're not even conscious. Like what the? I don't even get it at all.
It's just a drone.
It's just like a drone that's on the ground with 4 legs.
It's just a dog-shaped drone.
So it doesn't have no X-ray vision or nothing.
Can it bite? Can it rip somebody's?
No, yeah, it can't even do it. It doesn't do anything.
Nothing. Just throw some water.
Not even give it a little gun, BB.
Oh, we don't need it. We don't need that.
Yeah, no, please don't.
That's the last. You're gonna be chasing people down. No.
And did you guys hear that the ones that we talked about before, the R2D2 looking robots, they're gone now.
Yeah, that's the butt plug. Yeah, the butt plug.
Yeah, because there was some. They got in trouble, I think, for videotaping people and then keeping it in like a database.
Oh, not surprised.
And there's like some law in New York City that like people have to like approve that kind of a thing.
Right.
And since it wasn't approved, they got it off the street.
Off
the one platform at Times Square that it was on.
Like, what do they even catch people doing? But first of all, I don't
Mind
think
you,
it should be there anyway.
Mad cameras in that same platform.
Oh, it's cameras everywhere. But I guess I don't know. They had to. I'm glad they got the butt plug out of there for whatever reason. It's not going to be effective. It's terrible, useless, a waste of finances, okay? Listen, I'm sure we all heard this, but we got to talk about it because we haven't talked about it. The governor of New York saying that black kids don't even know what the word
computer,
let alone even have a computer. She didn't even say like they don't have a computer. That's one thing to say. Black kids don't have a computer. She said there's black kids in the Bronx that don't even know about the word computer. Maurice, you're black. Why don't you comment?
Yeah, I think I am. I think that's what they will call me. I fucking hate this bitch. What do you mean we don't know the word computer?
Well, you're older. That's why you know you're older. You're older. There's children. You're talking about children. They don't know that. How could they know what a computer is? It's not like they're not everywhere. It's not like we didn't have. It's not like we didn't have computer labs when we were in school. So you know that they have computer labs now for sure. And these schools always get grants to get like new computers and shit like that. Like what?
Most people
Did she forget during the pandemic that multiple schools in New York City were given free fucking Chromebook computers?
Yes, during the pandemic too, they had laptops. My nephew came home with a fucking laptop. What the hell?
They don't know computer.
It's honestly like, what even needs to be said?
What did you say this lady was? Because I saw
the governor of New York. The governor.
He's the governor. She ain't gonna be the governor for long, bro. I don't know when they got to vote again or whatever. But
listen, that's our governor.
Done.
If you're gonna be racist, old lady, just be racist.
She basically said you guys
be racist.
Don't know anything. You guys are so unintelligent, so dumb. You guys don't even know the word. That was the thing that got me. You don't even know you don't even never heard of a computer?
Nope.
How could that be? Like, I mean, it's one thing if she said like,
I've never even been in a library.
It's one thing if she said, "Oh, they don't know about computers because they're always on like iPads and stuff." But like she implied like y'all don't even know what technology is. Yeah. Like I never seen technology before. Unbelievable.
Listen, she must have the same thing Joe Biden has because she is stepping right back into like 1970s and 80s. Like she doesn't know.
Listen, you think that's bad. What's worse is the mayor. My man is always saying something out of pocket, always saying something crazy. He always got some initiative that he's going to do. Listen to what he said about migrants becoming lifeguards.
If we had a migrant and asylum seeker plan that states those jobs that we are in high demand, we could expedite. How do we have a large body of people that are in our city and country that are excellent swimmers, and at the same time we need lifeguards? And the only obstacle is that we won't give them the right to work to become a lifeguard. That just doesn't make sense. But if we had a plan that say you have a shortage of food service workers and those who fit the criteria, we're going to expedite you. If you have the experience that you are a nurse, which you have a nursing shortage, and we would expedite you. And that's the same with lifeguards. So we have all these eligible people waiting to work with the skills we need to fill the jobs, but we're unable to allow them to work because bureaucracy is in the way. That just does not make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. My man thought everybody swam here.
Breaking news.
My man thought everybody swam here, bro. Is he like? Does he not?
That's the funniest part about it. Is he's like kind of implying that they're good swimmers because they swam here.
That's exactly what he's saying. What else could he be saying? Like, there's not even an implication. Like, my man doesn't see the videos of them like going under the barbed wire or just like literally walking. Like, if they're on the water, aren't they coming in like in rafts and boats? They're not swimming from fucking wherever they're from.
No, there's a lot of crocodiles out there.
Bro, every time I see something from this man, it is something more.
Listen, can you imagine somebody from a Spanish country that just speak no English? You're in Coney Island and you start drowning. You know, like, what are they gonna do?
Bro, I don't even understand like what goes on in that man's mind.
His black card has been revoked. By the way,
you took it away. You took it away.
He's not no longer invited to any barbecues in any community.
And like, does he think the migrants want to be lifeguards? By the way,
no.
Does he think that's?
But it's not about being lifeguards. He's saying give them all work permits so they can do any job.
Well, he's saying that they're excellent swimmers, so that's what he wants them to be. Because he was saying like the way he said it to me, he was like, well, if you're a nurse, then you should be able to get fast tracked to be a nurse if you have this skill. So they all have the skill of swimming. We need more lifeguards. Why don't we give they all have the skill of swimming? Since when did you do a test on this? Did you do a study?
And since when do we need more lifeguards? Like, who's drowning?
Maybe we do. I don't know. I can't.
So there is a lifeguard shortage in the city. There's a lifeguard shortage in the city, but there's a lifeguard shortage in the city because they don't pay them enough. Not because we don't have enough people who swim. Like, the reality is that they're taking like food service workers and lifeguards are some of the like lowest paying jobs. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they're just not trying to work there because they're not getting paid.
So now like they want to let all the migrants work, and like you're creating like an underclass, like instead of just raising the wages of the workers that like work for you.
Right. So,
you know, like they don't want to pay market wages, so now they're gonna let people work for less than market wage.
That's the American way, isn't it? Just send them in and pay them as little as possible. Send them in and pay them as little as you can. Clay, how do you feel? I know this has been a topic for a while now, but how do you feel that they're really trying to... Eddie just fell asleep. Wonderful. How do you feel about them taking away or trying to phase out Metro cards? Because I know it's a big initiative, and they just came out with a bunch of commemorative Metro cards, and it's like they had the big thing with Omni. You take the train all the time. What do you think about this?
I like Metro cards. I use a Metro card like mostly, especially because I have my half fare card. And I can get it out of my phone somehow, but like, you know, whatever. And also like, yeah, like you should be able to sneak around the city and like not like have your phone like traced at every like, you know, entry and exit point.
Oh, is that what it's about? Oh,
yeah, like they want to track people.
Wow. I was wondering why they were pushing so hard for this. Why they're like making maneuvers because like, oh, well, people aren't using the Omni app enough, so now we'll switch over to the Train Now app and I'm like, why are they pushing? I know it's not so they can get rid of plastic. They don't care about that. That's definitely not on their mind. Wow.
I mean, there is probably like a lot of expenses associated with, you know, maintaining the Metro card machines, printing Metro cards, you know, maintaining all the turnstiles.
It's not like, you know,
Right.
we're a huge city that can totally handle that without any issue.
The thing is that even in New York, no matter where you are, like commuter rail systems are always in financial crisis. They are like so impossible to fund. You know, they need so much more money than you can really budget to them, and you kind of rely on like the initial stuff that was always there to like fund everything.
Right.
You know how you were talking about the half fare card, right? Like you just put like it does have an expiration date, but it's like man long, right? And you can just keep putting money on it when you need.
Yeah. When it expires, you get another one.
Well, no, but I'm saying instead of having it like where you got to buy a new one every time, just have more of them or all of them be the refillable kind, you know? So if you want to save on not wasting plastic.
It's another way to do this is just make it all digital too.
No.
That's what they want. That's what they want.
We don't want digital. We want a card.
You don't want digital?
We want a card.
No.
Why?
No.
There's nothing, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why would you not want a card? It's so easy. We've been doing it forever. You can keep
You
track
just
of your
swipe.
card. You're not a baby. Yeah, swiping a Metro card is just fine. I do not want to whip out my phone to pay for the train. I don't need to whip out my phone.
Also, like, what's gonna happen when your phone dies? Are you just gonna not ride the train?
Exactly.
I didn't even
Pop
think
that
about
bitch.
it.
It's
Metro
like a
card,
real
you
New
don't
Yorker.
need. Oh, good luck with that more and more these days. That is not.
Man, they figured out how to hack through those systems, the new turnstiles. It's pointless. They lost so much money in the first week.
I don't know. I didn't hear about
Oh, they
that.
updated the turnstiles now?
Yeah, they did.
started
And then
to.
people
It's
are
like a
on
test.
YouTube showing how you can get right past it. And it's the simplest thing ever. It's so easy to get right past it.
I don't want to be whipping my phone out to pay for anything. I really don't even like paying my phone. The only time I do that is when if I forgot my wallet somewhere. I mean, it happened to me the other day. I forgot my wallet upstairs, so I paid with my phone. But it's not something I like to do. There's literally nothing wrong. Metro cards are cool. Like, what is the problem? I think it's what Clay. I didn't even think about them trying to track us. That's crazy.
That's true. The tracking part is always the main detail. And it's
So I
always
mean,
hidden.
Crow, you're like a big you're against the New World Order and you're against the chip,
I
but
do.
you're
You're right.
pro phone replacing the Metro card.
I didn't even think about the detail with the tracking part, and it's true.
And
that
then,
part
Crow,
is the
you're a big Disability Act man. You want to write policies
yeah.
for disabilities. So how are blind people going to be able to access their phone like that in a pinch? They have to get their phone out. They have to hear, the voiceover. Oh, you are entering the Omni app.
For any blind person that's using their phone that much, they know how to access their
And
phone.
mine works
fast,
pretty
so.
good. I don't have to open up my Apple Pay. I just tap my phone against the thing and it works.
Wow, works like that now. You don't even got to open
There
the
you
app.
go. There you go.
No, yeah, I don't open nothing.
I mean, as long as if they can guarantee, which they're not, the freedom and not tracking us, because there's no need to track us.
There is a need.
But they're going to do that, so there's no need for that part. So
They're going to say they're going to track us because of crime.
exactly.
We just want to make sure everything's okay. We
Exactly.
Want to make sure you're safe.
I would love to use my technology if my technology wasn't giving my fucking every move out to everybody.
Speaking of being safe, I saw an article that made my heart glow, that made my heart flutter with excitement. And it was that subway performers are worried because they're being attacked by basically crazy people on the train, and they're afraid to perform on the subway. And let me tell you right now, I am all for that, because the one thing I hate is subway performers. Okay, I take it back a little bit, because then when I read the article, it was more attacks on people who are stationed in the subway and who get the space and the time they rent to do that. Those people I don't care about, because you could walk right past them and it's not a big deal. But people are hitting them with bottles. I saw one where a chick picked up a glass bottle and knocked the celloist in the head. That one I do not approve of, okay? But it's the people that come on either Showtime. They go, hey man, my name's Gregory. This is a song about my dog, and I want to say throw anything at them. Please. Those are the people that need to be getting ran off the train. So please, anybody that's attacking subway performers, do not attack the ones that are stationary. Get rid of the ones, or I should say, don't do anything. Okay, just don't hurt them. But I'm gonna say, if I did hear about subway performers that are on the subway getting ran off, I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm not gonna cry about it.
He just determines how bad they are. It's only
No, I don't care how good you are. Do not get on the train and start singing. I literally do not care who you are. I don't care.
The only thing I like is the salespeople. They'll come on with the box of candies and fucking fruit snacks and chips.
I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for a kid drumming.
Like I like
Oh
that.
my God,
I kind of like them.
That's
I
like
don't
the
know.
worst. The kids that have the
I love
bucket.
it when I see a little kid
The
drumming,
ones with the
bro.
bucket, but ding 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 ding. Bro,
They have like the little
Hey.
boom boxes, and they
Yes,
do
when they
tricks
yo,
with the
bro,
fitteds.
it's so New York, bro. It's so New York. What are you talking
Wait,
about?
did you just say you like the ones that do tricks with the fitteds?
Yeah.
Those are the
Come
worst
on
ones.
now.
Those are the ones I want to trip. I want to see them trip.
No, man, they be doing the backflips. They on the board. They doing a little strip dance without the clothes coming off.
Strip
Just
dance. Oh, I don't know which ones you've seen. I don't want to see
they're
no.
swinging around on poles.
Oh no, I didn't
See,
know.
that's the kind of person I want to deal with.
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna get kicked in the head. Everybody knows how I feel about them.
nah,
I
they know
hate
what
them
they're
with-
doing. They come out
I've
late
never,
at night.
I've never had anybody really even get close.
I hate them
Never.
with a burning passion.
Never. They're professionals, bro.
They're not. They didn't go to school for that. They're not professionals. They didn't get a fucking degree.
I mean,
Subway.
You guys
mean-
go to like FIT.
You don't need a degree to be a professional. Not
They're not
necessarily. You
professionals.
just got to be a master at
They're
it.
not professionals.
To make money.
They're not professionals. They're an annoyance. They're a nuisance, and they need to be. They need to be locked up. I don't say. I don't want them to be. I don't want them to be attacked. Okay, I think there needs to be a task force. They got all these task force for everything else. You know how they have like the armed guards on the train now, and they're worried about crime. Get a task force to lock these people up. 1 month in
Bro, this
jail.
been happening since
One
our parents
month.
were kids.
I don't care about that. So is racism, but we still want it extinct, don't we?
So is racism.
We need a task force. You lock these people up a month in jail for every time you're caught with a fucking putting your foot through your damn fitted and swinging around on a pole. And if you got a guitar, in the jail too, right in the clink. You
What if they're rappers?
I don't care about that. I don't want to hear your flow. I don't want to hear nothing.
You rapped on a train too,
I didn't
right?
rap on no fucking train. What the hell? You see me rapping on no? You ain't never seen me rapping
We
on no
did
damn
the video
train.
on a train.
I ain't rap though. I ain't go. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to show you my rap right now. This is about being a kid from the Bronx. The only ones that are exempt, and I want people to really listen to this because these are the only people that are spared, is the mariachi bands. They're the best. They sound amazing. They're mad fun. They're super cool. The mariachi ones are the only ones allowed to stay. I like them a lot, and I barely see them. I barely
like them too.
Every time they come on, I give them a $5. I give them a $5 bill straight. Every time I see them, here's $5, Pedro.
They be in like near the one train
They
near
got the
14th
accordion.
Street.
Bring, ding, ding, ding. Oh, they can't. Those I love them.
I
They
love
got the
it, yeah, facts.
especially when they got the cowboy hat. Those are my favorites. The ones from fucking Texas.
So-
everybody else, lock them up.
So we agree that all the religious people that come in and talk to us about any of their gods need to just be arrested too, right?
Throw them right in the jail. Throw them right in the
Okay.
jail. Listen, I love Jesus as much as the next guy, but when I'm sitting on the train, I don't need to hear about it from you. He's already in my heart. All right, relax.
I feel like I avoided all that just because I mostly had headphones on. Sitting
No,
on
you
the
avoided
train.
because you didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, facts. What are you talking about?
That too.
Yeah.
But when I did get on the train, I always had headphones. I wasn't trying to listen to nobody.
No.
Speaking of people on the train, did you guys know you guys have seen those people who walk up to you and they're like, "Do you want to come to church with us?"
Oh,
Yes.
are they Mormons?
So many times.
Yeah. Yo, I just found out they were Mormons. I thought they were like regular Christians. Like I've considered it. I've been like, maybe I would like just go to
Don't
church.
you
Like
dare go
whatever.
to a Mormon
You look
church.
like you'd make a great Mormon. I'm not gonna lie.
Please don't ever do
When
that.
you put that white shirt, I'm like, this dude is going to church. Dead ass. You look like you'd make
Don't
a
do
great
that.
Mormon.
Don't be a Mormon.
Let him be a Mormon. Why you?
No.
Well, no, I didn't know
because-
they were Mormons. I thought they were Christians.
Because then they're gonna find out that he has Negro blood in him, and then it's gonna be really bad.
And then they gotta be-
Don't be a
Black
Mormon.
when you're a Mormon.
No, they don't. They're in their word of their Bible. They like black people are not even created by God. We're basically servants.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Are
what
you
Mormons
sure?
believe.
Because I'm out here now and I definitely see like Dominican Mormons. Like
I don't know why they're Mormons.
Poppy, come to
I don't
church
know
with
why
me.
they're Mormons. They need to do their research on the history of Mormons. I don't understand. Like, there's simple videos on YouTube of Mormons telling you, "Hey, yes, Mormon, it is racist. It is this. It is that. This is what happened to me. This is how I grew up." Who would want to be a Mormon?
Well, I didn't know that they were doing anything like that.
Oh yeah, there's some great documentaries on Mormons.
I
Check
didn't
it
know
out.
You were such an expert in this.
I
Clay,
hate
why don't you,
Mormons.
Clay? Why don't you go infiltrate the Mormons and you let us know from firsthand experience? Come back next year on the next 6 Hour Spectacular and tell us about your experience with the Mormons. They
I
might
was
get
actually
you.
seriously considering this about Scientology and on
Oh,
125th
come
Street.
on.
Wait, hold on. You didn't hear what he said. He said
on 125th Street, they have like the Scientology like community center in Harlem.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can go there, and they have like a movie that they play like a couple of times a night, and like you can just go there and like watch it. And it's like their main. I think it's Dianetics. Like they have like a Dianetics film.
Yeah,
and I've always wanted to go and like sit in and watch it, but I feel like after I watch it, like they're not gonna want to like let me leave.
No, definitely no way. But let's see. What if you see how far you can get without? Because eventually you're gonna have to pay. Let's see how far you can get, like, and how much of an experience you can have before they make.
Do you think they really make you pay that soon?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Let's see how far you get. They definitely make you pay at a certain point. Like you can't get past the level unless you pay. It's a total scheme. But let's see how far you can get before you pay, and what kind of experiences you have. You know what I mean? You want to be.
It's exactly what you said. You pay for more information about Scientology. It's like you pay for lore, pretty much.
Exactly. Fake lore.
Yeah,
not even good lore.
You pay for fake lore.
Listen,
not even good lore.
If you listen to our All About Aliens segment before that, that's far more entertaining than what you're gonna pay for in Scientology. Trust me, we give you that for free. All right, don't even bother. But I mean, maybe you can infiltrate and see what happens and gather some stories and see what's up. So take your pick, Mormon or Scientology, whichever one you want. I think it'll be a fun experiment. Then you can find out if they're actually racist. You look like you'll make a great Mormon.
Probably.
You look like you make a great Mormon. All right, that's it for the New York news as of right now. It's always something. It's always something fun. Everybody's getting hit by trains. Every time I look on the app, somebody's getting hit by the 7 train like 3 times a freaking week. It's insane. It's terrible. But let's go all the way across the world to Japan because Japan. Of course, he's gonna freak out of this weeaboo. Of course, Japan. They are not happy with us. They are not happy with tourists because streamers are going over there and Americans are going there. People who are unlike Mo, who Mo would go there and be respectful and he'd bow, he'd take his shoes off, he wouldn't touch the geyser's chopsticks and grab her ass. Unlike Mo, people are going there. People are going there and they're acting a fool. They're acting a clown. They're showing their ass, just like what's his name, Johnny Salami. What's the streamer's name? Joey Baloney. Yeah, Joey Baloney has been going to places, getting beat up in the street everywhere he goes. So people like him are causing a lot of mischief in Japan, and they're not having it. Okay, so the first thing I heard was a couple of months ago they stopped giving access to the tourists to that place where all the geishas are, right? Where you can go see them and hang out with them and stuff. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
I didn't see that myself.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I didn't see that one, but I saw the screen.
The screen, the Mount Fuji thing, right?
Yeah.
So that's the next thing. So they shut down a couple months ago.
And a couple of temples too. They're not letting tourists come to like certain temples because people were like writing their names in the fucking wood. That's like I don't know, like a couple hundred years, 1,000 years old, whatever.
Come on, how disrespectful are you? So you can't see the geishas.
Like couples. It's like Johnny and Samantha. Forever.
Forever. Yeah, thanks a lot. Disrespectful, right? So they shut down the Geisha Alley, and now, as Clay said, they are trying to obstruct the view of Mount Fuji with a big screen. They're going China style. They're breaking out the screens to block off the scene because people are. They said because it's like a little town that you get the best view from Mount Fuji at, and the townspeople are like, listen, you need to get these fucking Gaijin pieces of shit out of here. They're annoying. They're disgusting. And we're going to beat their ass if you keep this up, okay? So
the worst part about this is that I've seen a few black people do these things. I need you to fucking stop. Right. I need you to fucking stop. I need you to stop going out to other countries and embarrassing us.
You tell them.
I don't give a fuck what you do here, but we don't go to other countries, especially Japan. As much as we love Japan, we don't go to Japan and we don't disrespect Japan. Yeah, come on now. Now I'm possibly can't go to Mount Fuji because your dumbasses can't fucking calm down, you moron. Johnny needs to suck my dick. Yo, bro, if you want to fight me, just fight me, bro. Because at this point,
do you revoke his black card?
He's immediately revoked.
Mo was taking black cards today like crazy.
Are you fucking serious?
I was collecting them like Pokemon today.
Bro, I got so many black cards in my pocket at this point.
But also, don't assume that this happened because of American tourists.
Well, I mean, it
But
did.
this dude was American.
Yeah, they're all American tourists.
These are American tourists.
I mean, maybe that you saying some other country tourists are doing crazy shit. Probably.
Of course, I know they are, but I don't represent those motherfuckers.
Okay, well, let me not retract it, but let me update my earlier statement and say tourists, not just American tourists. I've seen a lot of American.
Mostly Americans.
I would say it's probably mostly.
Listen, any black Americans, calm your fucking ass down and be respectful. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you do it again, I'm gonna tell them to just execute. Matter of fact, Japan, just execute them. We don't need them back.
Japan is more likely just gonna ship them out. That's what they.
Yeah, they're probably not going to be allowed to come back.
They just put them in jail for a little while, and because Japan jail's no picnic.
God, it's brutal. Send them in jail. Yeah, put them in jail.
And they'll put them in jail for a while, and then kind of scare them, and then they'll just send them out.
We don't need them back though. You can keep them, execute them.
I mean, listen, what are you gonna do?
Bring them to the temple.
You're
Bring them
ruining
where
it for everybody.
Yusuke last battled, and then sacrifice them to Yusuke.
You're ruining it for everybody. Speaking of ruining things, who saw the new Assassin's Creed drama?
That's exactly what I was talking about.
All right, listen.
What is going on now?
Assassin's Creed. I don't know what the actual name is, but it's turning into Assassin's
Shadows.
Creed Affirmative Action. Okay,
It really isn't. It really isn't.
Oh, here we go. Well, a
It
lot
really
of people
isn't.
are
Assassin's Creed Shadows is not.
There's our first
affirmative
voice
action.
crack of the night. So Assassin's Creed Affirmative Action is coming out, right? People are not happy. The dislike ratio on that video is astronomical. People
What,
are
are you a
pissed
woman?
off. Huh?
You're a woman?
Who?
In the new Assassin's Creed.
No, you're
Why
not a
is it
woman.
says-
No. Hold on. Well, I'll tell you. So
Oh,
they
you're
dropped the
good, man.
trailer, and the trailer is in feudal Japan. You're a samurai, right? Only one thing is different is that you're a black guy in feudal Japan as
And a woman.
samurai. And you're gay, apparently. They hinted at that you will be into other sexes or whatever. They said they'll be basically like LGBTQ. They kind of alluded to it. It's not confirmed yet, but the developers alluded to it, right? So you're a black samurai in Japan, and people are pissed because the developers are saying, well, we're basing this off of the one black samurai in history. Now, I know you're going to talk whatever you got to talk about, but this is what the story is. You can comment in a second. And then other people are claiming, like, listen, that dude was barely a samurai. Like, that dude was not even... He was barely a samurai. He wasn't even a samurai like that. And now the developers are basically saying, oh, like, we want to tell this story. Like, we think it's an important story to tell. And most of the people, Japanese people, American people, are saying, no, we want a game in feudal Japan to be about Japanese people, to depict our people from here, not just like the one example of a black samurai, because we know you're doing this so that you can push the woke agenda like everything else. We're doing another race swap. So people are not happy, and I bet this game is going to tank. Mo, what do you think about it? Because you seem like you're going to love it.
Here's the thing. As you was continuing speaking, I was like, you know what? There's a great point. I forgot. We are living in the Western world where they take any great idea, because on paper, it's a great idea. For those who are saying, oh, he wasn't important, that he was barely a samurai, it doesn't fucking matter.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make him a samurai if he wasn't.
No, it does make him a samurai if the feudal lord at that point in history made him a retainer. It doesn't matter what you think. A Japanese lord respected his skills as a soldier. This was a man that was a slave, right? Who had knowledge of multiple languages, who came to Japan, learned their language, earned the respect of their people, went to battle in their country, fought battles in their country for his lord. So
he was
it
no
doesn't,
Donnie Somali, okay?
So it doesn't matter whether you think he's relevant or not. He was relevant.
But Yasuke was lit, but I think people are mad because they made a samurai Assassin's Creed game and they picked the only samurai that wasn't Asian.
And that part,
and they're implying that people wouldn't want to play a game with an Asian main character.
And that's stupid.
And then obviously we know if they went to any other country, like if they went to Africa and they said, well, it was one white African guy and you're going to play as him, that it would not go over the same in the headlines. That the headlines, I'm not even talking about what the people would think. We're talking about what the headlines would portray. You know, the first headline would be, how could they do this? The game is being racist. Like, why would they cherry pick? So if cherry picking one way is not good, why is cherry picking the other way good?
And you made a point about them. You also, because I didn't see anything about him turning Yosuke gay or anything else like that. I didn't see that.
That was the last thing I saw. Is that they were
Are
saying
you
you're gonna
saying
like.
that he wasn't?
They're saying like you're gonna be able to explore romantic options.
Here's what two things about the samurai culture that people know about is that
first of all, they were all gay.
There you go, Clay. They samurai masters did have sex with their with their students. It was like a combination of bonding between student and master. So that was a thing. That's been a thing in multiple cultures, not just Japan. But if you're adding on extra shit from the Western mindset and appropriation and all that bullshit, I don't agree with that. I would rather it just be a great story. And honestly, we could have played multiple characters. Yosuke didn't have to be the only one there. He could have been there with a Japanese person.
Right. I think if it's just hard to gauge these days. If somebody was doing it like really like virtuously, and they're like, listen, I really fuck with this story. I want to make a game about this. This is not the climate for that to be done because of everybody else is doing it for obvious reasons to just make it, to push this agenda, the equality agenda, whatever it is. So, but truly, I don't think that that's what they do. I didn't think they wanted to make a virtuous game. I think that these people just, again, wanted to just, put somebody in there of another nationality so they could do a race swap and so they could make themselves feel good, pat themselves on the back, and pat themselves on the back. You could have just made and the other thing, people, if you wanted to make another game, right? If you wanted to make a game about this dude in call, what's his name? What's the guy's name?
Yasuke?
Yeah, let's say you wanted to make a game, right? You call it the Yasuke game, right? I'm sure mad people will fuck with that.
Hell yeah.
If you said, okay, we're going to make a Yasuke game and we're going to come out, but it's not an Assassin's Creed game. Because the thing about Assassin's Creed is whatever region they're in, they use a person from that region of that descent, right?
Yep.
In the Italian one, it was an Italian guy. So this is another aspect to the story. Is that I don't think anybody would really have a problem if you came out with a movie that was about this dude, or if you came out with a game about this dude. But to put it in a series like this, where normally that doesn't happen, we know you're doing it for other reasons, obvious reasons.
You know what would have been what I would have loved? Because in Yosuke's story, after his master commits seppuku, the new lord actually kicks him out of the country, right? He tells him to leave, right? I would have loved something where they took Yosuke and say, where's Yosuke? And then, because all Assassin's Creed games are just taking liberties from different things. For God's sake, the fucking Pope had powers. You feel me? So it's like, what if you did a Assassin's Creed story with him in another country, or we'll catch up with him in a fucking different country, and you could still use a character? I can see where people are coming from with like, yo, you could have respected our culture.
A lot of people pissed, and I bet you that game is gonna tank. And I don't know when people are gonna learn that like these things are not profitable. Pretty much all the movies, like a lot of the movies that they do, where they try to have this like woke take on everything, they're not successful. I have rarely seen a movie that people shit on for being for being woke and for doing these things. I rarely see them ever break.
Woke is mixed up like this.
I rarely ever see them break the box office.
Was the last Assassin's Creed game even that good though?
I
don't know. I didn't even play the last one.
That was a Viking one, like Valhalla.
No, the Valhalla did really well actually.
Well, wasn't the water combat not even as good as the original 4 where you're a pirate?
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
God, Black Flag is crazy.
Black Flag is amazing. That game is phenomenal.
Never played it, but
you know what?
Things.
I wasn't into Black Flag that much. I liked Unity.
Really? I thought you liked
Unity. Brotherhood was a great one.
I thought you were a big pirate guy, Clay. You had a pirate party one time.
Well, yeah, but I didn't like the sea combat. I like regular Assassin's Creed.
Okay.
Yeah,
I never played it. It's something I've been.
Wasn't there one with Native Americans? Wasn't that
that was 3?
3? Yeah.
Right.
It's true.
That was a good one too.
Well, speaking of people doing crazy shit and getting banned, and like Japan is, Disney's having the same idea and the same thought process, because I guess there's an influx of streamers and vloggers in Disney making a lot of noise, making a lot of ruckus. And I believe we talked about this maybe a couple years ago, but they're starting to crack down on people vlogging and streaming and recording really on rides. You're not allowed to, they're really restricting people recording on rides now, and I'm gonna say that I'm totally
Thank
down with
God.
that. That I'm totally down with that. The last thing I want is somebody. It's the same thing like riding the train, and then fucking Hip Hop Harry comes on with his hat and he does a backflip in the worm. I don't want somebody with the flash on,
Yeah, seriously.
and they're like, "Yo, chat, spam W. I'm looking at Goofy right now, dude. Spam W." Like you're ruining the experience, dude. So like, even though I'm like, I'm not one for restrictions at all. But the ones that Japan is doing and the ones that Disney's doing is totally acceptable, and it makes
course.
total sense that they're doing this stuff. I hope that they don't stop people from filming in the park, and I don't think they're going to go that far because I mean, it does help their business a lot that people vlog there, I'm sure, and it only like keeps them relevant. But the ride thing, I see the total point in that. I don't think it's really going to hurt to have people in the street. On Main Street vlogging and streaming, but the ride thing is totally acceptable. I mean, and some of the rides are like story rides.
Yeah,
So,
it's like movies and shit, like interactive movie type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to listen to Cinderella
Like
say
the Man in
something.
Black one.
Exactly.
You got Joey over here doing a fucking stream. Let's
Dude,
go.
look at Cinderella. Her ass is so fat. LOL. Spam W in the chat right now. She has the gat, dude. No, we're not trying to hear that. Man. We're not trying to hear that, dude. Listen, we got to shout out a Japanese icon. And I don't know if you guys even know this dude, but I've known about this dude since I was a wee lad, okay? Because he was on a little show called True Life on MTV, okay? I never even knew his first name. Takaru Kobayashi. He was a professional eater that has officially retired from professional eating. And this dude's been doing it for... Have you guys ever seen this guy? He used to win... He used to win the hot dog. Yeah, he used to win the hot dogs until Joey Baloney came on, and now he like started just knocking down the glizzies, and then Kobayashi got pissed off, and he's like, "Yo, this dude is cheating, bruh." My man Kobayashi got kicked off the event one time because he crashed, and he was like, "Yo, fuck Joey fucking Baloney, dude. Dude is lame." This dude is like a total legend, man. I'll never get the scene of him out of my mind of him just knocking down sushi. My man just cleaned out the conveyor belt sushi plates. Like, I mean, the plates were stacked ceiling high. It's like my favorite True Life episode I've ever fucking seen. This dude was the best, man. And he's been doing this forever, but we got kind of a sad update because apparently he's not leaving on his own volition, and apparently he's having some health problems because he's saying that he's been, in the eating game so much that it basically hurt his stomach. It killed his stomach. He said it hurts to, he doesn't have an appetite anymore, and he barely even feels full. And he gets jealous of people who get to eat and look happy eating, because he said eating is not the same. I'm trying to find the quote. He said, I hear people say that they're hungry and they look very happy after they're done eating. I'm jealous of this because I'm no longer hungry. He no longer feels hunger. And then he goes on to say something about I think it's before this. He goes on to talk about, Kobayashi said that the decades of overeating for sport has left him with no appetite or no sensation of fullness. And he's had a lot of stomach issues, and sometimes he'd go days without eating. So that's sad to hear, man, that he's not doing well. And I just wanted
can't
to
believe you
shout out
ate so much you don't get hungry anymore.
I never even heard of that. It's insane, right?
That's crazy. Oh, by the way, she got her mug.
Oh, Vanessa got the mug? Yes, we sent
She got
Vanessa
the mug.
Green Nose Best mug. Look at that. Got on the day that she came in. Clay, we got to get you one of the mugs.
Yo, how'd she get one faster than me? That's a little fucked up.
Because she knows what she's doing. She came on, and she stole the show. That's why she gets the mug, all right? You had to be here. She wasn't obligated. We dragged you in. You had to do it. You had no other option but to be here, okay? So shout out to Kobayashi, man. The dude's a legend, and it's like, yeah, imagine, like, bro, if I couldn't even eat, I just kill myself. Like, eating is like one of the only
He
pleasures.
can. He just doesn't. He probably
can't get full.
He said he goes
He
days
doesn't
without
get
eating.
full.
Like, it doesn't even. I guess it doesn't appeal to him anymore. It doesn't feel good. Like, eating is one of the greatest
Well, I'm
things.
assuming that if you don't get full, you really don't feel that hungry either.
That's what he said.
So
Maybe his stomach will heal itself though after a couple years of. I wonder what kind of plan they're gonna put this guy on. Like, I wonder if there's any type of recovery. You think they could shrink his stomach or something like that? Give him like
He
the bag.
could get like a lap band surgery.
That's what I was gonna say. Like our buddy Leonard.
you're gonna eat through it. If you can't get full, he might just keep eating one day.
I mean, hopefully that'll cure the guy. Did everybody see that Morgan Spurlock died the other day? The very famous documentarian.
No.
You
I
guys
don't know who that is.
That is
It's
the guy
from Super Size Me.
That's right. He did Super Size Me. He died the other day, I think about 53, 52 of cancer. Very sad. Another very popular person from back in the day. Did you everybody watch Super Size Me growing up? Everybody did, right?
Yeah.
I
I
seen
watched
it.
part of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
What did you think of it, Clay? Because you seem unimpressed.
I really didn't finish it. I never actually saw him get fat. I just saw him like start it. I saw all the beginning parts. So I never saw him get fat. I guess he like almost dies and then he loses the weight again.
He doesn't
but
almost die. It's a little, he doesn't. It doesn't get that crazy. He vomits a bunch though, and then he gets a belly, and then he just gets off. I think it took him a lot of time to lose the weight, and it was like there was a lot of controversy about Super Size Me after it came out that I didn't know about. There was like a guy who did a rivaling documentary that went to kind of disprove Morgan's, and he was like, yo, you could literally eat McDonald's every day and not get fat. You just don't got to be a lazy piece of shit. Like, you could literally just eat. You don't have to,
the teacher, right?
I think so. Maybe. I can't remember, like, who did it, but it's called Fathead.
Yeah, I think that guy, like, I saw somebody who investigated that, and that guy, like, got paid by McDonald's to make that.
Oh, wow. The rabbit hole gets deep. First you think Morgan.
Yeah.
First you think Morgan's
There's the
friend.
secret.
Wow, and that guy came off like a total smartass in the documentary, which I didn't like. Like the Fathead documentary. I don't know if you've seen it, but I don't know. He gave me a weird vibe. I was always a fan of Morgan. I don't know if you guys knew this though. When I was skimming through the comments about Morgan's death, apparently people did the other controversy about Super Size Me was that people discredited because allegedly, he was an alcoholic during that documentary. So they're saying like,
yo, I can believe that.
They're saying like, yo, the findings aren't conclusive because like you did not disclose with your doctor that you were an alcoholic. So any effects, they could be, we don't know what to attribute what to. So I think that was interesting. I don't think it's been proven. I don't know. But I mean, I've saw an overwhelming amount of people with this claim that he was an alcoholic. So I don't know.
Sound like somebody from his personal life knew about it.
I don't know if it was an urban legend or what, but I mean, R.I.P. man. Like that's everybody in health class watches that apparently. Like that's in like everybody's health class after it came out. It was a staple. It was a staple in culture, man. You can't. Everybody.
I never saw it in school.
Really, I never saw it in school either. But apparently, that's like a thing in the comments as well. That people are like, oh, I saw this in health class. I saw this in health class. Like everybody apparently saw it.
Well, I would hate my school for showing that movie to me in health.
I don't care what they fucking show me, as long as we don't got to do any work, really. Like, what do you care? What the hell do you care, bro? Since when? Since when are you so academic, dude? When are you so academic? It was still a fun watch regardless.
I like academics.
Really? You like DJ Academics? Big fan?
Yeah. Not that one. Not currently. You're on the wrong team.
Speaking of losing weight and gaining weight, everybody knows about Ozempic, right? Everybody's face is getting sucked in. Everybody's losing their ass. Their boobs are flat because Ozempic is sucking the damn soul out of everybody. Have you guys seen like the side effect pictures of Ozempic yet?
Yeah, I heard that people are getting constipated to death, right?
No, I didn't even hear. See, there's always a new side effect. We heard that they're very fertile, that they're becoming more fertile now because they're on Ozempic. I didn't hear about the constipation though. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so my mom was telling me that like people get like constipated and like they get constipated like to death. Like you can get constipated to death. Like you can just all your like stomach muscles can get like paralyzed, and then like all that food inside of you like festers, and then
you get toxic shock or something.
Yeah,
toxic. Whoa, damn! The Big O is dangerous, dude. Big O's crazy, and if you make it out, you look like a fucking skeleton with like skin hanging off you, like skin.
But what is the other things that it's doing?
Well, I don't know about. We're not even going to talk about it, but apparently there's a new weight loss drug out called Godzilla coming out. There's a few of them, and one is called Godzilla. I swear, I saw an article about it, and apparently it targets like 3 types of freaking cells or organs or something like 3 types of different aspects of your body. Let me find it. It's called Godzilla.
I'm a big Godzilla fan, so I'm kind of.
You're gonna take the Godzilla meds?
That motherfucker though.
No, he's just a big muscle motherfucker.
You think Clay's
saw muscles in Godzilla, baby?
You say
ain't nothing fat about Godzilla?
No, there's nothing fat. I don't know why. I couldn't see in the article. Yeah, see, this is from Yahoo News. New Godzilla weight loss jab is even better than Ozempic study suggests. So
Get
listen,
the fuck out of
that's
here.
right. And we don't know what the side effects are gonna be. It's gonna.
I mean, to be fair, Ozempic isn't for weight loss.
This one is
though.
gonna make people
Well,
dicks
that's what people
bigger.
use it for. Yeah. So which I mean,
know,
maybe
but-
maybe that's why it's giving them bad side effects because they're overusing it or they're using it in
yeah.
an improper manner.
I think they're using it like normal, but they're not using it for the reason that you're supposed to use it.
Definitely.
Now, I think if you're like borderline diabetic and you have some weight issues, then maybe that'll help you with all your problems. You know.
Well, now it's about to be Godzilla summer, bitch. All the Ozempic, this Ozempic is out. It's about to be out. If you're on Ozempic, you're a lame bitch. Forget you. You're in the past. You're in
I'm
the
gonna
back.
get on Godzilla.
You gotta get on the Godzilla now. It's gonna be a Godzilla summer. It's gonna be Gatzilla. Maybe that one will let you keep your ass. Maybe that'll be the thing. It'll let you keep your ass. Hopefully,
God.
Godzilla lets people keep their lets them keep their figure at all, and they don't look all sucked in and emaciated and terrible. So keep your eye out, baby. It's gonna be the new thing. Now,
people are ridiculous.
now you're gonna be able to get like Ozempic like on the street now, because now it's gonna be devalued. You're gonna be able to get like Ozempic at like 125th at a table from an African dude.
Oh my God.
You're just gonna be able to get a jab anywhere now, because now the big thing is gonna be
Ozempic.
Godzilla. Now everybody's gonna be going for that one. It's about to get crazy. Eddie and I
Godzilla's
are
about
gonna
to
like
make people
this.
eat their faces off.
Eddie and I are gonna like this. Apparently, they're working on a drug to regenerate your teeth. This is gonna be good for us.
Oh, I'm gonna love that
Shit,
too.
what?
Uh-huh.
I need that. My teeth are
I've been seeing that.
fucking up right
Japan
now.
been doing that.
They've
This
been working.
Japanese scientist discovered this last year that he had this pill that can exactly do that.
Yeah, they
But
like
that was in
target some
testing.
kind of, I don't even know, some gene, some cell. Same thing with Godzilla. They target something in your body, and they either take it away or they exacerbate it, and then
I
all
mean,
of a sudden your
listen,
teeth come out.
sharks can grow
As long as
many
teeth don't
as
fall
they
in my
fucking
ass.
want, bro. I don't know what makes them so goddamn special.
I think it's that like whatever they're targeting in our body must be what like the sharks have. So they're trying to either give us something or take something away, and it'll give us teeth. But imagine
This sounds like mRNA technology.
what is that?
Yeah,
the hell is
that's
that?
exactly what that
You know that's what's in the jab.
COVID vaccine, baby.
Oh, okay. Well, if I get the jab, will I get my teeth back?
No. But I'm saying like they're using it's gene therapy. They're giving you
Yes.
bull shark genes so you can grow your teeth
How
back.
do you feel about that?
Well, bro, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll take that over anything else.
Gonna die of a heart attack? It's gonna give you heart conditions, heart
I'm
palpitations.
gonna do what I did this time. Wait 2 years as people die, and then once they work out the kinks, I'll go.
I don't remember you taking.
Next.
Did you take the COVID vaccine?
Hell no.
I was about to say that's what it sounded like. You said I
I'm
waited 2
saying
years. and
I
then
waited 2 years for those people. I saw the evidence and I said, "Fuck out of here."
Oh,
but
okay.
this do the same because I actually want this.
Nah, me
right?
and Eddie gonna be first in line, right? I don't give a fuck what's going on.
No,
I'm dying.
2 years, nigga. Just
I'm
like
dying,
the PlayStation
I'm dying with new
5.
teeth though. I'm dying with all my teeth now, all
That's
32.
what I'm saying. You know what's fucking, bro? I would go in. I don't go in and be like
Send me
the
in.
test dude. Like I need new teeth.
Send me in
bro.
right
You're-
now,
What if it
dude.
makes all your teeth grow and now you have to go get your teeth filed down every month like a hamster?
Fine. What
Oh
is that? I don't
my
care
god,
about
that'd be
that.
terrifying.
That's
What
called
if it
maintenance.
goes seep in the
At
wrong
that
place?
point-
Like you got it on
At
your
that
dick
point, they
now.
can make more money because they can make like kits to do it at home. You
Beauty
know?
is pain.
They
Beauty
can
is pain.
start
I get my
selling
teeth
those.
filed.
That's true.
Beauty is pain. I'll get my
That's
teeth
true.
filed.
I think this is bullshit. How would your body know what shape to make your tooth?
Well, people, don't you ever seen like when people grow teeth like in their arm, like they'll grow like a tooth, like a weird tooth and stuff.
In their
Yeah,
arm.
I've seen it.
Yeah, like people
Yeah,
grow like a
yeah,
tooth
that's
on
how-
the part of their body. I forgot what they call like when they say like you have like a, what do they call it? Like a twin on your body, like a what do they call
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shit? Yeah, some people like will randomly grow like a tooth on their arm.
Yeah, I
that's
heard
right,
about a
bro.
guy in Russia. He grew a tooth in his brain.
Yeah, you say okay. So the same way your
Yeah.
body will know, the same way it just grows through your arm, it's gonna grow in your head. It's gonna grow in your gums. What do you mean? Your teeth grow.
Okay, but say like I chip like like the end of my canine tooth.
Yeah.
Like my tooth doesn't know. Like it's not gonna grow back in that shape. It's just gonna grow all over crazy.
Well, now you're speaking about you're gonna grow a whole new tooth, or it's gonna repair itself.
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you tell me. How does this work?
I don't
Like,
know exactly. I
I
think
don't
it's
think
gonna repair because it talked about people missing teeth, not people who chip teeth. I think you're gonna have to be missing the tooth for it to regenerate.
Yeah, you know what? You want to
So pull that bitch out and then grow a new one.
You got to rip that one out if you
Yeah.
want a new one, bro.
Because it talked about people with dentures and people with such and such, so like implants. So it's gonna replace dentures and implants, which would imply it's not repairing teeth, it's regenerating teeth.
Yo, this is gonna be a lot of grandma sucking new dick.
It's gonna be epic. Well, the dick sucking is not gonna be as good because they have teeth now. It's gonna be better if they don't have teeth.
When they
No,
probably-
well, they're gonna they're going to be happier with new teeth. So they're going to be more excited to open their mouths.
Okay, well, I'm going to be very.
Well, the
Eddie
grandpas
and I are
won't.
first in line, right? I don't give a fuck what it is.
I'm going.
I'll
yeah.
wait
I need
after
a
you
couple new
guys.
teeth
If
too.
there's like a
Me
testing
too, bro.
phase that they need to do, like I'll be there.
Listen, if you're working on the teeth right now, the teeth regenerating drug, you're a big fan of Green Knows Best, let us know. We will be there tomorrow
Please,
overnight. I don't care if you're in Botswana, Don. I will be
I
there.
see the fucked
ready
up
to
as
go.
we speak
Botswana,
there.
dog.
We need help. We need help.
Where's Botswana? Where's that at?
We need help. Speaking of people needing help, I think Diddy needs some help right now because my man's looking crazy in these streets, bro. That video that came out of him stomping Cassie out, treating her like a damn soccer ball, I was like avoiding that video because I thought like, all right, he probably threw her against the wall and like, not that that's good or anything, but I was like, it can't be. He couldn't have beat the shit out of her in the middle of a hotel hallway. Like, there's no
he
way.
did. And after all that, he threw a vase at her.
Damn, bro, my man was like playing backyard wrestling, like fucking SmackDown versus Raw 07, throwing weapons at this broad.
And the towel did not fall.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that was very impressive, actually.
That's
That's
crazy.
the most
People
impressive thing
It
about
needs
it.
to be investigated. Was it AI? How did the towel not fall? Crazy.
I feel he had like
I mean,
a towel
girls-
belt. Like
girl-
he has like a towel that buckles.
He had that Velcro.
Oh,
he had
shit.
that Velcro
He
towel.
had that Velcro towel.
Is that how like that's how much he chases women out of hotel rooms and beats their ass? And he's like, okay, I need to get a new towel for this because it keeps falling down. Like,
Yeah,
I need
it
to be
was
ready.
some regular
He had a
hotel
gi
towel,
on.
but it was
He
impressive.
had a gi on the whole time.
Listen, we're not making fun of Cassie. That was it was a terrible video, man.
No, we're not.
It was a terrible video. What did you think of that, Crow? I know you were waiting to talk about it.
Listen, before I begin my fucking ramble on, I gotta say this to King Combs.
King Combs. Who's that?
He said pick it. He said
Pause.
pick a side. So King Combs.
Who is that?
No Diddy.
What are you doing?
All
Are you
right,
losing-
so
what is- what the
listen.
hell
He
did you
said
just
he's
do?
gonna fuck up anybody that says no Diddy. All right, King Combs. That's Diddy's
Who is
son.
that?
King Combs is Diddy's son, who released a diss track to the rest of us.
Oh, nobody heard about that. Nobody knows who that is.
Oh, you ain't know because it was the trashiest song ever.
When your dad is Diddy, bro, nobody knows you, bro.
Listen,
Like, do you know anybody's son like that? Like anybody, like come on, like no.
so listen, King Combs, you heard it from the Gritty Knows Best cast. No one knows who the fuck you are, bro. Sit down. Let
I've
us
never heard of
let
King
your
Combs in
dad
my life.
take this L, bro. Diddy's a son of a bitch. I can't believe he did that. It's obvious that his problems run deep. That fake ass
His
apology
apology
was
was
weak.
funny.
I'm taking your black card, my nigga.
Oh my god,
Oh
another
my
one!
God,
another
Damn,
one?
bro, what the hell?
Bro, that's like the third one on the show.
I mean,
I'm telling you, my pockets are full,
You're
my
just
nigga.
taking away for anything now. Now you get two. Now you get two.
Nah, what you mean? You don't think Diddy don't need his black card?
I'm not saying that you can't say he's not black because he beat a woman. This doesn't make him
Nah,
unblack.
nigga, we don't do that over here, bro.
You
We ain't
don't?
doing that over there. Anybody beating on their women and you black, taking your card away.
Do you remember Ike
Fuck
Turner?
out of here. Huh?
Do you remember Ike Turner?
And his fucking card is taken
You
too.
took his guy. What the? You can't be taking everybody's card, bro. This is
If
crazy
you beating
now.
on your women and your children and raping people, you raping out here, your whole card got to be taken, bro. We don't want no parts of you. You on your own, my nigga.
Always
And just
speaking
like
for the
50
black
Cent
community,
said,
man.
bro, you sus. And that's why 50 is coming out with this documentary, because you're sus. No Diddy.
That's gonna be crazy.
Did Diddy do it? We all know he fucking did it.
Did a lot. Diddy did a lot.
He did. Come on now.
He did too fucking
Let me
much.
tell you something right
And
now.
you gonna tell me that? And now I gotta sit here and you gonna release video a few years back saying all these people that knew about. Come on, bro. And if you harm my man Justin Bieber, I'm gonna kill you, bro. He's a victim.
He was harmed.
You abuse.
It's already happened.
You abuse that kid.
It's already happened. Started a report.
You abuse the fuck out of that kid.
Took
Listen,
him to Diddy camp.
this is what I'm gonna say
It's-
about this. Okay, you never trust a man with small eyes like that. And my man's eyes. I looked at his mugshot. I was like, how is his eyes that small on his head? I've never seen anything like that. They were like obnoxiously small. And I said,
That's why I
"You
wear
ne-
sunglasses all the time.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, yo, that must be why he wears sunglasses all the time. Because I'm like, his eyes are suspiciously small. Like, is he an ET or something like that? I've never seen anything like that. So as
he's a
soon as I
lizard
saw
man.
his eyes, I said, no, you cannot trust a man with eyes. And that's not why I wear my. I got big eyes, so you can trust me. I got big eyes. I don't have eyes like that. Okay. A lot of people were not a fan of Youthforia this month, or sometime this month or last month. Youthforia is a makeup brand. and they got called out because they made a bunch of foundations, and they were like, hey, like, you don't have any foundations for black people here. And Euphoria was like, okay, hold my makeup brush. These motherfuckers came out with jet black foundation, like blacker than anybody you've ever seen in your. The foundation was so black that this black chick put it on, and they were like, "Yo, you're wearing blackface. Like you're black and you're wearing blackface." That's how crazy that shit was, bro. I was like, are these people like? This is evident that you don't even have any black people in your headquarters. Like you can't. There wasn't a black person you could walk up to and just go, "Hey, let me get your arm." Put the makeup squash on and go, okay, that seems about right.
God.
Like they couldn't just like bring like a few black chicks in there, get like bring a couple different shades of black chicks in there and use it. They were just like, oh, you want black? We'll give you black, okay? We'll give you blacker than black.
We'll give you.
That shit was so disrespectful, dude. There's like one person. There's like a few people that are like, same thing with like albinos. They're like, I guess there are people that are like, super, super, super dark pigmented. And like, those are like the only people that can wear that. Like Mo would look like, Mo would get called out for wearing that. Mo would be like, oh, Mo, you are racist. You cannot do that. That is blackface.
People could have just, if you wanted black makeup, you could have just went to Fenty, owned by a black woman, created by a black woman. Like, I'm not even feeling bad for anybody who bought this product and was like, oh, go to a black company. There is one. Just go if you need that.
Right.
Like, it could have been black people complaining about this because black people know
it was
Fenty
black people
exists.
complaining about it because they were wearing it and
Really?
that's what I just said. The black
Then
chicks
you're
were
morons.
I
Go
said black
fuck-
people were wearing it and it was like 10 times darker than them. It was insane.
They must have been doing that. I don't understand. They must have been paid for the product or something. I don't understand it. There's enough we have black companies. You can go to Fenty.
Maybe they don't like Fenty. Do you know Fenty? Do you know if they're good or not? Do you know about the foundation? Do you know about
They're doing really well.
You don't know that.
They're literally one of the few brands that consider black and darker skin.
Or maybe these people like Euphoria, and they were like, "Listen, this ain't it, Chief. This is not it." Did you guys see the woman that were? What would you say, EJ? Sorry.
I was gonna say maybe it's like painting, where you kind of gotta dilute it with like a white, or something.
Yeah.
That's gonna make gray, bro.
At home.
They're gonna have gray skin. That's what I thought.
There's
Too.
gonna be a
Like,
bunch of ashy black folk walking around.
that's what I thought too. Like maybe they're gonna have to dilute this. Like maybe that's their gimmick on this.
Somehow, some way, they gotta like mix it with some other makeup, some other color.
Did you guys see the woman that was? They found her living in the sign of the supermarket in Michigan, like literally living in like the roof where the sign is. You guys didn't see that? They called her like the supermarket ninja. They called her. She's been living there for a year. Like people would see her like in the supermarket, and then she would like disappear. They're like, "Where the fuck did she like? Where'd she go?" She would just like come around in all black and shit, and like people knew her, and they'd be like, "Where's she at?" So people were like kind of getting sus about her. And I think some people knew that she was up there, so they were like calling the cops, but nothing was really done. And then somehow they got wind of what was going on. They went up there and they had to open like this little trap door. And my girl had a whole setup, and then she had a computer, she had a coffee maker. My girl was straight up living in this sign, bro. Like I don't even know if it was.
He's brilliant.
I'm for a year though.
Streaming that shit, bro. I bet you money she was streaming.
He is hands down brilliant. What a way to not pay rent for a year. Save your.
Right. I don't know if she was working. Maybe she was working from home, technically. Maybe she was working from the computer. They said that she had a whole, and the cops weren't mad about it. They were like, oh, like this is, it was kind of like the woman wasn't mad that she got caught. The cops weren't mad. The supermarket wasn't mad. Everybody was kind of just like impressed. Like, how have you been doing this? And my question is,
that's amazing.
How did she not get freezing? I mean, maybe it's a dumb question. I don't know. You guys maybe know about insulation and roofing and structures, but Michigan gets cold as fuck. She was living there for a year in the winter. How was she doing that?
Well, the sign usually has its light source anyway.
Maybe.
So, right, there's power to draw off of it. And if she has like a heater,
they're gonna turn it off when it closes. I mean,
no, I think their sign stays on, bro.
I don't know if it was a lit sign. It could have been. I don't know. I don't know the details of that, but it was absolutely insane. Like that for her, people really commended her for what she was doing. Like everybody was like,
"No, that's brilliant."
They said she.
If we can put more homeless people in signs, He'll fix America.
We're just gonna shove them like you're shoving like the dirt under the rug, just like any way you can. Just shove a homeless person.
Yeah, just put them in signs. Put a homeless person in each
Motherfuckers are
letter.
living in the McDonald's M, like, get at it. I'm loving it.
Dude, yeah, put somebody in the fucking M, dude. That'd be crazy. Put some migrants in the M.
Yeah, I was in the M. You know, all the
Yo, there's like a McDonald's
all the Mexicans.
every block. Like, you know how many people we could house with McDonald's signs?
Did you guys see the drama about the $5 meal that they were doing? And everybody's
No.
about that?
I've seen.
So, what do you think about that, EJ?
I mean, what's included in this meal?
It was like
$5, what do you get?
It was
How
like a
much do you
burger
get?
and like 3 nuggets and fries or something. It was like a $5 meal, but then people were pissed because they only had it for a month. And it was like, okay, so you're just gonna give this? You could literally afford to do this for eons. Like you could literally afford to do this forever. And it's like going out for fast food is like going out fine dining at this point. There's really no difference between going fast food and going to a restaurant. You literally don't even notice it. You know what I mean? Which is crazy.
That's true.
You could just go to a restaurant other than going to McDonald's, which is not how it should be. So people were
That's
pissed
true.
about the $5 menu, I think, because they're just like, yo, you could be doing this. You know what I mean? You could have a $5 menu forever and it wouldn't be a problem, but you guys are greedy as fuck. I think you're a McDonald's guy, right, Crow? You love those fries.
I love the McDonald's fries, but I am definitely not a McDonald's guy. My favorite fast food restaurant out of the OGs is White Castle.
Oh, come on, get out of here.
I love White Castle.
White Castle's really
love
good.
White. I love White
wish
Castle.
I thought of
bro.
that.
White Castle has some of the best fries.
It can't be the
When
best.
I was a kid growing up,
no,
it
they
was
don't. No, they don't.
it was one of the best fries growing up.
Now,
I
you
don't know
know
how
you're
it tastes
retarded.
anymore. I do not know how it tastes anymore. I know recipes change, but as I was growing up, White Castle was my jam.
Sure, buddy.
Sure, buddy. Speaking of taste, Clay, you and I talk about things like this all the time. So Florida put a ban on lab-grown meat. My man Jeff Bezos was trying to go over there. Bill Gates was trying to go over there and hit him with the lab-grown meat. And DeSantis was like, I'm cutting you off just like Mickey Mouse. You're done. Get out of here. And you know what? Bravo. We got to give him a bravo.
That's the best
Another
thing he's
W.
ever did.
Another W. A Florida W. Absolutely. But here's my
W.
question, right? Here's my question. So I was talking to Cemetery Girl about climate change, you know, and this is really a question for Clay because I know you have deep thoughts about these things, right? So as stuff gets more, as stuff gets like, you know, as the climate gets more insane, and they say that we're going to start having food shortages, right? Is that true? That's one of the theories.
That is possible.
So if we do indeed have some of these food shortages, you can't get vegetables, you can't get meat because the climate is so out of whack and we can't grow food and we can't get enough food, the infrastructure is all messed up. Is there going to be a time where lab meat and lab grown food is essential? Do you think that will come?
No.
You don't think we're ever going to see the point where we're so down bad as a society because of the climate that we will have to do with lab meat? You don't think it'll ever come to that? I mean, I could see. I
could believe that there could become a point like that, but at the same time, like I'd rather eat crickets before I eat lab meat.
That's a fact.
Right. Well, and is there going to be an infinite supply of those? But are crickets going to really satiate you? They're going to nourish you. You're going to need.
I mean, they're way more protein.
You're going to need a lot of crickets, and there's not going to be a lot of variety. I'm going to say this right now. I think that, I think if things get that bad, there will be a time where there's going to be like a real influx of lab meat in the supermarkets.
Bro, our government would have to literally just truly stop paying attention to us and say pass any laws they want for that to happen. Because there's no way American people would subscribe to that.
I feel like by the time it gets that bad, like my boy Elon going to be at Mars already. So I mean, why just go to Mars?
Yeah, and I mean, what is going to do that? Like that would be like a natural disaster that stops us from like growing crops.
I mean, didn't they make a big prediction with the locusts when it came down from like Canada and other locations and they're in swarms, like in Tennessee and stuff like that, that they really damage a lot of farmland, that they eat a lot of farmland when they're out. And there's two species that just were hatched out, right? So, and that's like, you see shit like that. They talk about that in like biblical books all the time. They're like, oh, when the locusts come, they damage all the farmland and fuck everything up. And there's been famines due to it and connected to it. So, I mean, We haven't heard any news on that, but I'm sure the locust is already fucking up our farmland now, and that's probably why they even went down there to talk about shit like that.
Okay.
Germany is already doing it.
Well, Germany, they got that's a wacky place over there.
Yeah.
They got some
Germany.
They got some wacky. Much love to the people that listen from Germany and the people, but we're talking about.
I love you, Germany.
We're talking about the government and the laws and things like that.
Your government is
same
weird.
with Canada. We love Canada, but the laws over there when they were trying to go into people's bank accounts because they were protesting, absolutely insane, disrespectful, and disgusting. But we love you, Canada. Thanks for listening, and we really love you, France, because you guys are coming through. Wee. So listen, we got to talk about this. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of drama about Baton Rouge. Was it Louisiana?
Yeah,
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah.
So people know it's not the best area to live in, right? So the residents of Baton Rouge have been trying for decades to secede from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and create St. George, a whole nother community, a whole nother city, or whatever you call it, jurisdiction, and it has finally been passed. There's been a lot of excitement about it, but there's also a lot of drama about it because people are upset because they're claiming that this is a racial issue and that people this is what they said in the headlines. Rich, wealthy white people are looking to secede from from Baton Rouge, and it could be for racial reasons. And Crow and I were really looking into this, and it's just like so absurd that you would even make that claim. Okay, because first of all,
it was really bad.
The place is rampant with murder. The two highest crimes are murder and B&E and home invasion. Okay, I'm sure that these people are not getting like the book thrown at them for this to happen, okay? And one thing they were talking about is how they want to make a whole new school jurisdiction because they want better schools and everything like that. I mean, if the people are mad because the people that are leaving are paying most of the taxes for Baton Rouge, right? So in that case, if these people are leaving Baton Rouge because they're paying most of the taxes, they're leaving because the community is not the way they want it, and the laws are not the way they would do things. Not the way
if
they would
they
see
pay
fit.
most of the taxes, I feel like they got a right to be like, I don't like the way this shit's going.
If they're not happy with the current way things are going, then they should be able to move wherever the hell they want to go. But I guess people are mad because the money is leaving the city, and now they're claiming it is a racial issue. It's totally absurd.
It really is not a racial issue. I don't want to be around some bunch of violent. If they were saying black folk, look at that number was way too high. Home invasion. Home invasion? That means it's happening to everybody, the whites, the black, the Spanish. Listen, I don't want to be around anybody breaking into anybody's home, black, white, Spanish. So no, they're paying for everything. They're paying for your fucking programs. They're paying for your after school programs, your Social Security, your county funds, all of that, right? That's coming out of their pockets, right? And you're telling me your people, the people impoverished, whoever's breaking into houses, because we know it's not, no, it's not nobody's fault. There's no white person's fault. And I'm sure there's wealthy black, Spanish, and other groups that are getting their fucking asses out of there too. Because I would. If I was a black doctor, a black firefighter, a black cop, I'm not staying there. Fuck out of here.
You're living in a crime-riddled neighborhood that's not suiting your needs at all. You're trying to raise children there, and you're paying a bunch of taxes. You don't want to live there. Why would you want to live there? I've not heard glowing reviews about Baton Rouge. So
none.
I'm not too sure. Like I guess they're just upset because the money's leaving the city, and now they're gonna well, what are we gonna do essentially? What are we gonna do that we're not gonna get we're not gonna get this this quantity of money anymore? We're not gonna get our resources.
And then every black Democratic person that's in that fucking state, then you need to go back, since you're whining and bitching about it, and you need to hit the fucking streets and tell our people to calm the fuck down, right? Because a lot of these big cities, guys, when a municipal project is built, it's built because they're telling them like, well, this area has wealth, so we want to include people of lower income into your neighborhoods. I don't think that's necessary. I like the idea of working hard and moving where the fuck I want to move, and if that happens to be where wealthy blacks are, it's in Louisiana.
Yeah.
And they're not moving, right? They're just
No, they're just
Separating.
moving
They're separating. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
separating.
they're just
the
separating.
city.
Yeah, like the
Creating-
east side of town or the west side of town is just becoming a separate town.
Right.
Yeah.
So they gotta have their own jurisdiction, their own rules, and the way they're gonna run things the way they want to do it and the way they see fit.
If this is anything, this is classism. That's it.
And it's like, oh, if these people are paying, why is there a problem? They don't want the crime.
Can't do nothing about classism, to be honest with you, in America.
I mean, if they, you just said that before, like in the beginning, that you said that they're letting them do it. So I mean, I guess
And they've been fighting tooth and nail for this for like 10 years.
Yeah.
They were raising money and really doing this. So it just for people to make these stupid headlines and make everything about race, like, but it'll never be. If we're gonna start like claiming race in headlines, why don't they do it for every crime and for every story? Like if it was any, why don't they talk about that in any other story? Like, oh, there's an Asian man that did this, or
every story can't help them out. They got to pick and choose when it benefits them.
Insane.
Yeah, but no, my theory is that they love making black people look weaker, and need. That's our job in the Democrats' point of view, is to make us look weak and say we need all this support. And all the black politicians that agree with that, they're going out there, they're just complaining for money. They're begging for money. That's really what this is. And I don't see any black Democrats doing nothing else but begging for money. Talking as if we can't educate ourselves. Talking as if we can't work harder. Enough with the bullshit. Work harder or get left behind. It's just as simple as that.
I think either we have to include the race of somebody in every headline or not do it, or leave
that
it
works
out.
too.
Let's leave it
That
out,
works too.
or we have to do it for everybody. Let's make it universal, or let's leave it out because we know what kind of narrative they're trying to push, and that's what's just killing the media. Everything is about divide. Everything is about this side against that side. It's totally ridiculous. And anybody that's like buying into it, bro, like you gotta stop. You gotta stop looking at everything as like a gang war and a race war.
Seriously.
Absurd. I also thought this was absurd. We talked a lot about women poisoning their husbands on the last 6 Hour Spectacular. I don't remember if we got into this exact one, but in Arizona, a man was videotaping his wife for a couple of months because he noticed that she was putting bleach in his coffee maker and trying to kill him. So I had watched a video. They put a compilation of her putting bleach in the coffee maker over and over again. What she didn't realize is she's using home bleach, and like literally she could have been doing that for 20 more years and it wouldn't have done anything to this man. So it was
really
super L.
Now you're retarded.
It wasn't doing anything. It wasn't even affecting this man, but he just noticed it in his coffee and he was like, why does my coffee taste weird? So he set up a camera and he found her like red-handed, guilty on many, many, many occasions, many mornings, trying to hit him with that bleach coffee, right? So he takes his evidence, he gets her arrested, and let's take a guess how much time she got for this crime, for attempted murder, whatever they charged her with. Anybody want to
First
guess?
guess was 3 years.
3 years, Crow? What do you think, EJ?
A week.
A week in jail? What do you think, Clay?
90 days.
Well, she got 3 years, all right. 3 years of probation. Boo.
Oh, wow.
Boo. Can you freaking imagine that? This broad's
Well,
trying
it's
to...
not like it's literally attempted murder.
It is attempted murder. She was
Literally.
It's premeditated.
Premeditated murder.
And not
It's
just
not like you just happened to put.
This is
bleach
like
in your coffee
conspiracy.
every day.
And it wasn't like one day. Like one day she just flew off the handle and just put a
Yeah,
couple
that's what I'm saying. Like you
drops of
plan to
bleach.
do this every day till he dies. Like this is
Bruh.
crazy.
I mean, Cemetery Girl brought up a good thing. I didn't know the ins and outs of the court and what her lawyer said. She could have been playing, she could have said, oh, he was abusing me, so I was doing this. She could have just played dumb. She could have said I was trying to clean the coffee maker every day. So we don't know exactly what
If he's abusing you, then you just say that. You don't try to kill him.
I'm not saying she said that. I'm saying I don't know what her defense was to be able to get this kind of time. But I'm saying you got to give the broad at least 2 years, 3 years for something like that.
Nah, she should have hands down got 10.
At least a
10
couple years in a slammer for that.
But you know what? The system is against us men anyway, so whatever. That's just more proof of it.
Wow.
I mean, I've seen people go to jail that were actually committed, like they actually did commit murder, and they only got like 10, 15 years. I mean,
yeah, because usually the first charge is about 15 years.
I feel like the best we
max.
would have got was like maybe 5.
Insane, right? Insane. So
I hope they're divorced though, right? Like they're obviously divorced.
I would hope so.
I don't know the exact. I mean, there's no way. Well, that's the thing. He was trying to divorce her anyway, while this was happening.
I hope that like if there was like no prenup signed, I hope that like this like nullifies her getting half of his shit. That's crazy, bro.
Of course it has to.
She can't get nothing. She can't get nothing. She gets the bleach. You can keep all the bleach that was in the house, you weirdo.
He must have had a great life insurance policy for her.
I think he was like a military guy too, because they were traveling. Like they went to this happened in like a couple
That's
countries.
grimy. That's so grimy. My man's like trying to defend the country for you, and you're trying to kill him. What the fuck?
Hey,
why don't you leave him before you try to kill him?
Right.
Why is that?
She had to destroy the patriarchy.
They took a vow.
Speaking on taking vows,
fucking Clay.
He just
That's right.
stood still, sat there.
That's right. Speaking on taking vows, I watched a very interesting documentary the other day about Ashley Madison, the website. Do you know what that is, Crow?
Is that a clothing site?
It sounds like it. It sounds like you get dresses from there, but no. Ashley Madison was a website from, I think it was still going on today, but I think it came on the scene in about 2007 or so. And I heard a lot about it from Howard Stern. The ads would be all over Howard Stern. And it's a website where married people can go on and cheat on their spouses with other married people.
Oh, yes.
It's a dating site for married people. So I knew about it for years because of Howard Stern. And then about 2015-16, I remember seeing in the news that they had a big data leak. All the people on the website got leaked, so now everybody knew who was on Ashley Madison. Celebrities, Snooki's husband was on there. People were committing suicide because they got exposed for cheating. So and Eddie can chime in as I'm talking about this because he watched a different documentary from a YouTuber, but I ended up watching a professional documentary. Thank you. I don't know who produced it, but I was very fascinated about it because I've never really knew about the data leak and how it happened and everything. So I thought this was a very well done documentary. I think it's called Sex Lies. There's two different documentaries about them. Sex Lies and Cyber Attack and Sex Lies and Scandal. I think this one is the Sex Lies and Cyber Attack one, right? Or something like that. So what I liked about this one is they ended up showing two of the couples who were involved in this, and there was a Christian family who they ended up becoming a big, very popular Christian vlogging family. And the guy was cheating on his wife the whole time. They showed a couple other couples. This one chick who was like a serial cheater, and she was cheating on a bunch of people. She was not a very popular celebrity or a very popular person, but the other guy was. So I thought there was a couple interesting things that I gleaned and learned from this documentary. First, I enjoyed the fact that they showed the rise of Ashley Madison, how they got popular, and how they really got popular when they started to put like provocative ads and stuff on TV and these really interesting ads. One thing I thought was interesting is that they let women on for free. They didn't make any of the women pay. That was a big thing. And the other thing was, once they got successful in America, they started branching out to India and Muslim countries because of arranged marriages. And they started preying on those people and saying, listen, you don't want that. You don't want that guy, that woman sleeping next to her. You married him when you were 6 and he was 28, right? Like, you don't want that guy, right? So how about you go on Ashley Madison and you can go fuck around?
Oh, damn. So they're trying to get women killed out there in the Middle East?
I thought this was a fucking genius strategy. I wouldn't have
It
even
is.
thought of that, right? So Ashley Madison was full steam ahead. They were doing big business until 2015, where everybody came home, where everybody came to work, and they found their computers have been compromised, and there was a screen that said, "We hacked you. We got your client list. We got everybody. If you don't shut down Ashley Madison right now or in 30 days, we're gonna expose everybody." Ashley Madison said, "Fuck you. We're not doing that. We're going to hire our own." This was one of the most interesting parts to me, is that they hired their own hacking team from, I think, Sweden to then counteract and find out who was hacking them. Well, newsflash or spoiler alert, obviously they didn't do the job because they had the big leak. And this thing was absolutely everywhere. This thing, I mean, I don't even remember it being this popular. Like, it got so crazy. So it leaked on the dark web. And then people went from the dark web, brought it to the open web, and they started making database websites where you can type in your partner's name and see if they're on Ashley Madison. And that's when people started killing themselves, divorces and everything. And that's when this Christian vlogger, he came out, his name was on there. This dude's name was on there, and his wife found out. I didn't like this guy at all. This guy was like, what I thought they were gonna show in this documentary were people that were cheating because like they weren't really satisfied in their marriage. Like they were like, okay, like like I'm in an arranged marriage, or like for whatever reason, like I feel like I'm stuck in this marriage. You know what I mean? That I can see. This guy was like, I'm just basically an attention whore. Like I wanted attention, and I just wanted to fuck mad people. Like, and my wife loved me, and like, but I'm just like a dick basically. And I was like, I don't want to see about this guy. Like, I thought it was gonna be about people that like kind of felt stuck in their marriage. He could have just. This dude was basically an attention whore. So I did not feel bad.
He was probably fatherless too.
Yeah, maybe. I did not feel bad about this guy getting caught at all. And then he lied to his woman. He was like, I was on there, but I didn't do anything. And then like a week later, he goes, actually, I wasn't just on Ashley Madison. I did fuck people there, but then I fucked people in the strip club, and I fucked people at massage parlors, and I fucked people at like, the guy was just fucking everywhere. It was so bad because then they're interviewing the guy's wife, and she's like, oh, I was like, I had 3 kids with this guy, and I really loved him. It was amazing. It was like a heartbreaking story. What I did like was the chick that they brought on, because she was like, oh, I cheated on every guy I was with. The first guy she cheated on with was because he was a gamer, and he didn't want to fuck. And I was like, that I could see. Totally okay.
I see that.
You go, girl. The other one, she was like, oh, my man was in the military, and he was gone, so I fucked on him. I was like, oh, my God. Like, now I don't like you now.
That's very common.
Now I don't like you now, right? What I thought was good about her is she went on Ashley Madison, and then she met another guy there, and they ended up finding each other and doing an open relationship type thing. So I thought that was kind of had a happy ending because they got what they wanted. So anyway, it was interesting what the data leak showed, because they did not only show that there was all the client list. That was the tip of the iceberg, okay? Then they started leaking the emails from the CEO. And he was like this guy that said, oh, I run Ashley Madison, but I'm not a cheater. My man was cheating with prostitutes every fucking week, dude. They found this dude's emails going to this brothel, going to that escort service. Then they got into the nitty-gritty details, okay, about what was really going on Ashley Madison. Y'all gonna like this, okay? So then they found out. So people, what was really good about their business model was that you weren't paying for a subscription. You were paying for every message you sent to somebody. So the guys, only guys, right, you'd buy a credit package, and you would spend your credits on messages. And obviously when you ran out of credits, you send more messages, right? So they found out that there were a bunch of bots and fake accounts on the Ashley Madison website, and they all linked back to Ashley Madison headquarters. So all these guys, most of these guys were paying to talk to bots and talk to AI. It was like what you would see now. Like now it's very prominent, and like now you could sniff it out for a second. But at that time, it wasn't as popular to see bots.
So pretty much the Andrew Tate game.
Yeah, what he was doing, but even worse because it wasn't even real women. Like you weren't even talking to a human. You were talking to AI right now. But basically, yeah, you weren't talking to who you thought you were talking to. So it would be Ashley Madison employees making accounts of women and just putting bots out. And women were reporting that people would come to their job and be like, "Hey, like, oh, I found you. You're Ashley. Like, I've been talking to you. Here's a bunch of flowers." And she's like, who the fuck are you, dude? Like, I have no idea who you are. Like, ill. And like, there was a stripper that said like her picture was used or whatever, or she made an account but never used it, but they used her as a bot. And dudes would come to the club all the time like, hey, Felicity, like, are you ready for that date? And she's like, what? Like, who the fuck? What are you talking about? So the first thing they found out was they were using bots. The other thing they found out is that there was another way you would pay for Ashley Madison, and that was for your information to be deleted. No matter what, all your info, your account, your messages would be deleted. They were promising that, and they weren't even doing it at all. All your info was still on there, which is how the fucking data leak happened. The other thing they were promising was top flight security, best rated. They had all these like terms that they used. Top rated security, best security, award-winning security, all bullshit. They were not protecting people's data at all. They said it was easy as pie to tap into, to get into, and that's how they ended up releasing their data. And an interesting aspect is that Ashley Madison is still around after the scandal. I thought they would have shut down after that, but people are still, they fired the CEO, and they're like, oh, we're going to take measures to make things more secure. But why would you trust this website after that, dude? Why would you even go on there?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, you know what? I would have said, listen. We need real women and not bots. That's the first thing you need to change. Is we need actual women on here.
Well, it's hard to do that. How do you entice them? How do you entice to it? I mean, if they had access to that, even when they were doing it for free back in the day, and they were so popular, they would have been, they wouldn't have needed bots. But they were so at such a deficit for women that they needed these bots to keep men enticed, and so they can keep paying. Brilliant strategy, but absolutely terrible. And then it concluded. Yeah. It concluded with this kind of conversation about who was wrong and were the hackers wrong. And let me tell you this right now. I don't really have a grudge, or I don't think anybody was necessarily wrong in this situation. The Ashley Madison people saw a niche market. They saw a need in the market, and they filled it. And were they wrong for the way they did it? Yes. Okay, cheating is not illegal. I don't approve of it. I think it's wrong. Never did it. Don't think I ever will. So I don't think they were doing anything necessarily wrong by providing this service, right? You're gonna make money. It's capitalist, baby. But then they're like, oh, the hackers, they have blood on their hands and they're responsible for the suicides. Okay, like...
no one tells them to kill themselves.
Absolutely not.
Nobody told them to cheat either.
Nobody told you to cheat.
No, everybody is an independent party.
Thank you. And what about the people who are the spouses who have no idea this is happening? Like the woman who was living with this dude for... 10 odd years, maybe more, having 3 kids with him, had no idea. She thought she was with a nice Christian man. And she was like, I thought I was with a nice Christian boy, and now my whole world is ruined. I thought I was with a Christian.
Now I found out he's Derek Anderson.
So why are these people, why are the hackers at blame for these people committing suicide? And for what these people put it upon themselves by being on the app. And you're supposed to let their spouses go along for the rest of their lives without knowing this information. And I guess the argument is like, well, who are you to out these people? I think it was a virtuous act. I think it was a great act, and it should be done again and again and again if this thing is happening. I'm not saying either one of these parties, the hackers or Ashley Madison, are at blame or should be shut down. Everybody has free will, and you know what? The people who are in these relationships that are not cheaters, they need to know about what's going on. Yeah. Fantastic documentary.
Done with good intentions. That's all that matters, right?
That's true. And this person that probably hacked it was probably affected by this.
People could end themselves. They weren't trying to ruin marriages. They were trying to get people to straighten their shit out, I think.
Exactly.
There should never be a reason why you're cheating. Just end the relationship. You're not 16 anymore.
I get it, Mo. I get it.
You can have a conversation.
And that's what I thought too. It's like, okay, you're not even dealing with people who are cheating on like kind of a smaller level. You're not dealing with people who are cheating on a small. This is like a marriage. Yeah, this is like, oh, you're cheating on your boyfriend, girlfriend in college, or your early 20s. Like this is a family unit that you're destroying with your choices, and the other person should be aware of that.
You know who's the biggest victims in the situation? The children.
Oh yeah, if families are breaking apart, dads are killing themselves, dads are getting kicked out of the house now.
The kids are always in danger.
Mommy is a hoe. Now you got mommy out here finding out mommy is a hoe.
Or daddy's mostly daddy because.
Oh, daddy a hoe. Apparently, daddy's just a hoe. It's just a bad thing to promote in a culture. It's a bad behavior, a human behavior that Ashley Madison is actually promoting. There's no need for that. Do we need a service like that?
You think that Ashley Madison is some blame? You think it shouldn't exist? You think it should?
I do think they have. I mean, you're right. It's a capitalist system. You can make anything. You can make money off anything in this country. But should we have things like this out, damaging our culture, damaging our image? Because it does damage our image. As a country.
I think a lot of other things damage our image before that.
It's not. That's really not a big problem here, right? It's not the company's fault. They're not holding people at gunpoint and telling them to join and their families.
No, and that's no, and evil doesn't do that. Evil just it's there. It says you can do it.
Yeah, it's just too good. It's too enticing. You don't need to do that.
Yeah.
It's too enticing to do that. But I mean, it's not illegal. It's terrible. But I mean, like Eddie said, they're not forcing them to do it. So would you be able to sleep at night if you worked there? That's up to you, though. That's up to you if you were working there.
I would have been able to sleep there until the data breach, and everybody's gonna know that I worked there, and then you know what I mean. After the data breach, then you're probably not safe.
Right. Yeah,
you ruined my marriage. You know what I mean?
So
people angry.
The people that did work there said like whenever they told people they worked at Ashley Madison, people looked at them like with disgust, like, oh, come on.
That's what I'm saying, man. My wife left me because you snitched. I'll kill you.
Great documentary though, very fascinating. Learned a lot. Never knew about that. EJ, you have just received the new Paper Mario game. Everybody's raving about it. Everybody's talking about it. It's like it's a revamp, right? It's a, what do you call it? A re-release?
Remake.
It's a re-release slash like
upgrade.
Upgrade. Like they they fixed up the graphics and the lighting and all that.
Right. And how do you feel about this game? You were looking forward to this.
I have, because I remember liking it a lot back in the day, and I like it now. I think it actually might be better.
Right.
In at least for the most part. There is, again, just like with Assassin's Creed, there is some localizing problems going on, but
right. Well, why don't you get into it?
Well,
what's localized?
The big one I was telling you about before, I didn't even really get there yet in the game. That's I think that's like 3 more chapters in. But there was a funny scene from the original that I thought was great that they cut and they changed the dialogue, and it was these 3 goons catcalling, I guess you could say, this like one of the companions for Mario. And it was funny. It was like, "Hey baby, what you doing with this fat mustache having loser? Come hang out with us," you know? And they cut it to be like, "Oh, you don't belong down here. We blah blah blah," you know? It's just
they cut it because it's
generic bullshit.
Like sexual assault. Apparently, like catcalling is wrong. You can't have it in a game at all. You can't depict.
I thought it was funny.
You can't depict bad people doing bad things now.
And it's weird, right? It's weird because you would think that they would keep it because like the chick like stands up for herself, you know what I mean? And then like you gotta in the game you gotta fight them after that, you know what I mean? So like I feel like if anything they're kind of ruining the message of fucking stand up for yourself or something. Yeah.
There was another discrepancy.
Yeah. Apparently that they're making changing a character to be trans now.
Of course.
No.
Of course.
In the Mario universe?
In Mario.
Why do Mario need trans people?
From what I understand about the original Paper Mario and like the actual original, like the Japanese version, that wasn't hinted in there at all. They maybe kind of alluded to it, like something like that in the English, but not even really. Like for the original copy of Paper Mario. You know, like in the original English, it just said like
trans?
He might look like a. It's just like one of the
Luigi?
The villains.
Luigi?
No, it's like one of the random characters from the game.
Dude, when Mo said the
But it's just
Luigi
weird,
board on the
like-
last special, that's still one of the funniest things I ever heard. When he called the Ouija board
Dude,
the
Luigi board was crazy.
That was epic, bro. That was so epic. That was so epic. No,
So this villain is like a trans villain?
Well, no,
What is
you
he,
said
like, half
it was
dinosaur, half-
implied in the dialogue, right? Like,
Yeah, so like in the original English I guess translations for Paper Mario, it was like, oh, like he may look like a chick, but he's a dude, you know. Now they're changing that to be like, no, because like it's like a trio, and two of them are like sisters. It's like a family thing, you know, and like they're implying now like, oh, like I want to be one of the sisters too, like refer to me as you know, make it to 3 sisters.
basically,
you know
I
what mean?
identify as one of the sisters now, even though I'm
Yeah,
married.
yeah. Like there's like dialogue that says like I appreciate that they refer to me as their sister now and this and that. I'm like, this is not in the game. Like
Changing it up.
I mean, it doesn't really I don't really care because I don't really, you know, I'm not gonna really deal with those characters too much, you know. But well, no,
Like,
but
I
I
deal
mean,
with
you know,
those people
like,
forever.
again, like I haven't beaten the game. I'm only at chapter 3, but I've only really ran into them in chapter 2 for a little bit, and that scene didn't even pop up there. Like I saw other people playing the game, and they got to that scene, but
Well, next is a gay
I
turtle.
don't know. It's weird, right? It's weird that they're changing dialogue, you know.
Well, you know, next
It is
one.
very
It's
weird.
weird 'cause it's not like everywhere else is different. Like I'm watching someone play through the original as I play through this one, and I'm like checking the dialogue. I'm like, it's all the same except for shit that they probably don't like, you know.
Well, of course they're gonna want add things to update them and make them go more along with, you know, today's society, today's, like, you know, sensitive and inclusive society. But it's like, just make a new game with a new character. What's stopping you from doing that? Why do you need to keep co-opting every
And it's not like they can't add new dialogue and make it good. Because in the original game, like there were scenes where like, because you have a couple different like companions that travel with you, you know, but at any given time there was only one that would be out and chatting, you know, and whatever, you know, having a back and forth with Mario. But now there's scenes where they're all there, and I appreciate that. Like that's good new dialogue, you know.
Right. So you're liking the game so far. You're almost done with it,
I
right?
like the game. I don't really care that they're trying to, you know, push their agenda with this one character, because I don't really care. That's not even the character I fucks with anyway. Like my boy Koops.
Right.
And Yoshi.
Well, you can expect the next game, Princess Peach will have a 5 o'clock shadow. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, you get to play as Princess Peach too in this game. I mean, come on, bro. Right. Groundbreaking. And Bowser, it's crazy.
Oh, you couldn't do that in the first one?
No, you could, but I'm just saying, like, it's since when you get to play as all these people.
Okay. I'm glad you're liking it. I'm glad you're loving it. It's gonna be amazing. You're almost done with it. I know Mo's finishing up his game. What is it called? Oh no, you're not even finishing.
Yes, Dragon Dogma 2. I'm actually nowhere near finishing it. Really, what I do is just beat the game. If anybody's out there that is playing Dragon Dogma, you gotta hit me up, guys. Dragon Dogma is a new game from Capcom. Excellent game. It is basically you make your own character. You make your own character. You go into this open world. You have to discover everything for yourself. There's a bunch of mythology creatures. You know, you got some Cyclops, orcs, goblins, the regular. You know, Medusa's a character in there. Well, not Medusa, but one of those snake creatures. I forget what you call them. Dragons and shit. So it's just an open world fantasy game. You play as different classes, so you can be a mage, you can be a warrior, you can be an archer. And what's cool about it is that the game encourages you to actually play each of the classes and master each one, so that you can combine different they call it vocations. So you go out, you learn these new skills, and there's like other hidden vocations that you can learn. It's really cool. It's really cool. I haven't been able to get into the other vocations. I've just been practicing. I mastered my vocation. I started off as a mage. I'm about to move on to a archer. I'm thinking about becoming a magic archer. You know, it's a fucking fun game.
Beautiful.
I got lost so many times. I've gotten killed so many times. Skeletons are fucking annoying. Finding treasure on fucking ledges and then having a goblin run out after you and just push you off a ledge is a good fucking time. Nighttime is dangerous. It has a nighttime system. So at night, you can see all these spirits and demons walking around and shit.
Wow. Well, speaking of treasure, this 6 hour spectacular was such a treasure. But now
it is.
We are coming to a close. It is over. We've done it all. We've said it all. Is there anything that needs to be said or done? Let me know before we go.
Sing for us.
Go buy Paper Mario.
Go buy Paper Mario.
Go buy Dragon Dogma for PlayStation 5.
Go get your Ice Spice Metro card. Will you be getting the Ice Spice Metro card, Clay? I don't think you can anymore.
Absolutely not.
Come on, you love Metro cards. You love Ice Spice. You love Spanish women, or I don't know if she's Spanish, but
I thought she was just mulatto.
She could pass as Spanish. Come on, Clay.
She's something. She's from the Bronx.
You don't want a Metro card with Ice Spice's ass.
Does she know about computers though?
She knows the word.
That's
computer.
a real question.
Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah. Does she know the word computer?
If the governor knows anything, she knows that Ice Spice don't know anything about computers. Why would she?
Oh, why would a Bronx kid know about computers?
Well, listen,
why would you know the word computer?
The word. You don't even understand the word computer.
You're right.
Never even heard it before.
Desktop?
Never even heard of it before. Absolutely insane. What a great show. What an absolutely fantastic show. What else do you need in a 6 hour spectacular? You got it all. You got drama. You got scares. You got alien activity. You got current events. Name something we didn't do. We made a man's dream come true, for God's sakes. How much more do you need from us? We can't do anything else. We're done. We're done. But we hope that you enjoyed the show. Shout out to everybody who partook, everybody who came on the show today. It was amazing. There was 12 of us.
It's a big crowd.
Amazing.
Listen.
I think this is the biggest crowd, right?
People listening. That's who we need to shout out.
Shout out to you. Listen, if you listen to the whole thing and you didn't skip nothing, What a champ.
What
And
a
if-
freak.
And if you skip some of it, that's understandable. Maybe the scary stuff wasn't your cup of tea. Maybe the game show wasn't for you, blah, blah, blah. But we're so glad that you listened, even if you listened for an hour. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And we'll be back with another episode. Next week, we're going to be talking about, some things that maybe happen behind the scenes.
Can't wait.
It's going to be epic. Anybody have anything to say before we get out of here?
Love you guys.
And that's it.
And that too.
See you. Peace and love. See you next time.